missiles in the sky. I watch my life flash before my eyes, but at least there's one huge plus. We know that the bomber was a gay woman, drone pilot, hashtag girl boss. A gay woman, drone pilot, hashtag girl boss. I'm here to get my kid from school. I pull up, don't see him at all. I stop the car to head inside when a black van cuts me off. An armed agent steps out of the van. Next thing I know, I'm in an ICE camp, and I won't see my son again. At least I wasn't deported by a man. Brown woman, ICE agent, hashtag girl boss. A brown woman, ICE agent, hashtag girl boss. I got laid off by a woman CEO. Oh yeah, it was hashtag woke. Israel destroyed my olive farm to build a settlement. Thank God the IDF has gay soldiers in it. We'll continue bombing Yemen. It's fine, the Pentagon will be led by a black man. Don't you know the world's inherently violent? That's why we need more women drone pilots. Someone murdered a white family in the year 1983. Multiple witnesses saw the crime that night. They all agreed the killers were white. The police had a different idea in mind. They found a black man to malign. They framed and sentenced him to death. His appeal rejected by Harris. Black South Asian prosecutor, hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian prosecutor, hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian vice president, hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian vice president, hashtag girl boss.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny, kind of gloomy, kind of sunny, moderately sunny, but a little cloudy California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MVs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Newsday Tuesday, lads. It's Newsday fucking Tuesday, lads. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Newsday Tuesday. That's right, I said it. It is July 22nd, 2025, 11 a.m. on the dot, and it's Newsday fucking Tuesday. It's time for an ice. You already know what it is, yeah, lad. You already know what it is. Are you in shit camp 3? I mean, I haven't been invited, but probably. Anyway, folks. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'ma do. Watching from France, really enjoy the content and character. Thanks, Hasan, for the show. You're welcome. Okay, so it's my birthday in 3 days, as a matter of fact. It's my birthday in 3 days. It's my birthday, so you know I like to ride. But yeah, I saw the IG story. We get in the flight footage soon. The raw data, the raw flight footage has been sent, but it's not as good. I'm waiting for the edited one because that one has like the G forces and things like that in the footage. So I'm, it's in your desk. Can we glow up with you at Anime Expo? What is this? It's my birthday, so you know how not to ha 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 ha. Do 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 burr 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 baby. Wait, hold on. Dun 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 dun. What is happening, bro? Hold on. Anyway, personal news wise, multicam would be great for having rants, doing multiples in the rants. Okay. Personal news, ladies and gentlemen. Last night I ended the broadcast. You're late. It dropped. Oh, good one. Personal news wise, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and ambies. Wait, where the hell is this? Where is my freaking... Hold on. No, that's not all mail. Oh, oops. Oh, I'm just trying to log into my TikTok because it's a new computer. Did you talk about the house shutdown already? No, I'm going to talk about it though. Hold on. I have like a 8-step verification to get into everything lately. So it's just like, it's like difficult to log into even TikTok. Okay, boom. I did it. Wait, what? Session expired? No, it didn't. Shut the fuck up. What the hell? What the helly? Okay, this is weird. Okay, maybe I can do it this way. Hold up. Did you see?
We are on our way to
the Hunter Biden interview. Wait, what the fuck? This is not even the correct TikTok. I just logged in with the wrong TikTok. What the hell? How is this even possible? That's weird. This is weird. This is weird. Look at this recent image of taken of Karl Marx's grave and see if you can. Wait. Hold on. This is crazy. Okay. I can't just like log in with TikTok. I can't just log into my TikTok easily. Like there's like multiple steps of verification that I need to enter, and I need to enter it in like a super fast fucking period of time. And therefore it just like runs. If I don't do it in this super limited time frame, I get cooked. And the session expires. What the hell? Session expired. Bro, I'm losing my mind right now. This is craziness. It's UNC proof. It's like in 30 seconds I have to input like 8 different fucking codes, which is making me go crazy. Okay, let's see it again. Okay. What the freaking heli? What the heliante? Oh, there it is. I logged in. Okay. And I put it in dark mode so nobody has to freak out.
So I'm going to be as respectful about this as possible, but the truth is your claim is completely bad faith.
Okay. Hunter literally almost said word to word the same thing you complain about the Dems is crazy, but he still glazed his geriatric father nonetheless. Philly D is lapping your ass in the workout world. I know, dude. He's cooking. He's looking sexy. He's looking brolic. He's looking sexy. Your interview with the NELKBOYS is going viral everywhere. I mean, I wouldn't say it was an interview, let alone more so like like a reasonable person being like, what the fuck were you guys thinking? You know what I mean? Like, it was just more so me saying, what were you guys thinking? Like, that's crazy. It's an unk lecture style situation. Anyway, personal news wise, yesterday was obviously action packed, slammed, so much happening, so much going on. And I ended the broadcast and I basically just hung out with my cousin, my brother, his fiance a little bit. And then that's it. I just went to sleep, woke up early this morning. I did not work out as I normally would. So the Philip DeFranco sexy Phil footage that you guys sent me hits even harder. Hits me right in my fucking soul because I wasn't able to work out this morning, but for good reason. And that reason is because I did NPR. I did an NPR spot. Yeah. New Souls game from China coming out tomorrow. Wu Chang, Fallen Feathers. Okay, I'll look at this. Wu Chang, Fallen Feathers. I like it. Need me to relink King Wholesome, I promise. Here.
Some of you will act like this is not sufficient cosplay. I think this is sufficient cosplay. It's cosplay. See, the sleeves are rolled up, so it looks exactly like Luffy. I couldn't do Clark Kent because, like, Clark Kent requires full-blown suit.
No, it's just like a button-up shirt.
I have to,
because Will is there as Batman.
I don't have a Superman shirt. This is an iconic fit instantly. Bro dressed up as ketchup. Bro cosplaying a condiment. Bro looks like you got a mustard sponsorship.
Nikki O, thank you for the 10 gifted.
That's Hasan right there.
And so it begins.
Me and Jim.
That chatter gifted 50 prior. Thank you, Nikki O, for the 50 prior gifted.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hell yeah. I was just about to say, I hope this doesn't turn into a meet and greet.
Oh, it's Miku.
We're gonna get swarmed. I'm already leaving him.
They have scratch and sniff stickers. I'm just doing it for scientific reasons. Oh, they're getting free smell. Okay, I'm gonna cop a free smell.
Why can't I like this?
How long does the smell last? Do they all smell the same? The panty ones smell different than the feet ones? Do each individual panty one smell different than the others? Wait, let me see. Thank you for watching.
Oh, God.
What's up? Oh, wow. Okay. I need this zippered tote bag.
Yeah, which design is that one?
The one with the baby. I'm going to put babies in the baby one. Which one do we get for cutie?
Wait, dude, I don't care that Ozzy Osbourne is dead. I don't even know if he actually is dead, but who cares? Like, why is that such a significant bit of news? I don't get it. Like, even if who cares? Dead, alive, who cares? Bad take, Hasan? I don't understand why that's like newsworthy.
This one said, I love you. I don't want that. That's too much. You know what? I'll get the I love you one too. I like this one. That one's for me.
You look really cool.
Oh, thank you.
She's
Hear
lying.
that, chat? Hi. Oh, Will's calling.
Are we meeting up? You come to the con I invited you to, and don't wear the costume you're supposed to.
I told.
Shame. Shame.
I know.
Which one's the newest Barris Labubu? Son. You know how you owe me $400?
You want this?
Yes.
The $550 one.
Okay, get that too. Get that too.
Get that too. That's $1,000.
Listen to War Pigs, you will understand. Dude, I listen to Black Sabbath. I listen to Ozzy Osbourne. I know. I'm very familiar with his music. I'm just still saying, like, who cares, you know? Does that matter? I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Anyway, that was beautiful. That was a beautiful video, chatter. Okay, so personal news wise. L take. Okay, sorry. I don't care. Personal news wise, where was I? Chat. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, HasanAbi July between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. And that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Okay. Woke up this morning, did an NPR slot, came back here, immediately started the broadcast. As a matter of fact, after doing some big business deals, some phone calls with the manager. You know, I guess we'll talk about Ozzy Osbourne dying in a second. It's not Hunter Biden attacking the Pod Johns for no reason. We haven't blasted off yet. I'm gonna do that right now. Okay, hold on. You went on NPR? Yes, I did. Okay. NELKBOYS interview Benjamin Netanyahu, receive backlash. Israel continues starving Gaza. Jubilee ambush. Jubilee fascist ambush of Mehdi Hasan. Reacts. F5 incoming. They're calling them the Nurem boys now. Twitch news, more Twitch news and political news, but as V shows Joe, a company is basically dead. Yeah, I saw that. I will obviously talk about that as well. MAGA or Trump will. Your obese incel Nelk boy homie you work out with calling Zoran anti-Semitic and hosting modern day Hitler. You should be roasting the fuck out of him. Dude, I don't understand this conversation that's taking place in my chat right now because I already did. Like, what more do you want me to do? I don't understand. Do you want me to like fucking arrest them or something? Do you want me to put them under citizen's arrest? Like, what the fuck? Like, I literally did that. Did you not watch? I did that to their faces. Like, I had a conversation with them right after where I was like, this is a fucking... What is this? What is this the attitude, this argument, this fucking insane shit that people get mad at me over? I don't get it. Anyway, NELKBOYS interview Benjamin Netanyahu received backlash. Israel continues starving Gaza. Jubilee fascist ambush of Mehdi Hasan reacts. Will Trump pardon GHISLAINE Maxwell? And more. Get in now. Okay. People are just like, did you watch the full interview? Will you watch the whole NELKBOYS interview? I will. But what's interesting is like, I didn't have to watch that interview to know that it was a fucking spectacular shit show, right? Because I know that the very reason why that interview is taking place is because they're not going to ask like contentious questions and they're not going to have any follow-ups. And that was my major issue with it, even without seeing the interview. And it's so funny that like, Redditors are so invested in certain narratives, like, for example, saying that Hasan sucks, Hasan is bad at his job, and he's like the worst person that's ever existed, that a lot of the criticism I saw on Reddit was either people going, says you interviewed random Yemeni teenager, or classic Hasan not watching the subject matter footage and then deciding to debate people on something he hasn't watched. It's like, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Was any of the criticisms that I issued incorrect? No, it wasn't. So what the fuck are you guys talking about? Some of these guys unfucking ironically have no capacity to think on their own. Like it doesn't make any sense. It just does not make any sense whatsoever. And I don't get it. Times of Israel lumped you in with the worst influencers. U.S. podcasters host anti-Semitic influencers after backlash over Netanyahu interview. Myron Gaines, Sneeko, and then like one of these things is not like the others, I think, right? Like, I guess I know if you're Times of Israel and you're like, oh, this guy's an anti-Zionist, but it kind of feels a little crazy that I get added on to the fucking pile. Wait, did they delete that I joined the stream? What the fuck? This does not make any sense. Random, do you have any political stances or opinions that have changed or evolved over the years since the birth of your political commentary career? Yeah. This doesn't matter. Talk about the Gaza starvation and AOC, please, in all caps. First of all, I have been talking about both of those things. And secondly, I think one of these things is not like the other thing as well. Okay? Like, I like that you think your version of drama is more important than this other version of drama. You're like, oh, don't talk about this like drama. Who gives a shit that like a podcast is like doing PR for a war criminal like Benjamin Netanyahu, what that means, what this implies. Don't talk about that. Talk about my own personal pet issue, which is that AOC has betrayed the revolution. Like, stop. I already did talk about that. I already covered that extensively yesterday, including the NELKBOYS thing too. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, we're not even 30. We're just 30 minutes in at this point, and I'm already getting fatigue from chat. Chat fatigue is real. Okay. We got the V Shoujo stuff as well. But you know, we'll get to that too. Off topic, Ozzy Osbourne died. Yeah, I know. I heard. R.I.P. to Ozzy Osbourne. His wife sucks for sure. This guy did so bad that other Iranian monarchists online are saying the Ayatollah sent him to make them look stupid, despite him just reiterating their views. In some cultures, after embarrassing your people like this, it would be appropriate to end your life. Jesus Christ. We got the JUBE reacts. It's right here. I didn't do the Gaza one yet because I didn't have enough bandwidth for it. Because I had already, you know, I just didn't have enough bandwidth to fucking go through the Jubilee react in its entirety. I left the Gaza part. I left the Gaza part to a separate react today. In any case, that's it. We're blasted off. We're doing the dang thing. Ryan Grimm, new October 7th report investigated by Ryan Grimm with some interesting findings. Okay. We'll take a look at that as well. Okay. Kind of sad that you have to get all four Hasans together. You can You can never get all four Hassans together anymore. Who's the fourth Hasan? You got Mehdi, you got me, you got Hasan Minhaj. Who's the fourth Hasan? Maggie Hasan? Who's the fourth Hasan? There's only 3 Hassans. Oh, you mean Hasan Nasrallah? Yeah, I don't think the other 2 Hassans would be ever be around Hasan Nasrallah. Let's be real. Rima Hasan, that's true. There's Rima, and then there's Hasan Hind as well. There's Hind Hasan as well, and she's dope too. Both Hasan Hind and Hind Hasan and Rima Hasan are also pretty awesome. Much better Hassans than all of us combined, honestly. Then there's also Hasan Kwame Jeffries, Hakeem Jeffries' brother, who's also pretty cool. I like him a lot. But yeah, we got a lot. We got a lot going on in the Hasan multiverse, and we're going to get to all of it. First of all, taken with the Chinese student letters at Marx's grave, there are a few. The concept of knowing there's currently a labubu on Karl Marx's grave. I think Karl Marx would have appreciated a labubu. I think he would have really liked it. I think he would have enjoyed what a labubu implies. I think he would have appreciated it in general. So I don't know. I don't know if I don't know why people are hating on that. You know, workers made the labubu. Labubu. Yeah, there's obviously, yeah, he would have asked Engels to get him a labubu. He'd be like, Engels, yo, can you spot me? Can you spot me a couple bills? I need a labubu. Yeah, the reason why I don't care that Ozzy Osbourne died is because he has been reincarnated as Trisha Paytas' third child. Welcome back, Ozzy Osbourne. Okay. Now named, I guess, Aquaman. I can't tell if that's a joke or if that's like not a joke. That's what people were saying. But I think, you know, close enough. He's back. Ozzy Osbourne is dead, only to be reincarnated as Trisha Paytas' third child. Not sure if... Are you having a stroke? No. Ozzy admitted to shooting cats for fun in an interview, and he also sexually assaulted someone. He's dead, man. Like, this is part of the reason why I'm like, I don't really care about Ozzy Osbourne, but it's so funny for me to be like, I don't really care about Ozzy Osbourne, and then someone being like, I hope you know he's done a fuck ton of awful things. It's like, okay, he's dead now, so take it up with God, okay? John Mersheimer said Israelis officially resemble Nazis today. I mean, we've been there, so I'm surprised he only got there now. Average bat head eater. I thought that wasn't real. I thought he like actually didn't eat the bat head. Like it wasn't a real bat head that he ate. Yeah. DOJ, the Department of Justice, to meet with GHISLAINE Maxwell in prison to ask her, what do you know? And it's really interesting because I feel like GHISLAINE might not survive that encounter. Okay. Yeah, Ozzy Osbourne is back already. Look, see? Trisha Paytas and Moses Hakman welcome their first baby boy, Aquaman Paytas Hakman, which, of course, is the reincarnation of Ozzy Osbourne. I told you, the timing of this is too... It's not a coincidence. The timing of this is it implies reincarnation. It implies reincarnation. Ozzy Osbourne is back. Okay, check back. Watch this space. In a couple years, Aquaman is going to be also eating bat heads and singing Crazy Train. Yeah. Aquaman's going to save rock and roll. Yeah. Hoy, where was I? Okay. Malibu Barbie, Paytas Hagman is the reincarnated queen. Yeah, it might be the next Dalai Lama. So I don't even know where to begin. Let's start with the Nelk franchise, and then we'll go into the Jube as well. But you should probably start with the Jube, honestly, if you want, unless you want to video game yourself until after the stream is over. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot I want to talk about, but yeah, the Jube, for the record, JubeTube, Jubilee hosted 20 fascists, like self-described, self-identified fascists, and did their surrounded sequence with like 20 fascists. Maybe a couple aren't like actual fascists, but I guess like at that point, if you are around those guys, you might as well also call yourself a fascist. There was like one confused DACA recipient in there, and then like one Iranian magician in there as well. One self-hating Iranian guy who said, you know, whites need their own ethno-state and they don't think I'm human, but that's okay. They have a difference in opinion. Yeah, there was a Mexican DACA recipient who had an epiphany amidst the incredible, open, virile, repulsive white supremacist racism that I saw from any YouTube video. I mean, this shit made this kind of stuff makes like Xbox Live lobbies look tame, especially because this is like the boring kind of racism too. This is like, nah, you don't get it. I'm genuinely invested in this kind of racism, if that makes sense. So, not great. That's all I'm going to say. All I'm going to say is not a great situation overall. Okay? Just not good. Not good at all. Very bad, as a matter of fact. And yeah, Northern Line was glazing you. Oh, I saw this. The bomb me's my king. He was complimenting
like
me
10
eating
banh mi's in New York City. Yeah, but he's also 6'3", 185, 9% body fat and natty, bro. Like I'm not on that same wavelength. I'm mostly just on the bike. I like bread.
Oh God, banh mi's are so good. 185, I wish. The racism to Mehdi continued on after the participants, who was literally a Nazi. Oh yeah, this guy. I didn't go up during the Jubilee debate because Hasan smelled like shit, he says. Except this is perhaps the biggest self-own of all time, especially considering that this motherfucker literally traveled all the way to California to do a goddamn Jubilee stream surrounded by other Nazis, and he was too much of a pussy to go up on stage. And then he has to like do this kind of racist cope after the fact to be like, oh, you remember he's brown, he smelled bad. And he's got the Burger King like hat, t-shirt too. That shirt is the guy that said the N-word that wore the Burger King crown on the plane. It's just, how are you going to be the biggest loser? How are you going to be the biggest loser in this field of losers? It doesn't make any sense. Okay? One of the guys literally got fired. That's how big of a fucking loser these guys were. One of them actually got fired, bro. Okay? Fired from his job. This guy. Nazi influencer Pine Sap fired for being racist after viral Jubilee video, which I didn't even know he had a job. Okay. These guys are all at the loser convention, and this guy somehow was like an even bigger loser than the other ones. I don't even know how it's possible. But hey, guess what? There's obviously a lot of clout to be had for being an open, out and about fascist, white supremacist, racist piece of shit. Because guess what? Apparently, he has a fired for my political beliefs Give, Send, Go account, which is now at $30,000. He made 30 grand. America is in a deep, dark cesspit, dude. I don't know how to contend with this. I don't know how to deal with this. I'm telling you right now, we're in a scary place, bro. We are in a bad place. These motherfuckers will literally fundraise off of being racist. It is probably not a good thing, okay? It is probably not a good thing that... It's probably not a good thing when people can just get fired from their job for being racist and then fundraise off that. Like, you're basically making money for being just openly racist. I don't know if that's like sustainable. Like, this is a country that went to the moon. What are we doing? Actually, I mean, we went to the moon, man. How is that possible? Like, the USSR was literally stealing our lunch money on the space race, and we just went to the fucking moon. And look at us now. We were at the peak of innovation. Okay, this was the country that was the recipient of the brain drain. People from all around the world would come here for prosperity, and now all of that mental fortitude, all of that collective might goes to inventing new ways of, I guess, like inventing new ways of being racist and making money off of being a fucking white supremacist. Like, this shit's sad, dude. How do you look at this goddamn country and think like, nah, things are good, actually. This is good. I don't understand. I do not understand. Like, maybe it's because I will explain something to you. I was spending a whole lot of time with rocket scientists this past weekend at Murad's bachelor party, not bachelorette. And one of the things that was like shocking is I've heard this before. I've heard this concept before that we can't really go back to the moon, partially because like we've lost the sauce, like we've lost the recipe. Okay. And I've heard this before, but I did not realize that there is so much research that is shelved in the aerospace industry that they just simply cannot recreate at all. They genuinely cannot recreate it. They do not know. They do not know how to remake certain things. Like, we've just straight up lost it. Isn't that crazy? Part of the deal to fund the space shuttle required destroying the plans to the Saturn V rocket. Like, there's just a bunch of rockets that we just made and then we burned, literally and figuratively, and just we can't recreate them. That is crazy to me, okay? That's an insane thing. Like, the expertise is gone? Yes, the expertise is entirely gone, and we don't really have a way of recreating it. Like, we don't know how to reverse engineer it even. And also, we don't have enough, we don't even have enough financing to, or the wish, the willing to recreate these things. That's what's so crazy. There's there's a loss of institutional knowledge. And there's just so much going on with like old tech that is in some weird ways better than the current tech, like the new tech out there. But hey, guess what, dude? We are finding new ways of being a piece of shit online, okay? So at least we have new technology. We are reaching new technological innovative fields in terms of being an asshole online and then making money off of it. Jubilee saw Pine Snap and knew they had to get him to represent the far right. Same thing with Louis Theroux and Beardson. What is this? This video is not even loading because guess what? Also, that sucks too. Everything sucks, including Twitter video. What works? What works? That's right. Nothing. Nothing fucking works, dude. Nothing. There's always money in the genocide industry, though, so at least that's good. That's good. Elon Omar says the genocide of the people of Gaza continues as members of Congress vote to fund Israel's defensive and offensive military capabilities. This is immoral, and no amount of excuses will ever make it okay. To which I say, fantastic. That's where we're at. Great. This is the only thing we have money for. This is the only thing we have any sort of initiative for. Being a fucking racist asshole, making money off of being a racist asshole, and also simultaneously and also simultaneously funding other racist assholes overseas doing a genocide, which is like the peak of being a racist asshole. Fantastic.
You have to wonder.
Here's Mersheimer on Israel.
The rhetoric that the Israelis use is so Orwellian. You know, they talk about voluntary transfer as if the Palestinians are voluntarily going to leave.
Right.
They talk about a humanitarian camp as if this were a humanitarian camp. The more time goes by, Judge, and I hate to say this, and I say it reluctantly, but I believe it's true. The Israelis look like the Nazis. Their rhetoric, their behavior, it's truly appalling. And it's hard to believe that a Jewish state is behaving much the way the Third Reich did in the 30s and 40s. You really have to wonder about the rhetoric that the Israelis use. It's so Orwellian. You know, they talk about voluntary transfer as if the Palestinians are voluntarily going to leave.
Right.
They talk about a humanitarian camp as if this were a humanitarian camp. The more time goes by, Judge, and I hate to say this, and I say it reluctantly, but I believe it's true. The Israelis look like the Nazis. Their rhetoric, their behavior, it's truly appalling. And it's hard to believe that a Jewish state is behaving much the way the Third Reich did in the 30s and 40s.
Adam, you did a good job reacting to the Nelk boys. Yeah, except people are too busy. Hold up, you made it to the Reddit vanilla front page? Dude, please, why are you boosting LSF posts in this chat? Nobody cares, dude. Nobody fucking cares. Okay? Yes, these guys, the more I get, like, the more I refuse to fucking engage or entertain these guys, Destiny's community is all up in this fucking bitch, okay? Like, look at LSF, dude. Look at what you just posted. This is a fleshlight for all of my fucking haters to utilize. Look, Hasan says that even liberal Israelis are bloodthirsty when/if they're only inbred and are uneducated are only inbred and the uneducated are left. This doesn't even make sense. Okay? Clearly something that they fucking clipped to massage this way. Piers Morgan wanted Destiny to answer why he tweeted out what he did about the victims in Texas. 18 plus 18K upvotes. Hasan wasn't happy after the NELKBOYS grouped him with Sneeko and Nick Fuentes. Twitch streamer HasanAbi says it's weird that ISIS never attacks Israel, only kills Muslims. 12,000 upvotes. What? Like, this is a clip from fucking 9 months ago, chat. Are you fucking stupid? It's like they're trying to manufacture outrage. None of it fucking matters. Keep pushing, okay? They can keep pushing all they want. Just be normal. I don't understand why any of that on Reddit, which is an incredibly desperate attempt to try to be like, this guy is bad, guys. Remember, at a time when like everyone has come to the same conclusion, they're like, no, you don't understand. This guy's actually really racist. Like, they're doing the same thing that like annoying fucking social justice warriors did for years and years and years, except in this circumstance, I'm on the fucking right side of history and they're on the wrong side of history. They're just trying to desperately be like, no, you don't understand. Hasan actually arrived at this conclusion ahead of time because he like secretly holds enmity towards Jews or something. That's it. So please stop. It's not, yeah, they only do this because they get mad that I get interviewed by the fucking New York Times or CNN or NPR or numerous other places. They know that there is no, they know that there is no way to fucking stop that kind of thing from happening. So they just have to desperately cling on to anything and everything they possibly can, which includes like clips from fucking 9 months ago out of context. It's a dead sub that they only use to boost shit that they can try and get to the fucking front page. That's it. Please. There is no reason. Keep pushing. Just be like, okay, dude. It's very simple. Okay? It's very simple. Do you love Israel? Is the actual question. Okay? Do you love Israel? A lot of these guys are too afraid to openly say that, at least at this point. But they've held on to that mentality for the past 2 years. So instead of actually defending their own indefensible positions, now that like the overwhelming majority public opinion is obviously completely against Israel, all they can do is just like attack someone like myself by saying, oh, he only hates Israel because he hates Jews. I promise. Please, 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 please. They have no other space where they can just like pollute the airwaves with this shit. It's only Reddit. That's it. They can't even do this on fucking Twitter. It's just washed. It's gross, but the echo chamber is shrinking. But these are literally some of Israel's strongest warriors these days, which says a lot about how fucked their public perception is. Yes, exactly. Israel's public perception is so fucked that when the NELKBOYS interview Benjamin Netanyahu, that act in and of itself is indicative of how far Israel has fallen. Why the fuck are you a goddamn war criminal with an ICC warrant out for your arrest, and you're going on the NELKBOYS podcast? And not only that, but also when you go on the NELKBOYS podcast, it doesn't actually offer you positive PR. It just ends up collapsing the PR for the NELKBOYS. Because that's the reality here. Because like NELKBOYS interview Benjamin Netanyahu, right? If you were to ask me ahead of time, I would have told him not to do it. The interview itself got not even 1 million views in one day, which is a decent amount of views. In the middle of the interview with, again, Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, they end up doing like, gambling ads and things of that nature. It's all so dystopian. I know this is a word that we use quite frequently, but bro, dislikes at 120K. The dislike bot is not correct. It's just not, it's not correct. I don't know why you guys believe that shit. It's never correct. But this to me shows desperation from Israel. They have no allies, with the exception of mainstream media, but even they realize that regardless of how many mainstream media attempts they make, they're still not going to be able to change the way people see Israel. It's over. It's done. It is a global fucking pariah. And it's such a global pariah that sending Benjamin Netanyahu on the Full Send podcast with this idiotic assumption that, the NELKBOYS podcast is going to make a bunch of right-wingers look at Benjamin Netanyahu in a positive way is so stupid. It is a spectacularly stupid and spectacularly desperate attempt of trying to do propaganda. It's shocking how bad this situation is. Okay? And Ben Lorber also reported on this, said Haaretz reports Israel is training MAGA Gen Z influencers to combat growing criticism on the right. They're using Israel 365, a Christian-focused Hasbara outfit I wrote about recently for Jewish Currents. Watch this group. They're a crucial conduit between Israeli and the Christian right. Okay? But it's not going to work. It's not going to work because for the generational divide between the generational divide in terms of like how people perceive Israel is so severe that even the Christian right under a certain age group is entirely off the Israel train. Okay? And obviously, the Ryan Grimm even posted about this. It's so funny that I've had like a bunch of serious journalists reach out to me about the NELKBOYS to be like, who the fuck are these guys? Like, why were they interviewing? Like, Ryan Grimm hit me up and was like, why are they interviewing Benjamin Netanyahu? Who are these guys? Which was really funny. But not the best post-game interview if you are the head of the Israeli state when you had this conversation with these guys and they had to play catch up and they had to play defense and do crisis PR, as Adam Friedland called, immediately after this interview. It's so controversial that they literally had to turn around and be like, yo, we're kind of sorry that we did this. My bad.
It's a good point. Someone said having Netanyahu on is like having modern day Hitler.
No, I saw that.
Which is, honestly, guys, I'll be honest. I'm here to... That's a good point. I like... We're here to fucking learn, to be honest, guys.
Like, the reason why I'm not like as upset, I guess, as the rest of the internet is because maybe I'm so used to mainstream outlets doing unlimited PR for Israel over and over again that, like, when I see something like this, when I see an attempt from the Israeli state to try and do propaganda for the Israeli state by sending Benjamin Netanyahu of all fucking people to the NELKBOYS podcast, I see that as a major fucking self-own. And it's also yet another indication that not only have they fallen apart in terms of the PR, that their reputation is so bad that when you have a head of a state, like a head of a foreign state, if you were to just like remove the fact that he is a genocide dare, if you have this head of a state on a fucking podcast, and instead of people's reaction being like, oh, dude, this is sick, their reaction is incredibly negative, and it literally hurts the NELKBOYS more than it helps Benjamin Netanyahu and more than it helps the NELKBOYS. Like this interview is not going to be even remotely positive for Benjamin Netanyahu. And it's not positive even for the NELKBOYS either. And if I were to put myself in their mindset for a second, okay, slamming fucking happy dads and, ripping lip pillows, upper deckies, and doing crypto gambling or whatever, okay? And I've already interviewed Donald Trump multiple times. I've been on his plane, Air Force One, Trump Force One, and I've interviewed Elon Musk. Like, I've interviewed people that other people have considered villains. In my mind, I'm thinking, what's the difference? You know what I mean? What's the difference? I'm just looking for, there's like content to be made out of interviewing a foreign head of state. The only difference, however, is that while Trump is also a villain, and so is Elon Musk, what these guys don't understand is that the only thing Benjamin Netanyahu is famous for is doing a genocide. At least Trump is like a TV guy. He's more telegenic. He's an American president. You're, an American facing podcast, all this stuff. And so there's a greater defense for interviewing someone like Donald Trump, even though many people would consider that indefensible as well, especially given that they're very clearly ill-equipped to even call into question a bunch of stuff that Trump has done. Okay. Here's Nathan J. Robinson's take. The rise of the idiot interviews like Friedman, Rogan, Vaughn, and the NELKBOYS very harmful to journalism. They somehow manage to be worse than mainstream media. They're walking PSAs for the importance of reading books. The problem is that because they have refused to study the issues closely, they don't even know when they're being fed propaganda and therefore can't challenge it effectively. Result is their viewers get exposed to propaganda without hearing any counter arguments. Except I'm not in the same mindset as Nathan J. Robinson, because I don't think this is like as damaging to the discourse. I think the very fact that this interview took place is more newsworthy than any number of different things that this interview allowed Benjamin Netanyahu to do. Does that make sense to you? Do you understand what I'm talking about? No, he doesn't mean Adam Friedland. He means Lex Friedman. Like, it's like when the New York Times writes a story about Zohran Mamdani's like college application or something that from a college they didn't even get into, like Columbia, and they go in and they get like hacked material from a known white supremacist race scientist, right? the story and their coverage of it is not as impactful and is not like as anti-Zoran as the fact that they wrote that story and thought that this was a good story to publish. That becomes the story in and of itself. And it's kind of a similar thing here where, by my estimation, the very fact that the Israeli state thought it was a good idea to go on the fucking NELKBOYS podcast to try and run PR for their ongoing active genocide because they recognize how much they've fallen out of favor overall is the bigger story here. The bigger story here is the desperation for the Israeli state and also the reception, the broad reception from the internet towards the NELKBOYS, who obviously have been, even in right-wing circles, but like right-wing circles, left-wing circles, like obviously people have had their minds made on these guys to begin with, right? Especially when they were, promoting Donald Trump. But what's actually more interesting is that Benjamin Netanyahu is such a repulsive, toxic, cancerous individual in what he represents that even the right is attacking the NELKBOYS now. Like they're eating it from both ends. That to me is a bigger story than the fact that the NELKBOYS even interviewed or what kind of propaganda Benjamin Netanyahu was able to do. Because like a lot of people here want me to like address some of the statements that Benjamin Netanyahu said in this fucking interview. I already know what statements he made in this interview. You want to know why I know these statements that he made in this interview? Because it's pure Hasbara. I've heard it a million times over in my fucking, all the way from my Twitter replies down to every single Israeli envoy that goes on mainstream media and defends Israel's actions. It's always the same. There's not a lot of leeway in what kind of propaganda you can do when you are just like actively committed to doing an ethnic cleansing campaign in broad daylight. ABC, NBC, CBS News ran token reports on Gaza starvation yesterday, and it had all the tropes. Hamas-run health ministry, centering Israeli denials, framing it as the unfortunate result of a new military offensive. Zero mention of open Israeli starvation and depopulation plans. It's important whenever news orgs telephoto shoots of thousands of clearly emaciated people scrambling for food and dozens of images of people being shot or dead to mention the particulars is coming from the Hamas-run health ministry, so we can just ignore everything we're watching. Israeli leaders, including Netanyahu, openly talk about depopulating Gaza. They mock up AI videos showing what it would look like. Every single human rights org says it's textbook ethnic cleansing, yet the U.S. media continues to act like starvation is the unfortunate byproduct of a war. This is bullshit. And my point is like credible, reputable mainstream institutions unironically do a similar type of propaganda to what the NELKBOYS did, but with Benjamin Netanyahu. Of course, they probably would be a little bit more contentious with Netanyahu than the NELKBOYS were capable of being. What I mean by this is, what I mean by this, of course, is that they would at least have like to lend some credibility to themselves by asking like a couple questions or maybe a couple follow-ups to Benjamin Netanyahu. But as someone who has watched a lot of Benjamin Netanyahu interviews, let me tell you, okay, it wouldn't be all that different from the NELKBOYS. Like, sure, they wouldn't ask them about like whether he prefers Burger King or McDonald's or whatever. I will also make one more statement about how many of these like both sides fucking morons out there have been trying to actively use my commentary against the NELKBOYS on this process to say, oh, says you would ask Benjamin Netanyahu if he watches One Piece. No, I wouldn't. You want to know why I wouldn't? Because as I've said before, one, I didn't even interview a member of Ansar Allah. I interviewed a random Yemeni teenager who I thought was a part of the Ansar Allah movement. But even if he was a part of the Ansar Allah movement, I would have had a more positive interview with him than I would with Benjamin Netanyahu. Because Benjamin Netanyahu is a genocidaire. Ansar Allah, on the other hand, is responding to the genocide that Israel is committing against the Palestinian population. You know, I don't do this like weird neutralization, this weird moralizing. I don't do this like cowardly, both sides are actually kind of bad. No, there is no both sides in a fucking genocide. The responsible party here is obviously the Israeli prime minister. If you can't hold Benjamin Netanyahu to a different standard, it's like we go back to the same like Nazi denialism of like, who's actually a real Nazi? Is Adolf Hitler a real Nazi? If you can't even fucking point the finger of blame at Adolf Hitler for the crime of the Holocaust, then who are you supposed to point it to? There is no fucking both sides. So it's very strange when people try to do that, where they're like, well, Hasan, you interviewed a 19-year-old Yemeni teenager who's only known famine his whole life. Isn't that, and you asked him like silly ass humanizing questions. Isn't that the same as like humanizing Benjamin Netanyahu? If you think that a random Yemeni teenager or even the head of the Ansar Allah movement is in any way, shape, or form comparable to one of the most successful ethnic cleansers of our generation in modern society, you are a delusional little freak. You have no understanding. You have no concept of like what these things look like. You are comparing two children at kindergarten fighting one another to a serial killer rapist. You are not a serious person. Okay? That's it. Don't make this fucking idiotic both sides comparisons. Like, there is no both sides between a murder victim and a person who is whose entire family's been slaughtered and the guy who's doing the murder. Ridiculous. Do you know how much money the leaders of Hamas steal? Like, this is what I mean. People still try to do this dumb fuck bullshit. Dog, the leaders of Hamas are dead. Israel killed them. Okay? What the fuck are you talking about? How much money the leaders of Hamas steal? Both parties want the war to continue while the regular Palestinians suffer. Shut the fuck up. Okay? One, you have no evidence for this, okay? You just don't have any evidence for this. The only evidence you have, in air quotes, is whatever the fucking Israeli state is churning out as propaganda. And two, even if it was real, what difference does it make? It's still a fucking genocide, dumb fuck. It's also hilarious to fucking say, do you know how much money Hamas steals? Okay. Do you know how much money Israel takes from us? Your tax dollars and my tax dollars? It's to the tune of billions. I would rather fucking give that money directly to Hamas so they can fucking at least fund some semblance of a civil governance program in the Gaza Strip than fucking Israel so they can use it to melt Palestinian children every day. Shut the fuck up. What money? What leaders? They're all dead. Oh my God. And even if it was real, even if it was real, even if this is like, oh, Hamas is like stealing all the fucking aid or all the resources, like, okay, then stop the genocide and then we can deal with that. Okay? It's so strange that like people still think this is a claim that holds any weight, especially when matched with the magnitude's worse violence of ethnic cleansing. You know? None of this makes sense. And yet people still do it, where people are like, well, Hamas is stealing money. What are they doing with the money? Where are they going with the money? They can't escape the Gaza Strip. What can they possibly do with this money? Is there a secret merchant in the tunnel systems that they can go to purchase weapons or something? Are they buying Labubus? Did Hamas buy the 24-karat gold Labubu? Is that what you think is going on? What could they be doing with the money? Every single thing in the Gaza Strip is destroyed. Yeah, what are you buying? What are you selling? That's what's going on. There's a Resident Evil merchant in the fucking tunnel system, okay? And he's just like giving them weapons. Can you say we've laundered the Labubu in your Palestinian accent? No, I can't. All right, let's continue. Here.
This is fucking nuts.
This is so crazy. We are so not qualified to do this.
No.
That's what's interesting about this. We're just not. We just should not be doing this.
Well, we're too far too gone.
Here we have the Prime Minister of Israel.
What? This is definitely going to be clipped out of context. I'm sure somebody already posted you saying give American tax dollars to Hamas. I hate weird people. No, I don't. That's not out of context. I'm saying I would rather have my tax dollars go to Hamas that ends up literally rebuilding the civil governance affairs of the Gaza Strip than to fund the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian population. What do you think humanitarian aid? How do you think humanitarian aid works? That's how it works. I would rather it go to UNRWA. I would rather it go to the Palestinian population. The Gaza Strip is still, at this stage, controlled by Hamas and its civil governance division. I don't care if people get mad at that. It's like whenever I say, it's like when I say it's not even comparable, okay, that Israel is magnitudes worse than Hamas ever could be, that Israel is a significantly more evil entity than Hamas ever could be. People go, oh, dude, that's going to hurt people's feelings if you say that. It's just the truth. Address the argument. Explain to me why I'm wrong.
Benjamin Netanyahu, he's about to walk into the podcast right now. This is probably one of the most, if not the most controversial podcast we
For sure the most
have
we've
ever done.
Yeah, 100%.
Maybe not the most controversial we'll ever do.
You're not the center of the world. I agree. I don't think so. I'm not the one who's centering myself in this. Chatters are, and I'm addressing their concerns.
Maybe not.
But
maybe though.
I mean, this issue is just like, and by the way, I want to say too, I'm not claiming to be an expert on this issue or anything like that. I've kind of just probably like a lot of you guys that, you know, you read stuff online. And I feel like on the internet now too, it's like, you don't even know what's real anymore. Like you read shit and it's like, you see a headline and it's like, is this true? Is this not true? So I see so much.
Imagine if the story was Jewish people stealing money to buy arms to resist the Reich. We'd call them heroes. I mean, there are stories like that. The Jewish partisans did that. They literally intercepted railroads and sabotaged supply lines. Of course they did. And they had every right to do so. And they are hailed as heroes in Israeli history, ironically enough. The only difference here is that the people that are doing it are brown and scary. Shut the fuck up, you ignorant piece of shit. How do you interview someone not knowing what they've done, especially when they're televised every single day? They misrepresented to you the intro yesterday. Anyway, yeah, this is like they're starting off talking about how ill-equipped they are to have this conversation, and then they have this fucking demon sit down
to see this thing, right?
Yeah, Prime Minister Netanyahu with us.
He's like, hello, I'm here to have slam some brewskis, you know? Fuck bitches, get money. Hello, NELKBOYS. I'm here to talk to you about Israel and how we must defend Israel. I love doing upper deckies. My fellow Nelks.
Today we're here in the Blair House.
Yep.
Right? Is this the White House grounds?
Close.
Close.
It's the sort of the official guest house of the United States.
How have you seen like the White House and stuff? Like how has it evolved over the years, over the times of you visiting it?
I've met quite a few of the American presidents because I've been in office pretty long time.
Hasan, you're a terrorist, but at least you're good looking. Thank you for saying that, I guess. Like,
not because we don't have elections, but because I want
to terrorize your pussy.
I think there's never been a friend like Donald Trump in the White House for Israel. I think he's a remarkable leader. I think he's changing history. He said he'll make America great again. He's already done it. You know, America is widely admired now around the world. And especially after our joint operation against this regime that wanted to, you know, chance
with this bomb-ass dick.
Death to Israel. Well, I think together we've shown the world a different face of America. Very powerful, very directed, very resolute.
You guys are very tight, right? Would you call it a bromance?
Well, you might. I mean, we've known each other several decades, and you know, I really like him.
What do you like?
Yeah, this is bro. This is, oh God, this is so bad. It's just so fucking bad. He's like, yeah, I love Donald Trump. We have such a good relationship. We also love slamming happy dads together. We love slamming happy dads together on the NELKBOYS podcast. I can't wait. I can't wait to do it together. I don't even know if I could watch this whole thing. Okay, I just like it's. Oh,
Like most about him.
You know, if you meet him close up, and Sarah and I have had this.
I've never seen you watch Benjamin Netanyahu speak for an extended period of time. You've never been able to do it. I can't do it because he's such a fucking monstrous piece of shit. But then also on top of that, he is just so uncharismatic. He has no good qualities. He is basically America's fall guy here.
Opportunities many times, including last night in a great dinner we had at the White House. First of all, Donald Trump can be very funny.
Of course.
He can be very funny. He can
especially off camera, right?
He can absolutely. He can split your, you sort of sit there and you start guffawing because it's so funny. And also, I'll tell you something else. That Sarah, who's a psychologist, and she, psychologists, psychologists. Of course. They look at people. They identify very quickly with that. You know what she said to me about Donald Trump? She said he's a good person. He has a good heart. He wants to do good. And that is something that I think that.
Yeah, this is him. Remember, he's playing to the audience, okay? He is hyping up his closeness to Donald Trump, a figure that the NELKBOYS audience obviously likes. Remember, Benjamin Netanyahu is a fucking demon, but also he is a very successful propagandist. This motherfucker's been the leader of Israel for decades at this point, okay? So understand something here. Like every single thing that he's saying and the very fact that he's doing this interview is calculated. And as I described to the NELKBOYS yesterday, the reason why he's doing this interview with the NELKBOYS when he won't do this interview with Haaretz or any number of different Israeli outlets, including Israeli outlets that are literally promotional to him. Because Benjamin Netanyahu notoriously does not speak to Israeli outlets. Okay? He barely does interviews with American outlets. So why is he offering an hour and 13 minutes to the NELKBOYS? This is a question everyone should be asking. Okay? And it's precisely what I told the NELKBOYS is because he knows that this is not going to be contentious. He knows that they're going to ask a couple questions and never push back with accurate information. That's the whole point. Now, of course, it's still a failure from the Israeli perspective because I think these guys do not understand how Israel is viewed and how especially Benjamin Netanyahu is viewed because Benjamin Netanyahu himself is not even fucking liked by liberal Zionists at this point. Okay? Everybody sees him as an off-ramp. Even if you want to launder the reputation of Israel, you still have to say, well, it's Bibi's war. It's Benjamin Netanyahu's war. It's Benjamin Netanyahu's doing. So, like, there are only a handful of people that actually like Satan incarnate here, okay? And that's it. So you are not going to get anyone. You're not going to win any favors here. You can say what you want about Netanyahu, but he's quite a savvy politician. He knows what you need to suck Trump's penis to get whatever he wants, and he's doing that here. I mean, I think this is more so. I think this is more so about. Yeah. Oh, here's Benjamin Netanyahu's favorability on table 5e on page 12. Here, just so you understand how fucking. Dog shit, how underwater he is. Favorability of public figures. Benjamin Netanyahu. Do you have a favorable or unfavorable opinion of the following people? Okay. Benjamin Netanyahu's favorability, total favorability is at 24%. His unfavorability is at 44%. Okay. 44% unfavorability. He is underwater. It's a net negative. And his favorability, when you look at men versus women, is women 50% unfavorable, men across the board 30% favorable. When you look at the races, 30% favorable by white people. White people are carrying Benjamin Netanyahu's favorability here. Hispanic people are at 18%. Black people are at 9%. And his unfavorability for white people is also at 44%, 42%, and 43%. Okay? So he is incredibly unpopular. He is such a repulsive figure. He is such a repulsive figure that when you associate with him, you don't actually end up doing propaganda for him. You can't flip these numbers. You can't flip these numbers in the eyes of Americans. And when you look at the younger population, especially the 18 to 29, which is like the Nelk demo, his unfavorability is at his highest, 52%. 52%. between the 18 to 29 demo, and at 30 to 44, it's at 42%. So when you look at these numbers, it's just like there is very few people who see him as favorable, and most of them see him somewhat favorable anyway. 3% of the 18 to 29 demographic only sees him as very favorable, as opposed to 44% seeing him as very unfavorable. Okay? That's it. That's precisely the reason why when you look at this interview and then you look at the comments, everyone is going, I miss when YouTube used to show dislikes. Nelk 2015, funny prank channel. Nelk 2025, propaganda machine for governments. You guys didn't question him once. This is crazy. Israel are so desperate for positive PR, they sent their prime minister to podcast with a bunch of pranksters. Zero pushback. You literally let a war criminal talk freely. You think Content Brain Podcasters would check these polls? No, but Content Brain Podcasters are receptive, incredibly receptive to their audiences. Okay? Do you understand? They're incredibly receptive to feedback from their audiences. So they're not seeing those polls. They're seeing the comments. And that's precisely the reason why yesterday they turned around and were like interviewing anyone and everyone they possibly could on you know, what they did. And they were like looking for anyone to just basically be like, nah, it's cool that you guys did this. And they didn't get that. And then they wanted to do this whole like, well, we're trying to get both sides on this issue. We're trying to do both sides on this issue. There are no both sides of the genocide, but there is also no feasible way of even getting both sides on this issue. Who are you going to do? Who are you going to interview? A fucking Palestinian child that is being malnourished, that is being starved to death by this guy that you interviewed? You can't do that. So it's just like a spectacular fuck up of epic proportions. And the reason why it's a spectacular fuck up of epic proportions is because you have to ask the question, like, who is this for? Like, no one wins in this, okay? No one wins in this process. The Nelk boys don't actually get any sort of positive clout out of this. They only get ridicule and negative associations. People in their audience are going to be like, oh, you are bought out by... Like the anti-Semitic people in the Nelk Boys audience are going to be like, oh, you're bought out by Jewish money, blah, 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 all this shit. And the other people that are also anti-Israel for understandable reasons beyond the anti-Semitism are going to look at this and go, you've done propaganda for a fucking genocidal welfare state that relies on American tax dollars. And you guys just like, you know, had this guy on and allowed him to fucking yap. And I know they wanted Motaz. They reached out to me, or their producer reached out to me to link them up with Motaz. And I told them Motaz would never do that. I tried to tell Steiny that as well. I'm working on trying to see if I can find someone that would actually go in front of this audience and talk to them and offer them the Palestinian position, the pro-Palestinian position, but it's very difficult. It's not helping these clowns, for the record. For those of you saying, stop helping these clowns, are you fucking stupid? This is about trying to get in front of as large an audience as possible, a person who has, you know, mental clarity, a person who is convincing, okay? This is more so to inform an uninformed audience. I'm sorry, this is not about doing PR. You guys can see it that way if you want, but I don't give a shit, okay? Even if it is technically damage control or some shit like that, I have my purpose here is to try and get the truth in front of as many people as possible, okay? It is going to be virtually impossible for them to get anyone who is like Palestinian after they interviewed literal Adolf Hitler. That's just the situation at hand. Anyway.
You have to know him well to appreciate it. And the last thing I tell you about him, okay? I mean, I could tell you many things, but he cuts through the chase. You know, he cuts through the BS. I have to spell out what BS is. He cuts through the BS. He goes right to the point, to the heart of the matter. And sometimes he says things that get right to things that people don't want to really think through. And he cuts to the bone. And that is an amazing quality because it lets you focus on the things that are important. So it's been an incredible partnership, both personally, but also for our two nations.
Did you have any type of relationship with Biden?
Not the same. I've known Biden for, 40 years? Almost as long. Well, both of them. Over the decades, it was a different relationship. It was a friendship, but also it evolved into, how shall I say this? Severe disagreements.
Like, what's severe disagreement? This is bullshit. Biden gave him everything he wanted and more. This is, once again, him trying to hit a partisan angle here to make it seem like there was any sort of fucking daylight between the Biden administration and the Trump administration. Okay? The only reason why he's saying that is so that he can win favor in his mind off of the NELKBOYS audience by being like, oh yeah, we had severe disagreements. Really? Because it didn't bear itself out in the fucking conflict. What was it? It was unlimited genocide then, and it's unlimited genocide now. Fantastic stuff from the Biden administration, by the way. Throwing everything in the tank, including the fucking election, losing the election to a goddamn monster, an idiotic, incompetent monster, as a matter of fact, who is accelerating American fascism in broad daylight so that they could continue Israel's genocide. Great stuff.
And with Donald Trump, we've had powerful agreements. And where there's no daylight between an American president and an Israeli prime minister, amazing things can happen. Like our common enemies who chant death to Israel, death to America, and want to develop atomic bombs and the means to deliver them to this city and to every part of America. All of a sudden, they're not so intimidating. All of a sudden,
Biden didn't let him bomb Iran. That training started under Biden. The training, the military campaign for bombing Iran, and the training by the U.S. Air Force to bomb Iranian nuclear sites, that mission that was conducted under Trump literally started under Biden. So, but of course, this is precisely the reason why Benjamin Netanyahu is never going to come to someone like myself, okay, and have a conversation like this with someone like myself, which was what the Nelk boys were asking as well to me yesterday. And I was like, there's obviously a difference between you and me in terms of like interviewing someone like Benjamin Netanyahu. There's a reason why he would never do this. There's a reason why he's doing the Nelk Boys podcast instead. Because when he says stuff like this, no one is going to call that into question.
Yeah, we can defeat them. All of a sudden, you can use these brave American pilots who come from around the world, drop it right over the bunker, and help us end the amazing feats of our soldiers and pilots. That's an amazing thing. It's good for America. It's good for the security of every single American.
How do you feel about the Americans' opinion on Israel right now?
Well, look, I think the broad segments of the American public support Israel, but I'm concerned that the young people in America, some of them are getting the wrong picture of Israel, vilification, demonization. You can feed them a lot of...
They're getting the wrong picture of Israel, which is why I'm here to address the right picture of Israel. And I'm doing a spectacularly bad job at it because everyone sees the one picture. And that is murdered, mutilated, starving children. That is the only picture. That's the only thing that is on people's minds. Israel's association with rebuilding, recrafting, and popularizing a previously like religious language like Hebrew, its nation state project, its advancements in pharmaceuticals, all this stuff gone. It's done. It's done. You are a cartoonishly evil Nazi country that is doing a child holocaust in broad daylight, in real time. Of course it's going to breed enmity. Of course it's going to breed resentment. And there's no amount of podcast that you can go on that will change that reality. Okay? It's just not. It's not gonna change anything. And Nelk boys are doing sympathization for them, yet we infantilize them doing this. I'm not. And I don't think anyone here is either. I don't know why you're saying we infantilize them doing this. I think you have to match this desperate attempt from Israel with like the impact that it's having. And if the goal here from Benjamin Netanyahu is to try and win favors and curry favors in the Nelk boys crowd, because in his mind he unironically thinks, I guess, or at least someone in his circle thinks that Nelk boys were directly responsible for Trump winning. Okay? Someone told him that the Nelk boys were the ticket to Trump's electoral victory. And this fucking moron believed that. Okay? That's why he's doing this. And that fucking moron is probably Dana White, for the record. It's probably Miriam Adelson and it's probably Dana White. Literally. These guys on the Republican side don't even know how they won the goddamn election. It's clear. Because of how you coddled them yesterday, you wouldn't be doing this for anyone else who platforms Sneeko, Tate, Trump, Netanyahu, etc. What are you talking about? Okay. What are you saying? I think a lot of you have a complete misunderstanding of fucking coddling. Why aren't you hunting people I disagree with for sport? Yeah, like, I don't think you know what that word is. I told them that I told the NELKBOYS that Benjamin Netanyahu used them like a fleshlight, that they gave the equivalent interview of like CNN, and that they would be tried in Nuremberg under normal circumstances in a similar fashion to journalists that actually propagandized for the Nazi state, and that they had basically done the equivalent of an Adolf Hitler interview. What part of that is coddling? I don't understand. Which is ironic because there are some bad faith actors in here who are like, why didn't you just fucking fly out to where they were and like beat them with your hands or something? While also simultaneously, I look at TikTok and half the fucking comments are like, Nick Fuentes was so based. Hasan could never actually pull off the incredible commentary that Nick Fuentes pulled off. And there are still dumb fucks who are hyper woke in my goddamn community who think that like I wasn't aggressive enough in my commentary.
Lies. So the only way you can fight lies is with the truth. How do you fight lies? You tell the truth, and you have to tell it as often and as intensely as the lies that are leveled against you. And that requires an effort. It's like another battlefield, you know. And I'm doing this podcast, among other things, to reach young people.
Of course.
You guys are pretty young. I mean,
30 years old.
30.
30.
That's young.
Yeah. What do you think the biggest misconceptions are about Israel?
Well, first of all, they don't know what kind of an open society it is, how pluralistic. I mean, we live in the heart of the Middle East, okay? Iran is not that far away. In Iran, they hang gays by cranes. In Israel, probably Tel Aviv is one of the, the most open, liberal-minded city on earth.
No. Don't hype that up too much. You know, remember, the Trump base is not that open to the gay stuff. It's not that woke. You know what I mean? It's not a good thing that Israel's woke like that. Anyway, yeah. In Iran, they hang gays by cranes. In Israel, we kill gays by fucking using American weapons on them. Okay?
Israel is a high.
We visited there, yeah.
No, it's completely different.
Our assistant's gay too. He had a good time.
Well, you could vouch.
Yeah, no, he had.
What's the difference between this and the stuff we have heard as a defense of Israel before? One line between all of them? No, of course not. There is no difference because there is no way to differentiate between Hasbara because the more people are aware of Israeli violence against the Palestinians, the less avenues Israel has to propagandize. So all of the fucking arguments basically become one. Israel's an apartheid state. Israel's an apartheid state committed to ethnic cleansing. Its societal underpinnings, its fundamentals are born out of this fascist ideology of Zionism, which is an ethno-religious supremacist ideology. It's a Jewish supremacist exterminationist ideology. Okay, it is no different than what the Nazis believed, but instead of the outgroup being Jews and socialists, communists, and the Roma population and whoever was not a part of the in group of the Ubermensch or the Volk. Okay, in this circumstance, Jews are a part of the in group, and the out group is everyone else in the vicinity. Okay, that's it. It's the same exact fucking ideology with the victims being swapped out for someone else. But that is precisely the reason why this, like I said, is no different than any other interview that any other Israeli envoy has on any other mainstream outlet. Okay? And it's actually being directed towards a group of, like a demographic that is even more resentful and more repulsed by Israel. Okay? So it's not. It's a spectacular failure on every front. That's what I mean.
So, you know, I mean, look at that. How about women? Okay. Women in Iran, they shoot the women. They shot this extraordinarily brave and beautiful woman, shot on the sidewalk because she showed too much hair. In Israel, women are, you know what women are.
They shot Masa Amini, I think. They can't even remember her name. Okay. How many fucking Palestinian women have you shot? How many Palestinian journalists have you assassinated? They killed Shireen Abu Akleh, who's an American citizen, dude. They did that in 2021. And then they raided her fucking funeral. Like, these guys have nothing. Israel has nothing. They can't be like, oh, Iran is so violent. Iran is so brutal. It's like, bro, you literally had a rape riot, a January 6th for rape, okay? It is a cartoonishly evil society by every fucking metric. What are you talking about? What are you even talking about here? Oh, look at Iran. Don't look at us. Look at Iran. All of our enemies are so much worse. Okay? All of our enemies are so scary. They're so much worse. They're so barbaric. They're so backwards. It's like, dog, we're not funding the Iranian government. We're funding your government. Okay? We're funding you. You are getting unlimited ammunition to kill Americans. You're getting unlimited protection from the United States of America at the global stage to continue doing shit that Iran could never do. Iran would not be able to pull that off. I'm sorry. It's just the truth, okay? People will talk a big game about Iran's domestic affairs or Iran's intervention in the fucking region, and that is not an adequate substitute for the conversation that we're having about Israel's intervention, because Israel's intervention half the time is why Iran is also intervening as a retaliation. This is not a value judgment on Iran's intervention, mind you, okay? I'm not saying that at all, but there is no comparison. There is no comparison. It's always getting back to silly ass substitutes to be like, well, look at Iran. Iran is doing this. Iran is doing that. It's like, bro, you're Israel, okay? Let's talk about what Israel is doing.
Say what the difference is, okay? So I had this young woman officer in my military secretariat. You know, the prime minister has military secretariat, and usually has a general and it has staff assistants. One of the staff assistants was this young woman, pilot, navigator, on leave from the Air Force to do this work in the Prime Minister's office. You know what she did now? She was flying over the skies of Tehran, you know, attacking this horrible regime that tyrannizes the women in Tehran. That's the difference. The women there get shot on the sidewalk, and an Israeli woman pilot helps up.
Yeah, they're stopping the Iranian women from being terrorized by the regime by doing what? Killing them with American bombs. Sick. We got woke girl boss pilots doing the bombing campaign that is woke to liberate the Iranian women from their horrible circumstances. Thank God.
Liberate Iran, quite the women of Iran. And boy, that's a big difference. And that's true of everything. It's true of nightlife. It's true of the startup nation, the incredible ingenuity and entrepreneurship, incredible freedom. Israel is a paragon of freedom in an area that doesn't exactly enjoy freedom. And to have young Americans march and support these mass rapists, these people who beheaded men, who burned.
Once again, mass rapists. I don't know if you're talking about Israel, because you should be talking about Israel, because Israel had a policy where they tried to prosecute at 6 of the concentration camp guards at Sidi Tayman prison, okay? It is a concentration camp where they would pack up Palestinians from the Gaza Strip and then ship them off into this concentration camp, okay? 6 of the concentration camp guards were caught on camera, on CCTV footage, raping the Palestinian prisoners to death. Okay? Raping them to death. The Israeli government knew that there was an ICC prosecution being conducted into war crimes. So they wanted to use the principle of complementarity to defend themselves as a shield, to be like, see, we're actually investigating ourselves and we won't find any wrongdoing, but we're investigating ourselves nonetheless. So you can't investigate us, because that's how international organs of justice work. International organs of justice can only investigate and prosecute you for war crimes if you are not sufficiently dealing with the war crimes that you are committing. So knowing that, they literally, knowing that there was a UN report coming out on sexual violence that the Israeli state was committing to, was committing against the Palestinians, that they tried to at least prosecute some of these rapists. Okay? What happened? Israeli society got out and did a pro-rape riot, and they forcibly released all of the concentration camp guards that had done a rape. They literally had a pro-rape January 6th. They were armed, and they forcibly released these concentration camp guards. There was an emergency session in the Israeli Knesset where one of Benjamin Netanyahu's own party members unironically said that their concentration camp guards had a right to rape Palestinians. They had a right to rape them. That's what he said. This is all on camera. It sounds made up because it's so insane. But it's not made up at all. It is literally on camera. Many people, obviously, are completely oblivious to this fucking reality because Western media does not cover it. And the reason why Western media does not cover it is because if Western media did cover it, the Israeli approval ratings that are already incredibly fucking low would be so goddamn low that people would be demanding military intervention. If your parents knew what you knew about what goes on in Israel, they would be demanding military intervention. They'd be like, we have to invade. We have to invade Israel with our military force to put an end to this fucking madness. Okay? Western media understands this reality, which is why they literally outflank Israeli publications when it comes to covering all of the fucking madness and all of the violence that unfolds in Israel. Okay? That is precisely the reason why, like Haaretz or even Ynet, which is a right-wing institution, it's a right-wing outlet, it's a right-wing Israeli newspaper, has better coverage on all of the affairs of the military and the misconduct in the military than fucking the New York Times does. Because the New York Times has the New York Times understands its readership and does not want its readership to despise Israel. So it cannot accurately convey events that are unfolding in Israel. But I will go even further. Remember, this man in the middle right there is the primary rapist. And at first he went on television to talk about how he had a right to rape the Palestinian prisoners to death. Then he unmasked himself and became a television personality. That's right. The Israeli soldier who was caught raping Palestinians on camera is now being honored and celebrated like a celebrity star at shows in Israel.
מאיר בן שטרית שהתמודד עם הנוח'בות בשדה תימן ועכשיו מתמודד עם האשמות קשות וכולנו רוצים לשמוע מה יש לו להגיד וגם יהיה... תגיד לי, למה אתה עומד ככה?
כי גם אני יכול להיות כוח 100, תראה את הגודל שלך.
אתה?
לא בדיוק.
And if it were true, Israeli rabbi defends soldiers accused of raping Palestinian prisoner. A video shows a rabbi in Israel blessing a soldier accused of raping Palestinian detainee, defending his actions, even if the soldier is to be found guilty. I'm sorry, dog. You can't have your fucking prime minister running around and being like, oh, these guys were fighting are rapists. They're rapist beheaders. Yeah, over a year after their arrest, 5 Israeli soldiers accused of beating and sexually abusing a Palestinian detainee at Sde Teiman have yet to face trial. Now a military judge recommends mediation instead. The Israeli military has offered more severe penalties to Israeli Jewish soldiers in the military that cook hot dogs on fucking Saturday than rapists who raped Palestinian prisoners in a concentration camp on CCTV. Yes, because Jews are obviously not supposed to work on Saturday. It's Shabbos. So when the Israeli occupying force soldiers actually went to a fucking kitchen and cooked up hot dogs, they got a more severe penalty than these fucking rapists did. This is also precisely the reason why someone like Benjamin Netanyahu is never going to do a fucking interview with someone like myself, obviously.
Babies alive. I'm talking about the Hamas monsters. Is that their ideal? They don't know nothing. I mean, they don't know what they're talking about. And I want to bring that truth to them. So Israel is a great free society and the best partner that America has anywhere on earth.
Great people there for sure. When we visited, everyone was so welcoming and people were inviting us over for dinner and stuff. But I see, like, that's the thing too. I'm not claiming to be an expert too, but I'll just read stuff on like X and like people will say like Israel's killing babies or like they're starving people.
That's completely false. In fact, the reason we have civilian casualties in Gaza is because Hamas, who are basically horrible murderers and killers, okay, committed to our...
Oh my God. What a different opinion from Benjamin Netanyahu. NELKBOYS don't even like actually call into question whether he's like murdering children, something that we know is happening. Without a sliver of doubt here, okay? That is 100% happening. We know it's happening. We see it happening every fucking day. According to reports from the UN, Israel is killing a classroom full of children every single day. Israel has killed a classroom full of kids every single day since October 8th, 2023. Okay? Oh, well, I see comments on Twitter of people accusing Israel of like, slaughtering children. It's like, that's not comments on Twitter. It's just an accurate reflection of reality. But of course, he instantly turns around and says exactly what any Israeli official would say on any other fucking mainstream media outlet. He turns around and says, oh, Hamas are using children as human shields. Bullshit. It's fucking bullshit.
Destruction and your destruction. They say so openly. I mean, they say the big enemy, the real enemy, the great Satan is America. And Israel is the small Satan. But it's a small Satan that is standing in their way of conquering with other Iranian proxies, conquering the Middle East, and then we move on to you. So America is the great Satan, and America, needs to disappear. And we stand in their way. But one of the things you have to understand...
Hamas is a national liberation group. Okay, their goals are simply to end the Israeli occupation. Hamas has never committed an act of terror or military conquest outside of the occupied Palestinian territories. Okay? Never. They never have. Just so you understand. He doesn't even make an effort to lie. Like, he went in there knowing these. Yeah, I mean, exactly. He used them, as I said, and I didn't watch this interview, but I knew that this was going to happen. He used them as a fucking. So what was the October attack then? October 7th? Did you not hear me say occupied Palestinian territory, like historic Palestinian territory? Wasn't that Hamas? I'm losing my mind. No, that wasn't just Hamas. That was the entirety of the Palestinian liberation groups, okay? It was the entire resistance front. And that is literally within the confines of historic Palestinian territory. What the fuck are you talking about? Do you think October 7 took place in, I don't know, Washington, D.C. or something? What are you talking about? It's the same thing with the Taliban. Not to defend the Taliban, but there were shouts of how America will be attacked if the Taliban came back into power. So far, nothing. These are groups that are interested in gaining sovereignty for themselves and for their people. Okay? Ultimately, it does not matter. Technically, it does with supporters. There is a difference between Al-Qaeda and ISIS, which are invested in conquest. Okay? They are invested in conquest. They are internationalists. They are what is known as like jihadist terrorists. When someone says like, oh, this person is a jihadi terrorist, like they're talking about Al-Qaeda. They're talking about ISIS. They're talking about these groups that operate internationally, these groups that have a larger conquest in mind. Okay, there are many different formations. There are many different formations of these groups, and there are different branches. Like in Syria, ISIS has the Al-Nusra Front, for example. Okay? And they get a tremendous amount of tremendous amount of funding from our ally, Saudi Arabia. They get training in our other allied state, Pakistan. Okay? Yes, ISIS and Al-Qaeda are trying to establish a global caliphate. There's a difference between an internationalist and a nationalist Islamist or even Salafist group. Yes. ISIS in Syria isn't al-Nusra. It's called the government there. Okay, that's a different point. That's a... You know, that's, yes, you're not wrong. HTS, Jelani, these are different branches of the same fucking grouping that have also engaged in infighting, but none of that really matters at this point. Okay, HTS is Al-Qaeda. Chatter is being racist towards Islamist terrorist groups. Anyway. Yes, ISIS and al-Nusra didn't get along. They're more Al-Qaeda. It doesn't matter. The point I'm trying to make is that these guys, these groups, these militancies have expansionist interests in mind, and they operate within the confines, if they have an opportunity to operate within the confines of like the Western world as well, okay? Hamas, on the other hand, has one singular goal in mind because it is a simple expression of the emancipatory need of Palestinians. That's why we always say, if it's not Hamas today, it's going to be Hamas 2 tomorrow. Because as long as the Israeli occupation continues, as long as death and destruction continues against Palestinians, there's always going to be some kind of resistance against that. It is legal and moral to resist against occupation under international law. It's legal under international law. And it is also the moral thing to do. Of course you're going to resist. What the fuck do you mean? Yes. Bin Laden did not fight for a sustained and coherent national movement with concrete goals within a limited geography. He represented a murderous transnational ideology that is loathed by most of the world, including and especially Arabs and Muslims. The same goes for, obviously, ISIS as well. Like, a lot of people misunderstood the point that I was making as far as, like, ISIS and its operations in the region. Muslims, Arabs as a whole, not just Muslims, but Arabs and the Yazidi population, the Kurds, they all despise ISIS. The reason why they despise ISIS is because those are ISIS' primary targets. And a lot of people were incredibly Islamophobic in my assessment, where they were like, oh, why does ISIS never attack Israel? They only seemingly go after Muslims. And I was using Muslim as a catch-all term for everyone that's in the region. They were like, oh, you're erasing the Yazidi genocide. I'm not. You're a fucking moron. You just added that into your equation, okay? The point is, everyone in the region fucking hates ISIS. Everyone there takes up arms against ISIS, including, but not limited to, Iran. And we got ISIS after he was killed, which, by the way, was fought by Arab and Muslim armies. Moron. Exactly. Killing bin Laden didn't cause 100 other bin Ladens to take his place. It was actually an enormous blow to al-Qaeda they never fully recovered from. ISIS and al-Qaeda has consistently put up LeBron numbers in terms of killing Arabs, in terms of killing Kurds, in terms of killing Yazidis, in terms of killing the Druze population. They have literally exclusively destroyed the livelihoods of people living there. They have under limited circumstances had like lone wolf attacks, I believe, in Israel, which they apologized for. And Israel itself has accidentally shot and killed ISIS fighters, which they apologized for, and also offered medical treatment to ISIS militants, as a matter of fact. Why is that? Yeah, not everyone in the region hates ISIS. There's one country that doesn't really hate ISIS that much. That country is Israel. So when I call this into question, people go, oh, this is an anti-Semitic conspiracy. Okay, dude. Everything is blood libel, I guess. Everything is anti-Semitism, including an accurate reflection of events that unfolded.
Gaza is the densest urban environment you can find, and Hamas embeds itself in the civilian population of Gaza, the Palestinians, okay? We tell the Palestinians, hey, leave, because after they butchered us and raped our women and beheaded our men and burned our babies, we have to remove this threat. So we come in to take care of the Hamas terrorists. But the Hamas terrorists don't leave the civilian neighborhoods. And we say to the civilians, we call them up because we have their telephone numbers. We say, leave, please leave. We send them leaflets, millions of leaflets, please leave.
Dude, you guys are so nice. Oh, the illegal occupation and blockade that you have over an entire 2 million population of indigenous people that you have literally pushed into this strip, which is one of the most densely populated open prisons on the fucking planet. You send leaflets before you bomb their homes. That's sick. Yeah, they have their telephone numbers. Exactly. One must call into question how you have the telephone numbers and the population registry of all of these people in this supposedly sovereign state. How is that possible? And if you have this level of intelligence, how have you bombed every single fucking building in the Gaza Strip? Why have you bombed every single building in the Gaza Strip? That's the question. Real confusing. Perhaps it's because this is not a military conquest or a military campaign at all. It is just pure ethnic cleansing. That is the goal here. That's it. This is what happens when you have an entire population, an entire indigenous population under the thumb of brutal military occupation, criminal military occupation. They do not get trials under the civil governance division. They do not go to a regular court. The judge, jury, executioner is a random fucking Nazi dipshit that's 19 years old and hopped up on fumes that wants to do permanent fucking ethnic cleansing in the strip. That's the judge, jury, and executioner. And everyone that is in the crosshairs is an enemy. I don't think the medical assistance thing is really proof. Every country has a responsibility to treat wounded combatants, and every group and country active in the region has treated wounded ISIS fighters. Israel is actively funding ISIS affiliates in Gaza. Though, so you're not far off. Yeah, Israel famously always takes its responsibility of treating wounded combatants so seriously. Like when they treat wounded combatants by fucking killing them in their hospital beds, either by drone fire or by directly fucking directly dressing up as doctors, entering a West Bank hospital and fucking shooting a militant to death in their hospital bed. One must ask the question why ISIS soldiers get different treatment than anyone that actually resists against the state of Israel. That's the point. Israel is not particularly known for following the rules of combat and the rules of war.
We do everything that is possible that no army has done. They want to leave. You know what Hamas does? They shoot them. You say, we want you
to... Yeah, that's fucking bullshit. Hamas shoots them. Okay, dude. Like, it's so crazy. It's so crazy to me that, like, Hamas, everything is filmed on the Gaza Strip. Every single thing. And yet, for some reason, there's no footage of this. There's no footage of, like, the Hamas militants lining up Palestinians and just shooting them for the crime of wanting to leave. It's so strange that the only thing we see is Israeli bombs. Israel has 24/7 surveillance. Israel has drones all over the Palestinian civilian population. They're constantly surveilling the Palestinian civilian population. They're constantly assassinating the Palestinian civil population. And yet, for some reason, they just never catch it in the action. Hamas is just like secretly so good at fucking killing Palestinians that are trying to escape. Palestinians are like, please don't let us be human shields. We don't want to be human shields. And then Hamas just like goes, no, you have to be a human shield. We're going to kill you if you don't. Is the only reason ISIS doesn't invade and take over the Gaza Strip the threat of America? What? No, ISIS has tried to operate within the Gaza Strip. Hamas has executed ISIS militants in the Gaza Strip. Hamas and ISIS are in combat with one another. They are belligerents to one another. ISIS has actively tried to take over the Gaza Strip. Hamas has killed them. Hamas has jailed the ISIS militancy. You know what Israel did? Israel released those prisoners from jail in the chaos of the endless bombing campaign and now actively recruit those Hamas militants that were working in the Gaza Strip. It's known as the Popular Front, as a matter of fact. They use Israeli weapons. They use Israeli gear. They get to operate in the red zone in Rafah under an Israeli bunker. That's their command center. His name is Abu Shabab. Drug dealers and ISIS, did I say Hamas militants? Sorry. ISIS affiliates, ISIS combatants have always operated or tried to operate within the Gaza Strip. Hamas has killed them. Okay? Hamas has killed them. Hamas has jailed them. One of the ways that ISIS tries to operate in the Gaza Strip is through illicit drug trafficking. This is how they finance their affairs in the Gaza Strip. Okay? They use the same tunnel systems that Hamas is supposedly gun running through to bring in drugs into the Gaza Strip, Captagon and many others. Okay? But since October 7, as obviously there's no more civil governance affairs in the Strip and it's a complete chaos, a lot of those very same guys that a lot of those ISIS affiliates and ISIS militants have escaped prison and are now working under the banner of Israel. Both are terrorists. Who cares? Hamas bad. Terrorists. Maybe you should just rule the world because you're so smart and right. I love that this is just like a complete fucking, you've given up on making any sort of coherent argument. So you're just like, oh, okay, look at this smart guy. I'm not a particularly smart person. I might be a little bit more knowledgeable than you are on this issue, but it's just so strange that you fucking turn around and you just openly admit, like, I've given up. Huh, look at this smart fucking guy. I actually wasn't aware October 7th was in the Gaza area and it was considered occupied Palestine. Did my research. My bad for chatting. No, October 7th wasn't in the Gaza area. What are you talking about? It's in the Gaza envelope, which is a part, it's beyond the green line, but that is still occupied, historic occupied Palestinian territory. Israel is technically under historic occupied Palestinian territory, British Mandatory Palestine, Palestinian territory under Ottoman rulership. I'm saying that Hamas has never encouraged like lone wolf attacks outside of occupied territories. Okay? They have never encouraged, like ISIS does, lone wolf attacks in the Western world, for example. They've never done that. Because their goal is singular. It is the emancipation. It's an end to the occupation. It's an emancipation of the Palestinian people. It is so that the Palestinian people get sovereignty. And the problem here is that that seems like a reasonable goal. Okay? That's the reality. The reality is Hamas, regardless of their tactics, regardless of the war crimes that were committed on October 7, have a just goal. And this is a big problem for a lot of Americans because it just like recircuits it fries their brain when they're like, wait a minute. So the people that I'm supposed to think are the bad guys are actually doing something that I think is like a totally honest and just goal. That doesn't make any sense. That's the problem. That's what's so scary for a lot of people. They can't contend with that reality where they're like, everyone has always told me Israel are the good guys. Everyone has always told me that these guys are our allies. Now you're telling me that our allies are actually the enemy here, and they're doing something so unconscionable, so immoral, and the people that they're doing it to, that I've been conditioned into thinking are scary Muslim guys and historically bad guys that deserve all the death and destruction, are actually, they have a reasonable goal. That's the problem. That is precisely the reason why the terrorism application here, the vague and illegal definition of terrorism is so useful for a lot of people. You could just go, they're both terrorists and move on. There is no distinction there. That just means everyone that's affiliated with them or associated with them deserve death and destruction. It causes people to refuse to reckon with the reality on the ground. It causes people to refuse to even think that these guys might have a logical thought pattern here, that they're not simply operating on the barbaric notion that they want to fucking rape and decapitate as many Israelis as they possibly can. Because the moment that you actually escape the matrix, if I'm going to use like an Andrew Tate style term here, and start to realize that no, these guys aren't these like barbaric fucking demonic hordes, and they actually have a totally understandable desire to no longer be occupied and murdered by the state of Israel, all of a sudden, you have a very different approach to this conversation. All of a sudden, it becomes incredibly hard to justify Israel's actions. Many people will never take that leap in the United States of America. Many people are never going to take that leap. And that's precisely the reason why, because I explain this concept to 35,000, 40,000 people at a fucking time, that the Israeli state sees me as a fucking threat, a massive threat that needs to be eliminated, one that needs to be deplatformed. That's precisely the reason why so many people come in here and say, you're a terrorist, you love terrorism, you're a terrorist every fucking day, because they would rather keep saying that instead of reckoning with the reality that Israel is doing a genocide. And understandably, people are going to resist against that genocide. And they not only have the legal right to resist in arms against the Israeli occupation that is criminal, that is illegal, that is doing a genocide, but they also have a moral responsibility to do so. That's it. No Hamas attacks outside of Palestine? Was the global day of jihad a joke to you? Exactly. Exactly. It's just invented. It's like purely fabricated nonsense. So if you're coming in here and you've seen clips or something, and you've watched other people consistently say, oh, Hasan's a terrorist, Hasan's a terrorist, Hasan's a terrorist, just think, okay? Just think for a moment. Take a deep breath and think for a moment. if Hamas's goals are purely emancipatory and it is to actually liberate the Palestinian population, it is to actually allow Palestinians to have sovereignty and no longer live under the oppressive thumb of the Israeli occupation that is murdering every single Palestinian without any distinction whatsoever. Do you think this contextualization of Hamas's goals and all of the Palestinian resistance goals, which is unified, is a unified front, regardless of their ideological differences, regardless of their differences in tactics, don't you feel like you were maybe wrong initially in the way that you approach the subject matter? Because many people understand that Israel's doing a genocide. They see it. They recognize it. Okay? They see that. But then they have no solution to it, where they're like, they're doing a genocide, but I guess every single person has to just sit idly by and take it. Okay? No resistance here, please. Do not resist against an occupational force that has been murdering your family and stealing your homes for 80 fucking years, because God forbid if you do that, you'll be branded a terrorist and you're a scary bad guy. That's it. They don't want you to take that leap. They don't want you to look at this with a logical framework. I don't know how you can follow the news and not think it unless you're totally in the throes of exceptionalism. A lot of people are. A lot of people are in the throes of exceptionalism. That's the problem.
Because we want to have civilian casualties, because then they can show it on CNN or all these other networks and so on and claim that Israel is deliberately doing this. We're not deliberately doing anything. We'd like them to leave. And in fact, successively during the war, it's been now a year and a half, they finally do leave, most of them. So we've minimized those casualties, but it's not because we seek to have civilian casualties. It's because Hamas wants them. They're willing to sacrifice their own children, their own families, both because they don't really care for human life, but also because they think it's very good propaganda against us. And if they just let...
It's very good propaganda against us. Again, so stupid. It's like, okay, if you know that it's propaganda, if dead children are all... Because that's the only negative consequence of like murdering children from Benjamin Netanyahu's perspective, because he's a truly repulsive, evil man. So he says the only negative byproduct of like murdering Palestinian children is that we look bad. Okay, then don't do it. Don't murder the fucking children. What an incredible way to solve this issue. It's so dumb. Oh, oopsie. I guess I fucking fell into the trap again. Here I go again. You know, Hamas knows I have an insatiable appetite for baby murder. Like, it doesn't even make sense within the logical confines that they're trying to develop, because it's such a stupid fucking argument. You're not a natural disaster. You are a nation state, a criminal nation state that has an endless bloodlust for the ethnic cleansing of as many Palestinians as possible, regardless of whether they're men, women, or children. And you make it seem as though you have no control over your own fucking actions. Like, oh, Hamas duped us again. Okay, well, you're the dumbest person on the planet then, I guess. It's the easiest thing on the planet not to kill children, okay? Billions of people do it every day.
Them leave the war zone, get to the safe parts, safe havens that we've created in Gaza. No one would be hurt. And the minute Hamas lays down its arms, surrenders.
By the way, all of this is bullshit, because like in Israeli media, they very openly maintain the position that they are invested in the permanent occupation of Gaza and the permanent ethnic cleansing of Gaza. So when he says, oh, we're putting them in safe havens and safe zones, that's bullshit. They move the entire population around deliberately over and over again, and they bomb the fucking safe zones. Okay? They don't even call them safe zones because there's a legal distinction. That is a legal designation, so they call them safer zones. Okay? And they do. They bomb them. They bomb the tent cities over and over and over again. They concentrate them into an increasingly smaller area, and then they bomb that small-ass area. And there are no more fucking flyers that they release anyway. It's complete fucking bullshit. Many reports in the field say Israeli soldiers are mainly just doing home demolitions, not searching for the hostages American media portrays. Netanyahu said he ramped up home demolitions to push people to permanently leave the Strip because their goal is the permanent ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian population of the Gaza Strip. They have made that clear. They have said it over and over again. They've been saying it since October 8, as a matter of fact. They've been saying it since October 7, as a matter of fact. Every single day, they openly say we have to kill every single one of these demons. Every single day, there's another Israeli official that's like, we want to do genocide. We are doing genocide. We want to keep doing genocide. We love doing genocide. We love killing Palestinian children. And the American media goes, I can't hear you. What did you say? Did you say that you have a honest and just goal, an honest and just military goal here to release the hostage? Is that what you're saying? To release the hostages militarily? Okay, that's what we're going to report on. And it's so fucking crazy because it's become this undeniable reality. Even the dumbest guy you know has seen enough murdered children that are starving in the fucking Gaza Strip that they obviously, this kind of messaging doesn't work anymore, regardless of the fucking media interest in it, in defending Israel's unjustifiable ethnic cleansing campaign.
Maybe we let them leave Gaza. That's the end of the war. No one gets hurt.
What would your message be to Palestinians that just want to have like a peaceful life?
Get rid of Hamas. Help us get rid of Hamas. They torment you. They oppress you. They shoot you in the back of the head. If you want to leave the war zone, they kill you. And if you say a word in protest, they'll kill you. If you're gay.
Hamas is not a fundamentalist religious group. A Hamas fighter could literally be a Christian or atheist. You don't need a religious reason to join Hamas when you're facing annihilation and genocide. It's not also just Hamas either. Al-Qassam is only one wing of the Palestinian militant resistance. Okay, you have the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, DFLP. You have the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, PFLP. You have the Palestinian Islamic Jihad movement. They have their own military wing. These are all different parties that are unified under one goal, which is the emancipation of all Palestinian people. Okay? That's it. Hamas is just a catch-all term because they've been branded as like the arch villain here in this story. That's it. This is something that I kept repeating over and over again since October 7. Okay? That this wasn't a military conquest or a military campaign simply conducted by Hamas or Al-Qassam, if you want to be specific with it. Okay? It is a nationalist front for the liberation of Palestine. It is an emancipatory movement. It is comprised of every type of Palestinian ideology. Okay? The only people that are not participating in it are collaborators of the Israeli state. Even fucking Fatah was a part of it. A part of October 7. Like, it's ridiculous. Yes. PIJ and Al-Qassam are the most relevant at this point. PFLP and DFLP barely exist. One must ask the question why PFLP and DFLP barely exist. Many of them were the Christian Palestinians, for the record. I wonder why. Well, the reason why is because Israel fucking killed them. Israel assassinated them over and over again.
You're in bad shape, really bad shape. And if you are a woman, you're chattel, you're nothing. Your property. That's the opposite of everything we believe in. We, I say, it's not only Israel, it's you. Mm-hmm. So we're the same.
How do you respond to, like, I'd say there's a lot of American support from the females, from the gays towards Palestine. So how does that make any sense?
That's, gays for Gaza is like chickens for KFC. I mean, that's insane. The whole thing is absurd. Chickens for KFC, right? Gays for Gaza. Or,
repeat it again, dude. It didn't hit the first time. Maybe if you repeat the joke, it'll come across funnier. Oh, it's like chickens for KFC. Allyship is not transactional. I don't give a fuck what someone's point of view is. Okay? I don't care. Like, I don't look through the logs of every Jewish person that was slaughtered in the Holocaust to be like, I wonder if they've had any problematic opinions. No, that is a fucking crime regardless. You know what I mean? It's so stupid. Many people understand this reality. Not only is it fucking overblown, like the mistreatment of gays is completely overblown. Israel itself has a litany of different issues, despite the fact that it presents itself as a Western liberal moral democracy. It has a litany of different homophobic problems. Israel is a nation state where like race mixing is technically not allowed. Okay, let alone interfaith marriages, let alone fucking gay marriage. You have to go to Cyprus to get gay married, okay? And not only that, but the largest number of LGBT Palestinian population murders have come in the hands of the United States and Israel, not Hamas. Okay? It's so fucking stupid. None of this makes sense if you are even a little bit knowledgeable about Israel's activity, Israel's behavior, or Palestinian existence in general. The only, first of all, as far as sodomy or homosexuality being criminalized, it's not in the West Bank, just so you understand. And the only fucking anti-sodomy law that is in existence in the Gaza Strip is a fucking holdover from British occupation. It doesn't fucking matter. They overextend. What they use as an argument, if you want to really know about the background of this, is that Israel knows that there are gay Palestinians. So what they do is they'll send in the Mossad, or they'll use they'll use spyware, or they'll honey trap gay Palestinians and blackmail them with footage of them engaging in homosexual acts to collaborate with the Israeli state, which is inherently a very anti-queer action to begin with. They go in and they literally film Palestinians doing gay shit, and then they blackmail them. And they don't blackmail them because Palestinian society is homophobic. They blackmail them in the same way that you would blackmail anyone with revenge porn, whether it's straight sex or gay sex. It doesn't fucking matter. And then the internal affairs of Hamas, Yahya Sinwar's job straight up was this, okay? He was one of the enforcers of Hamas in his history. The job of enforcers within the Hamas movement, within their civil governance affairs, is to find collaborators and then they execute them, which is fucked up. Okay, I agree. It's incredibly fucked up. But to turn around and use that to be like, these guys are homophobic and therefore they deserve death is fucking stupid. Okay? Okay, that sounds anti-Semitic, man. I know. Everything I say about Israel sounds anti-Semitic because it's like a fucking criminal enterprise that is doing like comic book levels of evil. This does not work. This does not make any sense. Nobody cares about the militancy when the much larger crime, or the reason for the militancy to exist, is the apartheid regime or is the colonial enterprise. In this circumstance, that is Israel. The colonial entity sets the standard of violence. And the more violent the colonial entity gets, in this case Israel, the more violent the resistance gets as a response to the violence from the colonial entity. Okay? People try to say this about Ansar Allah too. They're like, oh, Ansar Allah is homophobic. Yeah, they are. Hassan Nasrallah is homophobic. Yeah, he is. Is that why he was killed by Israel? Because he was homophobic? Is that what we're doing? We're killing homophobes now? We're just like fucking using JDAMs to kill a bunch of people in a fucking crowded neighborhood to get the one guy who's homophobic? No, he was killed because he was resisting against Israel. Okay? People only use the homophobia of Ansar Allah to try and justify any sort of like militant response to them. It's fucking moronic. Okay? Easy Company was homophobic. America was a segregationist, homophobic, misogynistic fucking hellhole in its domestic affairs. Does that take away from Easy Company's actions against the Nazi regime? No. So shut the fuck up. You don't make that calculation when it comes to Americans and the American military, the Allied forces in World War II. So why the fuck are you trying to make that calculation right now? Especially when Israel has killed a fuck ton more gay people than Hamas ever could or Ansar Allah ever could. It's so fucking stupid.
Women for the women of Gaza. What are you talking about? You know, they're completely subjugated. They've got this death cult that is contaminated. So you can push this stuff on TikTok or whatever on the stuff, but you can't build peace or security on the rocks. They'll crash. I mean, these things will crash on the rocks of Middle Eastern realities. You can only build peace on truth and reality, not on deliberate falsified fantasy.
Why do they say Israel's like starving the people of Gaza?
Well,
yeah, why do they say that? Because it's true. Among 18 to 29-year-olds, who do you sympathize more with? Palestinians, 44%. Both equally, 19%. Israelis, 14%. Unsure, 23%. We got to get those numbers up, Americans. This is a YouGov poll from July 21st. Those numbers, listen, if you think you hate Israel enough, you don't hate Israel enough, okay? Not enough. Sorry. Got to get those numbers up.
Because we're trying to get the food in, and we let food trucks in, and guess what happens? When
I got to pee.
Hamas steals the food, takes the good chunk for itself, then sells at inflated prices. They jack up the prices, and then they sell the food to its population, to its hungry population, if they give them at all. And then use the money that they take from their own people to recruit more killers into their terror machine. That's what happens.
Why are more Palestinians not siding with Israel against Hamas then?
Well, up to now, they've been terrorized. But guess what's happened? Since we're beating Hamas, all of a sudden we see Palestinians rising. You have to see this to believe this, okay? And they say to Hamas, hey, you're not coming into my building. You know, you can't use my school or this hospital as your command post. We're not letting you. And they start fighting them. Now we have actually armed conflict between Palestinians and terrorists. It was unimaginable a year and a half ago. But now there are Palestinians who rise up. And, you know, the more the better, because we can create a different future for Gaza. And we should also do something very simple that President Trump said, and it was brilliant. So that's my idea. That's how he cuts to the chase. He says, you know, at the end of this war, the people of Gaza should have the choice. If they want to leave for other countries, they want a freedom of choice. Why are they locked in? Hell, we're not locking them in. Anybody could leave, but Hamas is locking them in. Suppose they want to leave. They want to go to another country, okay? Why shouldn't they have the freedom of choice to do that? Because this is all upside down, you know? The victim of this horrible terrorism is called the aggressor. The people who are oppressed by Hamas are seen as supporting Hamas. Give them a choice. Give them freedom.
I can't stand this motherfucker, bro. Hamas is stealing the food, stealing the humanitarian aid. Wrong. No evidence ever shown for this. Complete bullshit. Israel is, even if they were, by the way, even if they were, Israel has under no obligation to stop the flow of aid into the fucking Gaza Strip because that aid has to reach the civilian population. Wrong. Okay? Not only is there already a mechanism of aid distribution that existed in the fucking Strip that worked, okay, in spite of the horrifying realities, Israel stopped this aid from going in. There are thousands of trucks waiting to go into the fucking Gaza Strip. Israel is the only fucking limit here. The aid, under all of these horrifying circumstances, was still reaching the Gazan population. Israel stopped it for that reason. Israel started with the Mossad and the CIA, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, as a scheme. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has pitched itself as the only mechanism that can adequately do deconfliction with the Israeli state. Why do they pitch themselves as that? Because they are a de facto part of the Israeli state. They operate in unison with the IDF, American and Israeli mercenaries working on the Strip to offer a crumb of food to the starving Gazan population. It's literally perfidy. It is illegal. That is precisely the reason why the UN and every single humanitarian group has criticized the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation for stopping the flow of aid and becoming the only way to actually give any food to the Palestinians. It's fucking bullshit.
Give them a life and give them a future. They can't have that with these Hamas stormtroopers. But the amazing thing is, you know, I come here and I see these protests. The people who are protesting for Hamas and against Israel, they burn American flags. They're not only
Nobody cares. I don't give a fuck if they wipe their ass with the American flag. Okay? I don't care. I don't care. Stop killing them. Stop killing them. It does not matter. Who gives a fuck? I'm serious. Who gives a fuck? It's so stupid, dude. It is ridiculous. Oh, is that why you're doing a genocide? Because they're burning the American flag? Oh, great. Oh, shit. I was so scared. Stop killing children, and maybe they won't fucking hate America any longer.
The flag of Israel, they burn American flags. They're anti-American. They're not MAGA. They're not supporters. You know, who do they support? You know who they support? They support Iran and its proxy, Hamas or Hezbollah. What does Iran do? Just understand, people who support Iran or speak on its behalf. Iran tried to assassinate President Trump.
Oh my God, he's trying so fucking hard. Steiny with the why don't more Palestinians side with Israel? I wonder why. Maybe because they're fucking murdering them. That's a great question. If you were to entertain that question and go through the logical steps. And not simply assume that Palestinians are fucking barbaric animals who have just unlimited anti-Semitism, Jew hatred in their bloods. You would perhaps investigate this a little bit further and realize that, oh, they hate Israel because Israel's killing them. Israel's killing their families. Israel's blown up every school. Israel's blown up every hospital in the Strip. Israel's destroyed their lives. Israel's doing a fucking genocide. Of course they're going to hate Israel. This is so much worse than the Nelk boys led on in your talk yesterday. Yeah. They relied on me not watching the fucking interview, but it doesn't matter. I was right, by the way. I didn't even watch this interview, and I knew exactly how this interview was going to unfold. Do you want to know why? I didn't need to watch a single second of this interview to correctly and adequately clock exactly what took place in this interview, because there is no other way to defend Israel. You have to say the same exact lies over and over again. And I know that Steiny and Kyle are not equipped to push back against these lies. They're just not. And I've heard these exact same talking points for decades at this point. They have not changed. So it seems like I didn't need to fucking watch the interview to understand exactly why this would be bad. You want to know why I didn't need to watch this interview to know that it would be a bad interview in general? Because of the very fact that Benjamin Netanyahu, who notoriously refuses to interview with Israeli media, went to the NELKBOYS podcast. Because even CNN would probably offer a little bit more pushback than they would. That's it. That's why I told them that they were being used like a fleshlight. Okay? They were being used by the Israeli state to do PR. And it's something that, like, you know, I think Steiny also recognized as well, which is why he said, well, you know, people promote stuff all the time, which is why I said this when he said, oh, well, people promote stuff on, they go on tours all the time. They promote stuff all the time on our podcast. They're using you guys to look good.
Hasan, bro, why does anybody, Hasan, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Hasan, anyone goes on a podcast to promote whatever they're doing.
Yeah, but they're not. But Benjamin Netanyahu's not promoting a book, dog. He's promoting a genocide.
Bro,
that's the point.
OJ
They're you. He's not unveiling like a new release. This didn't make it on Reddit too positive for you. It doesn't matter. Redditors in specific subreddits that operate on fuck Hasan more than anything else are lower than dirt, okay? They have no motion. They only have their echo chambers. They're fucking losers living in an echo chamber where they just try to find any fucking thing that they can grab onto to be like, no, he's bad. I promise you he's bad. But the reason why they do that is because this kind of shit goes viral everywhere else. And it reaches the eyeballs of normal people. And that's precisely why they try to do as much propaganda as possible against all of the fucking faucet of all of the unlimited faucet of like normal commentary that reaches a lot larger audiences. That's it. Who gives a fuck? Like, it's not even Reddit across the board. It's just like, It's literally a couple subreddits, okay? It's a couple subreddits that are used as a vehicle to just like try and astroturf some fuck Hasan narratives. That's it. If you find yourselves duped by this, or if you have friends that are duped by this kind of fuck Hasan framing, all you need to do is ask them to watch directly. Watch one fucking YouTube video or watch one fucking stream, even a piece of a stream, and you will obviously develop your own personal perspective. Ask people why. Ask people why they are allowing others to make up their minds for them. That's it. I don't know if that'll fix it. No, it 100% fixes it. There's 36,000 people in here. I promise you, tens of thousands of them did not come in here with such a cheery opinion initially. If this kind of like fuck us on narrative was successful, this audience wouldn't have grown over the course of the past 20 months. It literally takes seconds. I used to hate you from what I heard, and then I saw Philly D segment and changed my mind completely. I literally did what you just described, and you saved my life from becoming a literal Nazi, no joke. My Ukrainian friend thought you were pro-Russia because of that shit, and she tuned in for a couple streams, and she watches you every day now. Exactly. My flatmate noticed me watching HasanAbi, and he immediately went on a fuck us on tirade. I know. The people that know who I am, that have a negative opinion, have like an incredibly, incredibly overwhelming amount of negative feelings. And the reason for why they have that is because they've seen an endless faucet of hate narratives. I would hate me too if I didn't know who the fuck I was, and I just seemingly saw it every now and then. I see the only time I ever fucking heard about someone like myself was through this incredibly negative lens of people just like straight up lying. That's what I would think as well. I totally understand why people think that I'm like a fucking horrible monster. It's got to work to a certain degree. There is a shit ton. There are a shit ton of commentary slop tubers that have invested countless hours into churning this fucking narrative. It doesn't matter. The solution to all of that is simply to show them the truth. That's it. That's it. While we're having this back and forth, a new plan to settle Gaza with Israelis was presented in the Knesset today. It includes the following elements. 1.2 million Jews. Check my last message is never a good thing whenever someone says that. There's an excerpt in Brothers and Others in Arms in Making Love and War in Israeli Combat Units by Danny Kaplan that recounts two Arab men having sex and an Israeli sniper shot one of them in the head just because they have no moral standing on queer rights. Yeah. Oh, I know the story you're talking about. 1.2 million Jews will relocate to Gaza. Okay? All Palestinians will be expelled. 300,000 housing units will be built. High-tech agriculture and education centers will be built. This was never about defeating Hamas or getting back the hostages. It was always about the destruction of the Palestinian people to establish greater Israel. They're openly admitting that all the fucking time. Okay? They are openly admitting that all the time. Lamau, I lost respect for a Discord so-called intellect from Can that admits he never watched your stream once and justifies it by saying you give terrorists a platform. Yeah. I don't give Israel a platform, so they're wrong. Like the thing that people fucking latch onto is my interview with Rashad al-Haddad. They say he is a Houthi terrorist. Okay. Ironically enough, they never understand that I would absolutely interview someone from the al-Houthi family, from the Ansar Allah movement. I have no issue with this. Okay? He just simply isn't. But even if he was, I do not care. Okay? Ansar Allah, in spite of their domestic affairs, is not even remotely on the same moral playing field as Israel. Okay? That's it. That's it. They're like, oh, you interviewed a Houthi terrorist and you glazed them. Yeah, I interviewed a 19-year-old that we found out wasn't a Houthi, and of course I glazed them. He's a 19-year-old who I humanized them. And that's what pisses people off. Okay? What pisses people off is that I humanized him. Victims of endless war deserve humanizing, especially in Western audiences. Okay? Especially in my audience. My job is to offer a voice to voiceless people. Okay? That's what they're mad about. And it's so funny because it's like an incredible nothing burger that they have tried to actively relitigate over and over again. But it doesn't matter. It's meaningless. What would you say to those who say interviewing a Houthi is still bad despite Israel's actions? I'd say that they're fucking delusional. Okay? I'd ask them why they think that, and they would say, oh, well, they've done this, many of which is just like Saudi propaganda from the time when Saudi was like literally implementing a blockade with Western weapons and murdering a shit ton of civilians in Yemen, okay? And that I would tell them that, of course, I'm going to interview any kind of militancy that I can within the confines of reason that is resisting against the Israeli genocide. Because if you think that Israel is doing a genocide, then of course people that are resisting against said genocide deserve to be heard. That's it. And if you think that Israel is doing a genocide, but you think all of the people that are resisting against that are criminals that are comparable to Israel's actions, then you don't think Israel's doing a genocide. Because there is no crime more severe than genocide. What's maddening is that this has been obvious from the beginning, but there have been so many people pretending that this isn't just happening. In the Israeli Knesset today, meeting of the lobby of the renewal of Jewish settlement in the Gaza Strip topic, the Gaza Riviera, from vision to reality. This isn't just some right-wing fantasy. They mean it. They're planning what comes after the ethnic cleansing in Gaza. Humanizing militant resistance against Israel's genocidal actions is being morally on the right side against Israel's genocide. Humanizing Benjamin Netanyahu or other Israeli officials that are defending Israel's crimes here is literally doing propaganda for the genocide. That's it. Happening right now in Tel Aviv, we march with the pictures of the children in Gaza who were starved to death by our government and our army. We cannot accept it. We call people to refuse the starvation, to refuse the killing, to refuse the annihilation.
Twice.
They were behind those assassination attempts?
They openly admit. By the way, they put out a price on his head. On mine too, by the way. Smaller price. I'm not offended.
They actually put a price on your head?
Yeah, 2 days ago.
Oh my God. I don't care. I don't care about any of this. Oh, I can't watch the rest of this, dude. It's just so fucking stupid. It's literally an hour-long faucet of Israeli propaganda with no pushback whatsoever. Okay? That's it. I can't watch the rest of this. This is just like unproductive overall. Yeah. I will talk about the other thing, though, that they did, which was also bad. After this interview releases, and they're getting a shit ton of, here, I'll show you once again. They're getting like unimaginable backlash, which I could have told them if Steiny had reached out to me before they released this podcast. I would have been like, do not release that fucking podcast. You're gonna get ass blasted into fucking oblivion. Okay? They turned around and they went to like as many right-wing critics of Israel as they could. But of course, the right-wing critics of Israel that they know, are Holocaust deniers. Sneeko, Nicholas Fuentes, who is literally an open Nazi. Okay, Sneeko, who's a Holocaust denier, Muslim revert that has questionable beliefs on pedophilia. And Myron Gaines, who is famous for yelling at women on his Fuck Women podcast, who also happens to be a Holocaust denier. And then myself and Adam Friedland. So they added insult to injury in their damage control because of the backlash that they were receiving, which is also insane. In an apparent attempt at damage control, NELKBOYS streamed talk with conspiracy theorists, one of whom denies October 7 atrocities, falsely claims IDF is responsible for most deaths. Pro-Trump U.S. podcasters, the NELKBOYS, streamed conversations Monday with several anti-Semitic influencers after the release of their interview with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, in an attempt to limit the criticism they received from hosting the Israeli leader. The one-hour interview with Netanyahu on the Full Send podcast hosted by Kyle Forgard and Aaron Steinberg, known as the NELKBOYS, was recorded on July 8th during the Prime Minister's visit to Washington and released Monday. Commenters on the podcast, the host for hosting the Prime Minister amid the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza and not asking Netanyahu tough questions on the matter. Zero pushback. You literally just let a war criminal talk freely for an hour to millions of fans. Just horrible, horrible. You guys are truly, one viewer commented. I am so happy the comment section knows how vicious and evil this man is. I can't believe Kyle's humanizing this man. Speechless, I'm at a loss for words, another wrote. Shortly after, the NELKBOYS began live streaming with influencers Sneeko, Myron Gaines, Hasan Piker, and Nick Fuentes, all known for circulating anti-Semitic and anti-Israel conspiracies who offer commentary on the interview. I love that they just like so easily loop me in with these other dudes. Sneeko, who has been banned from YouTube and Twitch for anti-Semitic remarks, said Trump basically owned Netanyahu because the U.S. president pulled out a chair for Netanyahu after meeting earlier this month. How do you put America first if you send $4 billion to Israel every year, Sneeko asked the host, to which they responded that they agreed that Netanyahu's behavior is making it harder for Americans to support Israel. Myron Gaines claimed Netanyahu lied about a bunch of shit in the interview and falsely claimed a lot of the shit that happened on October 7 was a lie, referring to the 2023 Hamas massacre that sparked the ongoing war in Gaza. Gaines denied the occurrence of mass rapes during the massacre and also claimed that Hamas's goal of the invasion was to capture as many hostages in exchange for prisoners instead of mass killings, adding, a lot of the innocent people that were killed by the IDF in an attempt to prevent Hamas from taking more captives. The ongoing, dude, even when they're talking about like what Sneeko said or what Myron Gaines said, they're not actually talking about the indefensible shit they have said, which is deeply anti-Semitic. They literally are just saying these guys are anti-Semites without explaining why they're anti-Semites. And then the only explainer they offer is because they're saying that Israel killed civilians on October 7, which is literally something that is true, okay? Something that was admitted by former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant when he said the Hannibal Directive was implemented on October 7. It is fucking insane. It feels like I'm losing my mind when I hear Times of Israel or any other fucking outlet reporting on the matter by basically saying, well, you know, these guys are anti-Semitic. Why? Because one of them said, how can you be America first if you send $4 billion to Israel every year? If you think this is an anti-Semitic statement, you are delusional. These guys have said a fuck ton of anti-Semitic shit. The ongoing war in Gaza has sparked when Hamas led terrorists rampage through the southern Israeli communities, murdering 1,200 people, mostly civilians, taking 251 hostages while committing and filming their numerous atrocities. Immediately after the massacre, anti-Israel conspiracy theorists claimed without evidence that most of the deaths were caused by IDF fire. Most of the deaths were not caused by IDF fire, for the record. That's not true. And denied acts of mass rape and torture. There's been overwhelming evidence that sexual violence and torture was used in the invading of terrorists. Piker slammed the NELKBOYS for hosting Netanyahu on his podcast, accusing of humanizing Netanyahu. But that's the thing. We'll have anyone on. Like next episode, we're going to have someone with a complete opposite ideology. Speaking to Nick Fuentes, who was known for opposing what he calls white genocide and Jewish subversion, Forgard emphasized that the goal of their podcast was to welcome anyone and allow them to form their own opinions. Do we even know either way for sure? No, but what we do know is Times of Israel itself also, IDF officers invoked defunct Hannibal Protocol during October 7 fighting report. This is their own reporting from July 7, 2024, a year ago. So when you package something that you yourself have reported on as an anti-Semitic conspiracy, all you're doing is saying anti-Semitic conspiracies are actually not anti-Semitic conspiracies, they're truths. The reason people are being critical, of course, is because the state of Israel and Netanyahu are extremely unpopular with the young people, Fuentes said. Charging Israel's decline in popularity among Americans began after the war in Gaza began. Fuentes said that while he too was a controversial figure, Netanyahu, on the other hand, is currently prosecuting a war and has been prosecuting a war for 20 years and accused the prime minister of carrying out ethnic cleansing of Palestinians is also true. Talk about the shit that Nick Fuentes has said that is anti-Semitic. Talk about him being a fucking Holocaust denier. Why would you? Like, this is the only thing that they've mentioned, okay, that is like even giving a little bit more credence into the anti-Semitism allegations launched towards a self-described neo-Nazi. He is a self-described neo-Nazi. Why the fuck don't you just say that? Israel's denied the accusations of ethnic cleansing and genocide in Gaza, saying it seeks to minimize civilian fatalities and stressing that Hamas uses Gaza civilians as human shields fighting from civilian areas, blah, 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 blah. During the podcast, Netanyahu was asked by Steinberg, I think you definitely have a tough job, but why do you think you're so hated worldwide? Oh, this was the saddest part of the fucking interview, but the funniest. Well, a lot of propaganda, first of all. I'm not hated worldwide. He literally is not allowed to fly over certain states. I just received this. I just talked to someone, a rabbi, and he says he just heard from his brother who was in Europe, and one of the countries of Europe. He says he's being flooded. They know he's from Israel. All the people are coming and they say, you did this amazing thing for all of us. The Chancellor of Germany said Israel did the work for all of us. The new Chancellor of Germany said, referring to German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. Not realizing that when Benjamin Netanyahu is such a repulsive figure that he comes out and says, this person actually defends me, that person's approval rating goes down. Just like the NELKBOYS' approval is in the shitter now because of their allegiance to Benjamin Netanyahu. Anyway, Ben Lorber reports, Haaretz is reporting that Israel is training MAGA Gen Z influencers to combat the growing criticism on the right. Okay? I don't think it's going to work, but it's important to stay aware of these propaganda initiatives. Founded in 2012 by Rabbi Naftali Tuli Wise, Israel 365 promotes support for Israel based on political, spiritual, and biblical principles. Its affiliated website states that the group stands unapologetically for the Jewish people's God-given right to the entire lands of Israel. I'm going to keep it $1.50 with you. If there was a majority disapproval of Israel among American Jews, they would literally give up on American Jews entirely, and they would only try to farm the evangelical base. This is why I have said time and time again that even if every single Jewish person in the United States of America became a committed, diehard anti-Zionist overnight, okay, that's not the case, but even if that happened, Israel would still do whatever the fuck it's doing, and America would still allow it. This is not about Judaism. This is not about protecting Jews. If anything, it's about, it literally harms Jews in general. I hope you understand that. Okay? The largest base of support for Israel in the United States of America is the evangelical Zionists, and even their numbers are diminishing across the board. And the support for Israel is also diminishing generationally, even among Zionist evangelicals, okay? The ministry's contact with Israel 365, valued at more than 290,000 shekels, 86 grand, was justified by officials citing the group's experience and know-how in creating awareness, engagement, and mobilization of Christian audiences regarding their support for the Jewish people and the state of Israel. Weiss Israel 365 has dedicated itself to advancing the Israeli far right's cause with an American evangelical public. The group has achieved this using a digital media wing that produces a steady stream of what Weiss has called biblical journalism, a publishing arm that produces an Israel-themed Bible, along with an array of religious books, a charity wing that raises funds for ventures ranging from farms in the West Bank settlements to winter gear for Israeli soldiers, and a marketing wing that connects Israeli companies with Christian consumers. West Bank settlements, winter gear, Thanks to this outreach, Israel 365 has become an established face of biblical hosbara for U.S. Christians. More significant still, has been using the group's advocacy wing, which seeks to strengthen the partnership between Jewish and Christian Zionist faith leaders, politicians, and influencers by organizing a bevy of campaigns, speaking tours, conferences, and summits, webinars, and prayer calls, sign-on letters, and tours to Israel. Led by Israeli religious nationalists, Israel 365, Ben Lorder reports, is basically the Jewish wing of Christian Zionism. They think Christian support for Israel is crucial to fulfill the final stages of biblical prophecy and bring the end times. While they're based in Israel, their main role is to back Christians in fighting the culture war for Zionism in the U.S. Now, with MAGA Zionism in unprecedented crisis, the Israeli government handed them a contract without a tender to get in the trenches. An actual death cult. Of course, no Jewish person believes that the end of times is going to take place, where, of course, the end of times prophecy and the theological underpinning for the evangelical Zionist movement relies on the idea that like Israel will be a Jewish state for Jews only, and then all the Jews will go to Israel, and then Jesus Christ will come back and fight the League of Satan in Megiddo. This is literally what they believe. It's like fucking anime, okay? It's an apocalyptic cult, basically, where Jesus Christ will come back to earth, the rapture will happen, Jesus will fight the forces of Satan in Megiddo, and all of the evangelical Christians will be sucked into the heavens. And you know what happens to the Jews, with the exception of like, what, 114,000 Jews that convert, by the way? If you don't convert, you're also going to hell. All the Jews then burn in hell at the end of that story. So obviously, it's not exact. 144,000 Jews get sucked to the heavens as long as they convert in that moment, on the spot, to evangelical Christianity. And every Jew that doesn't even get that that doesn't make the 144,000 cut, they burn in hell, eternal hellfire, eternal damnation. This is what they believe. Does that sound like a fucking pro-Jewish ideology to you? No, of course it does not. It's not. Having said that, obviously no one fucking believes this shit except for the evangelical Zionists. But no Jewish person actually unironically believes this shit. They just know that these guys are fucking idiotic fools that will defend Israel unconditionally. Way more than Jewish Americans ever will. That is the reality. Okay? Because American Jews are getting educated. American Jews are constantly disagreeing with other American Jews, and Israeli Jews especially. They have American Jewish interests. That's it. It's too hard to convince a fuck ton of American Jews to be unconditionally in support of Israel. That hasn't stopped Israel from consistently churning out Zionist social conditioning from early age. But it's that simple.
Fox News alert for you. We just learned that Attorney General Pam.
Anyway, we're on Epstein watch again. Oh, wait. Sorry. Before we do Epstein watch, I'm going to finish the JUBE, and then we're going to move on to Epstein watch. No, I can't do this podcast any longer, but we have the JUBE. Mehdi Hasan being flanked by and ambushed by 20 fascists, self-described fascists, as a matter of fact. I saved the last part. The Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is ethnic cleansing. For today, I watched the first part yesterday. We're gonna finish this quickly, and we're gonna move on.
Hey,
I'm
how are
Sarah.
you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You too. So why do you say this is Donald Trump's plan? Why do you think that?
I mean, he says it's his plan. Have you seen his plan?
When
Have you
did
heard
he
his plan?
say it?
He said it standing next to Benjamin Netanyahu in January, February. He said it on Fox News in an interview on Fox. He said it on Air Force One when he was chatting to reporters.
Word for word, what's an example of what he said?
Word for word, he said, for example, we're going to clean out the Gaza Strip. He said they're going to leave. We're going to take control of it. He says, we'll own it. I would own it.
Rainy draws a lot. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Rainy draws a lot. Thank you for our 12 gifted subs, as a matter of fact. Your contributions and your support is what funds the Piker Broadcasting Service. The Piker Broadcasting Service is an ad-free experience. You will never see ads on here. It's socialism or barbarism. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. The Piker Broadcasting Service maintains its editorial independence by your wonderful voluntary contributions in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by no one but you, the viewers. For you, the viewers. Thank you.
He says, I'm not sure under international law how he can own a foreign piece of land. And when he was asked on Fox News, the people, the Palestinians who are being forced to leave, would they be able to come back? He said, no, they wouldn't. That is the literal definition of ethnic cleansing, according to a UN definition of ethnic cleansing.
Why do you think that Trump is saying this? Do you think that he has some personal interest in cleansing Gaza, or do you think there might be some special interest group or perhaps religious or ethnic group that's, that maybe he received money from them and that's the whole reason why he wants to cleanse Gaza? Or why do you think that is?
I don't do Donald Trump's motivations. I really don't care. My claim is that what he's doing is ethnic cleansing.
Well,
do you agree with that?
I would actually, probably agree, but I'm just...
You agree that it's ethnic cleansing? You agree with doing ethnic cleansing?
No, I don't agree with it, but I agree that's probably his plan. But I'm trying to figure out, why do you think that is? Because...
Oh, yeah, I forgot. These guys are fash right. So a big chunk of them are going to be anti-Israel, but also in an anti-Semitic fashion. Because remember, they have no issues. They have no issues whatsoever with the ethnic cleansing of the entire migrant population here in the United States of America. So clearly that's not something that they're against. It's always funny to me that Nazis sometimes come across as jealous of Israel, because Zionism is also a Nazi style ideology, is a fascist ideology. It always feels like they're just jealous that Israel gets to do it for Jews, or at least their claim is, right? But they don't get to do it for white people here in America. I mean, some of these neo-Nazis are honest about that, like Richard Spencer, who famously is pro-Israel and says, we just want to do Israel here in America.
Donald Trump's a white man. He identifies as Christian. I'm not sure if he really is. But what interest does he have in preserving a Jewish ethno-state? Why would he have that?
It's a good question. You'd have to ask Donald Trump that question. I've got multiple views. I'm sure you have many views. I'm not sure I like where you're going with your views, but I think Donald Trump is definitely someone who's got financial interests in ethnic cleansing. He's got political interests. He loves the evangelical voters he gets. A lot of Christian evangelicals like to support Israel because they think Jesus will come back if all the Jews are gathered in one place with no Palestinians. I think he's going to make money, he thinks, from beachfront property with Jared Kushner. He said something similar in the past.
You think that's the real reason?
I think there's multiple reasons.
Thank you,
I think
SN
financial,
Palavan,
geopolitical,
for the 25
ideological,
gifted.
evangelical. I don't care. My claim is that what he's doing is ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing is a war crime according to the Fourth Geneva Convention.
Yeah, I agree.
It's against international law under the Rome Statute. So we shouldn't be part of that. The United States should not be supporting Donald Trump's plan for ethnic cleansing.
I agree.
Good.
What do you think? What do you think should be done instead with the Israel-Gaza situation? I'm not sure what your stance is on this.
I would like to see a ceasefire in Gaza.
Two-state
I would like to
solution
see. I don't really get into debates about what solutions. I would like to see an end to the killing. I would like to see Gazans have freedom. I would like to see the Palestinians in Gaza somehow get their land back. 80% of Gaza right now is under Israeli military control or displacement. I would like to see freedom for the Palestinian people. I'm an American. To go back to the core of this show, I support American values. One person, one vote. Free speech.
It really is a religious and ethnic battle.
It is not a religious battle.
Well, yes.
No, it's not.
That is what it's obviously between Jews and Muslims. Both want control of the Holy Land.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
What else? What other?
Actually, the founders of Israel were secular. They were not religious, actually. And I think some religious Jews, like Bezalel Smotrich, who's the Israeli government minister,
it doesn't really matter.
is a religious fanatic.
My point is,
the core of the conflict is over land. It's colonial. It's historic. It is not about
but
religion.
Colonialism is for a reason.
The
Like, it's
people who
because they
want to steal the
Jewish
land
ethnicity.
want everyone to believe it's
My
religious.
point is, why
No,
are we
I
sitting
don't have any
here?
objections
Why
to
are we sitting
Christians
here?
or
It's like a false dichotomy where we have to argue, like, do Jews get Israel? Do Muslims get Israel? Why are we?
I've never brought up anyone's religion.
How many of us
I didn't
here?
bring up anyone's religion.
How
You
many
did.
of us here are Christians?
I didn't bring up anyone's
trying
religion.
to pick sides between Jews and Muslims taking over Israel. Like, don't you think that
Hold on. First of all, I didn't bring up religion. Second of all, you know that a lot of Palestinians are Christian, right?
some of them?
You're just
yeah,
reducing
it's
it to
very
Muslim
small.
versus
Well,
Jew.
dude, this in and of itself is like also an insane thing that I hear more and more from the right is that, like, oh, by the definition of being Israel's enemy, Palestinians are just like automatically considered Muslim, because otherwise, if they were to, if the supposedly Christian dominionist right were to recognize the Christianity of the Palestinian population, then automatically they would have to like offer unconditional support. But once again, as you saw with that Catholic from yesterday when we were watching the same fucking video, the one that looks like a Amish person, they will turn around and say like, oh, we actually love Catholicism. I'm a Catholic nationalist or whatever. But then he's like, but the Catholics that are coming from the southern border need to leave immediately. Okay? Because there is the only through line that holds all of this ideology together is pure tribalism, pure racism. That's all it is. It's white supremacy. They're just trying to repackage it in a way that makes it, permissible to say, makes it less inappropriate. But that's it. It's just whiteness that's holding it together.
It's majority Muslim, yeah. It's very.
But
small
there are
percentage.
many
Yeah,
prominent
I agree.
Palestinian
Yeah,
Christians.
but there's not
So
that many.
so
of
it's
them,
not
yeah.
worth
So
reducing
it
everything
is.
to religion.
Well, it is the reason. Why do you think Iran is backing proxies that want to take over Gaza and back the terrorism in Gaza? It's obviously because they want to Muslim control of the land. You don't think that's why?
No, I don't think it's about religion.
Is it?
I've been following this conflict for decades. It's not about religion. People who say it's about religion, it's a distraction.
Well, it's a big part of it, I think.
No, it's
I think
not.
it's become-
You don't know anything. It's a big part of it, I think, is bullshit. No, of course religion is not a big part of it. It's just about land acquisition, man. What the fuck? The craziest part about it is that so many dumb people say this. Like, even people in this community have repeated this fucking idiotic lie over and over and over again. Okay? You're just eating the propaganda.
A big part of it. It's been weaponized by bad faith actors, sure. But I don't think that's the core. The core is that one group of people are dominating another group of people.
What group of
it is
people
apartheid.
is it? But what group of people is dominating another group of people?
One ethnic group is dominating another ethnic group.
What ethnic group?
Jewish people.
Yes, dominating.
Arabs.
Yes.
But I didn't say anything about Christian, Muslim, Jew in a religious sense.
Okay,
Jews
well-
define as religion and ethnicity. You know that, right?
Well, why do you think that Muslims want control of the
I don't-
Holy
you
Land?
keep
Why
saying
do you think
Muslims.
that-
I didn't
why
bring
do you
up
think-
Muslims.
Well, they're Muslim states. Like, what do you think?
She does not understand that Judaism is an ethno-religious group and that there are many different sects under Judaism, ethnic sects under Judaism, some of which were also created later on to make a distinction between Arab Jews and Arab Muslims and Arab Christians, as a matter of fact, because Judaism in and of itself is a religion, but Zionism is a fascist ideology that relies on Jewish supremacy, Jewish supremacist thought. That's like one of the easiest ways to understand this, by the way. It literally, in Israel, you literally have a shit ton of Arab Jews. But they're not considered Arab. They're considered Jews. I wonder why.
I think like Iran wants to do with
I
the
didn't bring
Holy
up
Land.
Iran.
It's a bit reductive to say religion has no part in here. No, religion is just a justification to garner support. Please, dude. Do you think the fucking conquistadors colonized Latin America because of religious reasons? Do you think the people were actually engaging in like a religious conquest? Or do you think that the goal was land acquisition? Shut up. I said it wrong. I know. It's an extraction of natural resources. It's a land grab. It's to enslave the indigenous population. Religion is simply used as a righteous cause to galvanize the public and to massage the attitude towards just like constantly engaging in these sorts of barbaric affairs. That's it. It's stupid. Religion is simply used as a tool. The PFLP was founded by George Habash, a Palestinian Christian. Even Hamas is more of a national liberation movement than whatever she considers to be an Islamist movement. She is a moron who thinks Arabs aren't capable of complex thought and just hate their colonizers because they're Jewish and not because they're colonizers. Exactly. Ironically enough, this opinion is exactly the same as Jake Tapper's, by the way. That's why I always say so much of the pro-Israel defense, because Israel is a right-wing enterprise. Israel is a reactionary enterprise. It's the maximalist reactionary position that you can arrive at, which is fascism, that the people that defend this reactionary fascist enterprise are unironically saying the exact same things that fucking Nazis say, but they're saying it wokely. That's it. Jake Tapper and this lady have no difference in their opinion, in their approach to Israel. Jake Tapper simply thinks it's good and she thinks it's bad. That's it. That's the only difference. She thinks Jews bad, okay? Jews engaging in tricks and illicit affairs all the time by the very definition. Jake Tapper thinks Jews good across the board, which is an understandable position you can arrive at, but also simultaneously defend Israel as a Jewish enterprise. It's the dual loyalty trope, but playing itself out in a woke fashion.
But that's part of the conversation. What do you...
Does Zionism not perfectly fit the definition of palingenetic ultranationalism? Yes, of course. That's why I say it's fascist. Zionism fits the definition of palingenetic ultranationalism, which is like the what fascism is. Fascism is palingenetic ultranationalism, advocating for the rebirth of Judaism as a nationality, using the Holocaust as a moment of palingenesis, national rebirth. Yes, it does. The only difference here, however, is that in previous iterations of fascism, they did not have a real Holocaust-style event to point to. Okay? That's it. That's it. The only difference is that Israel, in an effort to create propaganda and a national mythos, can actually point to thousands of years of oppression, including the worst singular atrocity that they can point to for that befell the Jewish population, the Holocaust. That's the only difference. That's the only difference. And that's why it is so hard to decouple Israel from Judaism, and that is so hard to make an adequate argument here against Israel without people going, oh, are you being anti-Semitic, sweetie? Okay, that's it.
What do you mean?
No, it's not. The conversation is Donald Trump is doing ethnic cleansing, and you agree with me. So I'm not sure why you're still here, to be honest.
It's part of the larger context
It's a weird
of the
debate when you actually agree with me.
What I was trying to say is we kind of have this false dichotomy here where we're trying to take the side of the Gazans, which mostly it's a Muslim majority, or the side of the
human
Jews
beings who are suffering.
to try to decide who gets control over Israel.
I didn't say about control. I said don't ethnically cleanse.
America is a majority Christian country. Should we be...
Like, here, someone said American fascism is using the Great Replacement as their justification. Again, that's not real. The Great Replacement is not real. Okay? Or the economic fallout of World War I, which was the national scar that Germany withstood, is not the same as the Holocaust. Okay? Which is systematic ethnic cleansing, like a machine of ethnic cleansing of an entire population. That's the difference. That's why I'm saying that, like, the major difference between Zionism, its inception, and its endless justification is that there is an actual fucking point of real barbaric cruelty that Zionists can always point to in defense of Israel. You have to understand this, because this will help you better address those talking points. Okay?
deciding Christians should have control of the
I
Holy
agree.
Land?
Donald Trump should not, nothing to do with religion. Donald Trump should not be deciding what happens to Gaza. That's my claim. If you agree with me, great, let's shake hands, give the seat to someone who disagrees with me.
So are you saying, do you think that America should just cut ties with Israel altogether?
What's your definition of cut ties?
Like stop funding them, stop being their military arm?
Yes,
Okay,
I'm on
great.
record saying
Okay.
that. That was an easier debate. Whoa. Welcome back, Richie. You really want to be here?
First of all, I really thought that obviously where we started, where it ended up, there's a lot of aggression. I can see in your eyes there's a level of exhaustion from being here. This is where my empathy comes in. Where it doesn't is, when you have a room full of people that do agree with you, we have this opportunity to come together. And you're kind of mocking people when they do. So you mocked Sarah a little bit when you guys clearly had a common interest and goal to reach. So I can tell you're agitated. I want to bring that all down. Please.
I'm guessing you're not going to, but let's see.
No, I'm going to. I do want to point out some contradictions. First and foremost, I don't believe you're pro-American in the value system that you claim to uphold.
Dude, the point is Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is ethnic cleansing. Just stick to the fucking prompt. Am I wrong to be concerned that we're on the same side as these freaks on the Israel issue? No, because they exhibit a lot of similarities to the fucking pro-Israel side as well. Ironically enough, they are closer in ideology to Zionists than they are to anti-Zionists, okay? Many of these people, especially these guys, okay? They don't actually hate fascism. They love fascism. They openly say they're fascists. They're just jealous that Israel gets to do fascism with our dollars, okay? They're jealous that Israel gets to do fascism, and they think the advocacy groups for Israel here are not allowing them to do fascism. This is something that Visegrad directed at the head of the ADL, Jonathan Greenblatt, in their interview in a positive manner. He literally was like, well, you guys have, you guys have ethnic protection. You protect your own culture. You protect Jews. And we applaud you for doing that. But why do you here in the Western world attack whites for wanting to do the same? That's literally a question that was directed at Jonathan Greenblatt, which he had no real answer for. He was like, well, because those guys kind of hate Jews as well. Okay? That's it. These motherfuckers don't care about saving Palestinians. They do not care about freeing Palestinians. They simply hate Jews, and they're using the greatest off-ramp of all time to make Israel's crimes the crime of all Jews around the world. Okay? And the reality of the matter is Israel loves that. Israel allows it to happen. Israel is also literally saying, no. These things that we're doing, we are doing for all Jews. So in that way, they're no different. In that way, that's why I always say, like, this is no different than what Jake Tapper is saying. The only difference is Jake Tapper finds contextualization and justification for Israel's crimes. These guys do not. They're anti-Israel. But the underlying premises that they're operating off of are fucking identical. Do you get it?
Especially with free speech, if you're not willing to debate people that don't share your values. That's very
Do you believe
un-American.
Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is ethnic cleansing?
I don't believe it's ethnic cleansing,
Why
but I because it's not his plan.
It is his plan. He said it's my plan.
No, he's
Benjamin Netanyahu called it his plan.
He is obeying someone else's plan.
Okay. Who is he obeying?
He is obeying Israel's plan.
Okay.
Yeah, this is cope, okay? This is pure Nazi cope. The idea that my big, beautiful, based, secret Jew hater Donald Trump is actually doing the bidding of the Jewish state because he's being blackmailed is just cope. These guys cannot comprehend that Donald Trump does not give a shit, just like they don't, about Palestinians or Arabs or Muslims or Christians or anybody that's being fucking slaughtered in the hands of Israel, and that there must be some secret reason as to why he is defending Israel non-fucking stop. That's it. It's because they do not want to acknowledge that Donald Trump loves what Israel is doing. Okay? And liberals also do this too. Liberals do the whole, like, Brandon actually is really forcing Brandon is actually really forcing Israel to stop, but Israel is just simply not budging. It's just the liberal version of that same cope. Both of these administrations actually like what Israel is doing. They do not hate what Israel is doing, because if they hated what Israel was doing, they would stop it.
For the Greater Israel Project, of which this is one of those things that we can agree on.
Why is he doing that?
Why is he doing that? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe they have something on him. Maybe they have something on all
But
Americans.
you think it's a bad thing what he's doing?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
no,
That's
why.
They have something on him. They have something on him. There's a crumb of truth hidden there as well, of course, which is that Mossad and the CIA have engaged in sexual blackmail. So that's a part of the reason why they can just like get away with saying shit like that. And it perfectly ties back to the Epstein stuff anyway. But what's interesting about it, however, is that also means Donald Trump is a bad person. Okay? Like, this is the thing that I don't understand with like pro-Trump people who are like, well, I want him to release the Epstein files, but like he's being blackmailed. And that's why he can't release the Epstein files. It's like, okay, that means he's a pedophile. Like, you're saying you like this guy who is a pedophile, but he's your pedophile? Like, what does this mean? This is why what Alex Jones was saying in defense of Donald Trump made no fucking sense.
I agree with you.
But see, I don't want to shut down the
mocking you,
conversation.
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, perfect. But I want to take this opportunity, because I don't know if I'm going to get the opportunity again, to say, you're not American. First and foremost, but you're not.
Remember what I said? The agitation from you is not going to be lower.
What I'm saying,
you came to lower the temperature and then make racist remarks. You know that's a racist remark.
It's not racist.
You tell an American citizen.
But okay, perfect.
Like, this guy won't even talk about Israel. He's just like, yeah, we agree on Israel, but you're not an American. Okay, dude, shut up. It doesn't matter. He sucks to suck. Okay.
Perfect. You just proved your own point. You just said that was a racist position.
Yes.
I can't stand this motherfucker. He's like a crybaby, dude. Oh God, me. You have an accent.
Using the
genocide.
I wish we could have got some.
You just don't like the color of my skin.
We're having a different conversation.
Also Canadian. That motherfucker's Canadian too. The blonde one was Canadian. The blonde lady was Canadian too.
We're having a different
Pause.
conversation.
All right, you've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Okay. I really wish we could have got some.
I mean, you believe in white genocide, so it's very hard to.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
Hello. So, I'll switch over to the Gaza thing in a second, but first off, I just wanted to touch on that. You said that you support free speech, of course, right? So, what I'm confused about is you've refused to debate people that I've disagreed with you because you.
Okay. He said the white race is being genocided. I don't. Why are these guys so fucking? They just stay on the premise, man.
That's right. See me. Idea.
You don't debate people that disagree with you. Like, he's literally sitting in front of 20 fascists. What are you talking about? He is clearly doing that.
Kick out all the people.
Also, that's the one thing you can't say about Mehdi Hasan is that he doesn't debate people who disagree with him. That's literally the thing he does the most. That is what he is known for.
People. That is the definition of ethnic cleansing.
So, isn't ethnic cleansing killing people? Because it seems like you're.
No, you can ethnic cleanse people without killing them. And by the way,
wait, hold on.
Debate,
Okay.
I'm sure as well. I'm going to start debating.
So everybody here in this
everyone here has hygiene standards, as do you. There are people you wouldn't debate, I'm sure as well.
Okay. So, can you please describe why you think Trump is supporting ethnic cleansing of Gaza just because he wants to take over the land there? How does that equate to killing them?
Not just take over the land. Kick out all the people. That is the definition of ethnic cleansing.
So, isn't ethnic cleansing killing people? Because it seems like you're.
No, you can ethnic cleanse people without killing them. And by the way, they have been killed. More than 50,000 people in Gaza have been killed by the Israelis, by people like Bezalel Smotrich, who said recently, the finance minister of Israel, we are going to Gaza to conquer, cleanse, and remain. We're going to annihilate the place. We're going to disassemble Gaza, he said. We're going to leave it behind as piles of rubble. That's the guy Trump's funding, supporting. That's the guy praising Trump. So yes, Trump and Smotrich are ethnically cleansing Gaza.
I cannot deny that thousands of people are dying in Gaza, but you need to realize, why are they dying? Is it possibly that they're attacking another country?
No,
just because
the people
Israel
who are dying were not attacking another country.
Just because Israel is killing more Gazans than Gazans are killing Israel, it doesn't mean Gaza is righteous and Israel is evil.
I never said anything about evil or righteous.
Israel
I said ethnic cleansing. You said don't they have to be killed? I said they are being killed, and the criteria for what's happening to them. If Donald Trump says these people have to leave and never come back, is that not ethnic cleansing? What is your definition of ethnic cleansing?
I would think ethnic cleansing is when you're killing off a large part of an ethnic group.
That's genocide. You're confusing your...
It's ethnic cleansing. I mean, Israel's doing a genocide, for the record. It's not just doing ethnic cleansing.
Ethnic cleansing is removing one ethnic group using a deliberate policy by violence or terror-inspiring means to remove another population, another ethnic group from a certain geographic area. That's the UN definition of ethnic cleansing. That is what he's doing. When he was asked Donald Trump, can they come back? He said, no, they cannot. That is ethnic. I've heard all these. We've had people talk about white genocide today. You guys are nationalists. How would you feel if somebody came, a president of France came and told you to leave your land and not come back? Would you not feel you'd been ethnically cleansed from your home?
From America?
Yeah.
Well, because my ancestors were settlers here, not immigrants. They actually
Palestinians are not immigrants in Gaza. They are indigenous people to the land.
Didn't Israel just give Gaza the land like a few decades ago?
No.
I'm pretty sure Israel used to.
Lord, for one day, give me the confidence of this fucking pimple face white boy. For one day, the things that I would do. God damn, dude. These motherfuckers are just like, how? How can you be so confident in your stupidity? It makes no sense. You don't know anything. You just put on a fucking suit and tie and you're like, nah, I'm about to cook, dude. Didn't Israel, didn't Israel give Gazans the land,
Have that land.
I'm pretty sure you're wrong.
The
they withdrew from 2005 from the land, but control the air.
They gave it to them in 2005.
No, they don't give it to them. They control the air, the sea space, the borders, the population registry. They controlled what went in and out. It was a prison, an open air prison. That's not giving them freedom.
Don't they have a border with Egypt and then the Mediterranean Sea?
Yes, and the Israelis and Egyptians work together because Donald Trump and Joe Biden and Barack Obama. Yes, they're funded by the United States. Did you know that Muslim countries do bad things too?
No, I know that they do bad things.
Okay, then, so we're in agreement.
All right, pause. You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I wonder why Egypt is the second largest recipient of military aid and aid across the board after Israel. Much to consider here. Being propped up as a fucking puppet state, specifically so that they can ensure that the Suez Canal is protected on both ends and that the Palestinians never have any opportunity to escape. Oh my God, Magic Man is back. Let's see.
No one. Great.
Hello, sir. Welcome back.
See you again, Mehdi. All right, so I agree that Trump wants to do a cleansing, but not an ethnic one, because that area requires a lot of cleansing. Because when you have a population that was taught from early childhood age to hate Jews, Christians,
hell yeah. That's my goat, dude. He's doing magic. A lot of y'all don't see magic, okay? I do.
Christians and pagans, you need some serious re-education.
Number one, that's not true. And number two, that's not what he's proposing.
Well, I mean, most Palestinians, by polling number, do support Hamas.
They support resisting Israel.
Well, I mean...
yeah, it's true. What are you going to say about that? Yeah. Damn, Mehdi. Okay, Mehdi, cook.
Because, you know, what did they do in the first place that they're in this, what you call open-air prison?
Great question. What did they do to deserve being occupied?
Well, here's the thing. Because the Islamic Republic in Iran is using them as a tool.
What has Iran got to do with this?
As a tool for their Islamic expansion.
When did the Islamic...
First of all, they're Sunni. Like, what do you mean? They're Sunni. Yeah. The Islamic Republic of Iran actually did hypnotize. They did mind control, Mehdi. Mind control of the Palestinian. That is how they learned to hate Israel's bombing campaigns. And President Trump is going to save them. Yeah, this is why the Shah lovers are saying the Ayatollah sent him because he's too insane. Oh my God, that's amazing. Oh, that's fucking spectacular. Oh, that's fantastic.
Hold on. When did the Islamic Republic of Iran, you're Iranian American,
Yes.
I believe.
Yes, I am.
When was the Islamic Republic of Iran founded?
1979.
When was Gaza occupied by Israel?
The very first time.
67.
67, yeah.
So can we do the maths together? 12 years before the Islamic Republic of Iran existed, Israel was oppressing, occupying, dispossessing the people of Gaza. So your argument makes no sense.
Were there any terrorist organizations at the time?
The PLO was considered a terrorist organization by the entire Western world.
All right, so was Hamas there?
Hamas did not exist till 1980.
Was Hamas there? No, Hamas wasn't there. Hamas did not exist. Were they eating Kubi Day? This guy's awesome.
Exactly. My point is, after the Islamic Republic came, it became chaotic because the Islamic Republic has started to use.
Wait, this guy's like, I don't get it. He thinks that like the PLO was treated differently than Hamas. Is that what he thinks? Because they were treated exactly the same as Hamas.
What's the so-called innocent Palestinians for their own
So-called
ends.
innocent Palestinians? You don't think Palestinians are innocent?
Not all of them.
But what about the 17,000 children who were killed?
They're doing the
17,000 children were killed. Were they not innocent?
Were
they not innocent?
Who's responsible for that?
Israel, who dropped the bombs on
Hamas
them.
is responsible. Hamas is responsible for hiding in hospitals and making tunnels underneath
So
those
when
hospitals.
children are shot in the head by Israeli snipers not responsible for that.
Look,
It's a simple question.
Here's the problem.
When Israeli snipers shoot Palestinian children in Gaza in the head, as eyewitness testimony and doctors' testimony proves, that's not the fault of the Israeli snipers.
This is the problem because when you have
The problem is you won't answer the question. I'll ask you a third time. When Israeli snipers shoot Palestinian children in the head, is that not the fault of Israeli snipers?
Well, you gotta let me finish.
No, you got to answer the question. Fourth time.
Well,
when Israeli
I will
snipers
get to
shoot
your answer.
Palestinian children in the
I
head,
will get to your
we're running out
answer.
of time. I need to know what you think about innocent children.
because I will
what
get
you
to-
said was pretty outrageous. You said
I will
so-called
get to your answer.
innocent Palestinians. For the fifth time, when Palestinian children are shot in the head by Israeli snipers,
What
is that
did-
not the fault
what-
of Israeli
What did those
snipers?
children do?
What did
they
you
do?
tell me? Did the children deserve to be shot in the head?
Because the problem is,
you know,
over there,
millions of people are watching you say
they
to
start
justify the
brainwashing.
Yeah, this is so bad. Here is Al-Reza Talakubnejad. I do think that we're moving in a direction where in a few years, basically zero natural-born Americans will buy the standard boomer AIPAC talking points. They hate us more than they love their children. Israel-only democracy. Arab countries are all savage, etc. And it will literally just become some right-wing Iranians and other third-world immigrant groups. Most American Jews I know are liberal and souring on all this quite fast. Evangelicals aren't as powerful as they were 30 years ago either. You're about to see the most diverse group of Israel defenders. Also, this guy said third world immigrant groups is fucking hilarious. This is a crazy disguise that Loser Box put together for this. Yeah. A little optimistic to think that America will exist in a few years. I mean, if it does, and I think it probably still will in some way, shape, or form, it's going to, the Israel Defense Brigade is going to be an eclectic group of some of the biggest white supremacist evangelical Zionists you've ever seen. And also like the Shah dick riders, the Iranian monarchists, I am Persian style monarchists, and like maybe some other like sometimes Israel will do this thing where they'll find like one Native American group that they'll pay a fuck ton of money to come out and be like, yeah, Israel is the Jews' indigenous population. Israel is the Jewish national project. You know what I mean? Like they'll have like random groups like that. I hope you guys know what I'm talking about. That's a real thing. They do this with like some reactionary some of the more reactionary elements within like New Zealand as well, where they'll go and like find a group of Maori people, and there'll be like fucking weirdly super pro-Israel and super Islamophobic. They'll also do this with like Native American groups as well.
children. They start brainwashing children at a very young age.
So you support
Exact same-
sniping children in Gaza?
Look,
do other people here support sniping children in Gaza? Is that a conservative position now?
What if they're wearing a suicide vest?
They weren't.
But what if they are?
They're not, though.
What if the babies are wearing suicide vests? Okay, dude. That's crazy. Yeah, what if the baby had a button in his hand and then the button was actually nukes directed at Tel Aviv? What then, huh? What now, liberal? What if it's a baby of terror? Like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? What is this is not how you argue, okay? Why is it that whenever these guys even try to entertain a conversation, they literally just go for the most childlike way of debating, which is, what if this impossible thing was actually the case instead of the reality that you are suggesting? I'm not Mr. Don't use hypotheticals or analogies, okay? But if you're going to use an analogy, you have to make sure that it has some basis in reality, and it has to be comparable, okay? Like a comparison between Adolf Hitler and Benjamin Netanyahu is perfectly apt because of the underlying fascist ideology that motivates both of these parties and because of their actions, okay? Adolf Hitler doing the Holocaust, Benjamin Netanyahu doing the modern iteration of the Holocaust to the Palestinian population. Okay? These are comparable instances, which is why it's a perfectly apt analogy. And if you have a disagreement on that, you can actually try to tackle the underlying comparison that I'm making, right? You could say, I don't appreciate this analogy. Here is why. Okay? That's how you're supposed to debate. You're supposed to say, I don't appreciate this analogy because, here's a stupid argument you could present. You could say, well, Adolf Hitler killed 6 million Jews, whereas Benjamin Netanyahu has only killed, 100,000 Palestinians, right? Like, the numbers are not comparable or something. That's a bad argument to make. And there's plenty of fucking counters that you can present against that as well. But that's how you're supposed to do back and forth communication. That's how you're supposed to debate. Okay? These guys don't do that, where they go, oh, you asked me a question about Israel sniping a child in the head. What if that child had an RPG directed at the Israeli sniper rifle? And what if that child also simultaneously had a nuclear bomb strapped to its chest and was entering the Gaza envelope to detonate itself right in the middle of Tel Aviv? What if then? What now? Then you have to snipe the child, right? What if you had to snipe the child? That is a fucking insane argument to make. Because it has no basis in reality. Like, that's not... Like, you can't have a conversation like that. Because the alternative is like, what if the child didn't have the nukes?
What if
children? I have friends who went there. Doctors went to Gaza. American doctors. They came back and said we have multiple children.
What if
with
they're
gunshot
hell-bent?
shots.
What if they're
What if
hell-bent
they're
on
not?
killing you and your family?
A 10-year-old child, an 8-year-old child, a 6-year-old child.
Because
This is
like
bad
you said,
for you.
Like you
You're
said,
sitting on
they're
live
brainwashing
television where millions of people are going to see your neighbors, your
Because
friends.
then millions
you support
of people,
the killing of
millions
children.
of people don't know what's going on.
Even your fellow right-wingers are saying, don't go this far. White genocide, sure, but don't advocate
Millions of
killing
people
kids.
don't understand the brainwashing that is going on in Islamic Republic and in Palestine to create
You're
this
obsessed
hatred.
with Iran so much that you're supporting the killing of Palestinian children who never harmed you or any other Israeli. That's insane.
Look.
And the fact that you support Trump's ethnic cleansing now doesn't surprise me.
I didn't say ethnic cleansing. I said cleansing of the land.
All right, pause.
Because you need to cleanse the land from all the
Slobodan Milosevic said similar stuff.
You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
How you doing? Good to see you again.
I'm good seeing you too, man. First thing I'm gonna say is I'm not down for Israel. Okay, that's the first thing I'm gonna say. And I don't like when you come up here and you use the type of rhetoric that you do. You talk like all of these like left-wing positions, and then you go to the last part, which is I don't support ethnic cleansing in Palestine. I think you're doing a huge disservice to pro-Palestinians when you start allying yourself with all these progressives. I don't think it looks good because you have all these conservatives in here who oppose war. They oppose.
Let me tell you, a Muslim man who has spent his entire career in broadcasting, defending Palestinians, how you're supposed to defend Palestinians appropriately. Okay? You're doing a disservice, sir. Does he think fascists have an exclusive claim to anti-war sentiment? I think so. I think he's going to tell Mehdi Hasan that he needs to be anti-Semitic to successfully argue against Israel.
Intervention in the same tradition of Pat Buchanan and all the greats that came before
Not Donald
him.
Trump, though, sadly.
Yeah, it is sad. It is sad. I do agree. I mean, he ran on an anti-war ticket. He said he was going to... I didn't...
Because he lies, right?
Are you going to let me talk, or you
Sorry.
just want to... Yeah, true. So, I mean, yeah, you keep going back to Trump. I don't think this is part of his plan. I think this is a plan of lobbyists. And this is not just unique to Trump. It's been a thing since the Democrats. It's been a thing since the Republicans before him. It's been like this since Truman. I don't know if you read like John Mearsheimer's The Israel Lobby or anything like that. Would you agree or disagree with anything like that?
Oh, I agree with Stephen Watt and John Mearsheimer, yeah, for sure.
Okay, great. So I'm just warning, when you ally yourself with...
How do these guys hate Jews, but then they're like, but John Mearsheimer is one of the good ones? Is that what it is? Like... Like, how does that work for these guys? They're doing Jewish tricks, except for John Mearsheimer, who also is Jewish. It's like David Duke voting for Jill Stein. Oh, it's awesome. None of it makes sense. Okay, let's continue.
All these leftists, and you come up here and you argue for immigration. You argue up here that, Trump's this bad criminal and this and that, and then you
think Trump's bad too?
I think he's good on some questions and bad on other things, but let me get to my point here, is you ally yourselves with guys like, Jewish Voices for Peace and all those guys.
Great people.
Yeah, not really though.
Why?
Because they're self-interested in it.
They're not. By definition, they're not.
It says it on their homepage.
By definition, they're not self-interested, right? They're going against their own
Are you
community.
going to let me talk? On their homepage, it literally says that we are here to segregate Judaism from Zionism. It's very clear they're doing this in their own interest. That's why it literally says Jewish Voices for Peace. They're going to be the good Jews who say that we don't support Palestine. And then what happens is you take all these progressives, you go out there and LARP in the street, and then everyone here who's conservative, they're going to vote for the pro-war candidate because they don't want to be associated with all the liberals.
So you're forced to vote for pro-war people. Poor
It's either that or get
conservatives.
replaced in my country. What do you want me to do?
Oh, you and your replacement bullshit.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
Oh,
I just found out that John Mearsheimer is not Jewish. I thought he was. My mistake. Maybe that's why he brought him up. Run that one back, bro. You missed it. He threatened Mehdi. I mean,
They're good Jews who say that we don't support Palestine. And then what happens is you take all these progressives, you go out there and LARP in the street, and then everyone here who's conservative, they're going to vote for the pro-war candidate because they don't want to be associated with all the liberals.
So you're forced to vote for pro-war people. Poor
It's either that or get
conservatives.
replaced in my country. What do you want me to do?
Oh, you and your replacement bullshit.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
you're going to be the first one that goes to the promised land? Does watching this serve any purpose? Like, these are the most hateful and dumbest racist shits ever, and listening to this debate is reactionary? As I said yesterday, and since then, in the last 2 days, this has accrued 4.6 million views. At this point, cat's out of the fucking bag, okay? It deserves to be addressed for the purpose of, like, mass use.
Oh, wow. There's 3 people so far. Let's keep counting. We should be nicer to you, otherwise you'll deport us. What a great argument. This is the free speech debate camp. It's not your country, my friend. It's our country, whether you like it or not.
Why does Mehdi Hasan put himself through this? He's constantly getting hate crimed and getting called slurs. Will you ever debate actual neo-Nazis like this? No, because this is an utterly unproductive conversation. And I'm pretty certain that Mehdi Hasan, if he knew that he was going to be talking to like people who are openly neo-Nazis and like openly fascists, he probably would have said no to this. Like, you got to understand something. I know that he was blindsided. I already talked to him about this. He thought, I'm pretty sure he talked to Sam Cedar ahead of time, and Sam was like, well, there was like some positive aspects of going on Jubilee, you know. You get your name out there, stuff like that. But Jubilee has farmed the depths of the Nazi well so hard at this point that these are people who are just like openly being like, I am a fucking neo-Nazi. Like, that's crazy. There's a crazy fucking person. It is about as productive as like talking to, people hallucinating, like a bunch of people who are unfortunately going through like a schizophrenic attack, exhibiting delusions and paranoia.
I thought Kai was, he smiled, he laughed, he did it. We disagreed. He did it in, I felt like it was good faith. Let's see.
I appreciate it, Eddie.
He seemed to be in good faith. He seems kind of smart. And, he's one of the few people who doesn't want to deport me. Well, or maybe not. We're going to find out.
My claim is we should get rid of birthright citizenship.
Why do you want to get rid of birthright citizenship, and how, by the way? Because you know it's in the Constitution. I'm so glad you brought this up.
Yes.
Because it was one of my...
The 14th.
14th. I mentioned it to a bunch of your friends, and nobody wanted to engage in the 14th.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the 14th Amendment,
Exactly.
the Citizenship Clause, which says that if you're born here, you're a citizen of the United States.
Yes. I chose this because it's an extension of the original debate and the immigration debate.
Okay.
I think birthright citizenship, first of all, when it was originally argued, among the people who were actually voting on the clause, right? It was argued that the birthright citizenship was not automatically extended to everybody who was just born here. And we have a long history of that as well, for example, with the Native Americans, who had particular laws that applied solely to them. What I think we're seeing in this country is not everybody is so similarly under the jurisdiction thereof of the United States, right? And by allowing for birthright citizenship and not interpreting the Constitution as we're legally allowed to and restrict, the automatic citizenship of anybody who's born here, we actually remove the issue, for example, of family separation, because there is no incentive of a family to come over to this country illegally and then have a child, which is contributing to the awful situation we have in America of breaking up families. This is not something that I imagine you or I agree with.
No.
The issue is birthright citizenship has incentivized that.
So even if I were to concede that in some cases birthright citizenship has incentivized that, I don't like the phrase anchor babies, but I'm not naive enough to pretend that there are not immigrants who come here and time the pregnancy in order to get. Of course, you and I can agree on that.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you then rip up a constitutional principle that goes back centuries, goes back before the 14th Amendment. 14th Amendment came about, I think, in 1868, if memory serves me correctly. But the principle underlying it is actually from my other country, the UK, ancient English common law, right?
Now, the reason why you don't, I don't even think that there needs to be any sort of defense of this on constitutional grounds or common law or anything like that. It's super simple. Does this harm America in any way, shape, or form? If the answer is no, then why would you change it? As a matter of fact, it not only doesn't harm the United States of America, it actually helps the United States of America keep a younger population. It's not about the Constitution. I don't care about the Constitution. Disagree, constitutional argument is very crucial. I care about it only as far as it's a fucking appropriate line of defense among constitutional scholars so that the Supreme Court doesn't fuck the bag up. But ultimately, the reasons why I think birthright citizenship is good is because it is good. It's because it actually keeps the American population youthful. It's the way that it will change or stay. No, I understand that. That's why I'm saying the constitutional argument is only as good as it is useful. But the real reason why is because the real reason why I don't care about it is because who gives a fuck about the Constitution? What you're supposed to do is what's best for America. What you're supposed to do is what's best for everyone involved. It's a useful tool. It should be just a means to an end and not the end in and of itself. Okay? Because there are, the Second Amendment in its modern interpretation has been incredibly dangerous for American welfare, for American safety. It should be reinterpreted. It should be readjusted or outright thrown out. Because I care about public welfare than I do about holding on to whatever kind of fucking interpretation we've decided now is the appropriate way to interpret the Second Amendment. That's it.
So this was always the case. The 14th Amendment, as you know, because you seem well read, came along and codified what was already a principle in American and English law, that if you're born in the country, you are a citizen. Now, you mentioned the point about jurisdiction. There is that little bit in there where it says subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That in the debate, if you go back and read the debate that the senators had at the time, they were very explicit that that was to do with foreign ministers and foreign ambassadors. Diplomats living in embassies, their kids shouldn't be citizens. Obviously, they're here on their own. You know, the Argentine embassy in DC is Argentine soil. So we accept all that.
Absolutamente, amigo.
But when they were asked about Chinese immigrants, Senator Trumbull, who was
oh my God, is it motherfucker Argentinian? Oh my God. Yo, they are not beating the allegations, bro. It's not enough. It's not enough that Malay has like destroyed the country. These motherfuckers have to also turn around. Holy moly. People are saying grandfather was a literal Nazi. No, blonde people from Argentina are not always actually fucking direct descendants of Nazis that fucking escaped Nazi Germany after World War II. Argentina has more Italians than they do like what you would consider the native population. It has always been this way. There's a reason why the Nazis chose Argentina to escape to. One must question why. He could also be a Mormon that did a mission, to be fair. This guy tried to lead the Groypers of Salt Lake City. He's a Mormon. Oh, God. There you go. Mormon mission.
I think the chair of the Judiciary Committee back in the 1860s during this debate, he said at the time, Chinese immigrants' children, they're citizens. In fact, 1898, as you well know, we get Wong Kim Ark, Supreme Court case, Wong Kim Ark versus the United States. And the Supreme Court says, yes, even the child of undocumented Chinese immigrants is an American citizen. So this is a principle going back centuries. So while I can agree with you that there are cases that abuse the 14th Amendment, that there are issues of family separation, I'm not going to rip up a constitutional principle that goes back centuries and is backed by a 27-year-old Supreme Court precedent because Donald Trump is looking for ways to cut the number of brown and black people in the United States.
If you don't mind me interrupting,
Please.
this is where I think it's important as well to go back to what we talked about with the Constitution. When we're analyzing, and admittedly, I'm not as interested in the legal argument. There's obviously many ways to interpret the Constitution, but I don't think, especially among conservatives, that it is positive to use the Constitution to dismantle it. When we analyze the original context, like you were saying, in the late 19th century, our immigration law was absolutely different, including, you know, in respect with the Irish and Chinese immigrants that were coming over. It was absolutely...
Again, why? What is the reason? What is the reason? Are immigrants constituting a threat to American safety, American security? Are they a burden on the American economy? The answer to these questions they range from fuck no to of course not. Okay? So what is the reason why you want to purge? What is the reason why you want to purge the ranks of people that you consider to be immigrants that are less worthy of being here? That's it. He says yes, but it's not correct. There is guys, if you say yes to those, you have to answer why you think that is the case, which is ultimately arriving at the point that I was making. It's some other secretive reason as to why immigrants are constituting a threat to American safety. Because if they were to say immigrants are more likely to do crimes, that's wrong. There's information on this. It is the exact opposite. Okay? Undocumented non-citizens and documented non-citizens alike. If you add all immigrants into the fucking pile, the numbers don't even compare to the natural-born U.S. citizen crime rates. Okay? The underlying reason as to why so many of these people have enmity towards migrants is just racism. That's it. They're just scared. They've been told that these guys are bad and wrong. Some people legitimately believe that. Some people know better and still make this argument because they just want to purge the ranks and basically make the gene pool clean and pure. Do you understand? That's it.
Different. Changed.
We had open borders, my friend. Some people in this room would hate it. We had open borders for half of American history.
Well, that I don't think that's very true.
It's 100% true.
Well, hold on. If you're comparing the open borders, which I don't concede to, but if you're comparing the open borders prior to like 1910 and prior to the Hart-Celler Act, and you look at the amount of immigration and who was coming over.
Nice deflection. Amount is irrelevant. We did have an open border.
It is absolutely relevant. Why? Because the Constitution, like the founding fathers.
Hold on. Your argument is we had open borders, but there were fewer immigrants.
I was about to answer.
Okay.
It's important to analyze the context wherein these laws and parts of the Constitution arise. The original founding fathers said the Constitution was made only for immoral and religious people and is wholly inadequate to the government of any other, which means the people that wrote this document understood that it would not be able to properly...
Super secular people, but let's just be clear on that.
Oh, no, that's not true. They were deists.
A lot of them were super secular.
No, the majority were deists.
But they were secular. Secular doesn't mean atheist. You know what that means.
I understand that, but deist doesn't mean secular or atheist. It means they believe in a God, but not a God that's particularly present.
I didn't say anything about whether they're deists or theists. I said they're secular.
Okay, but secular
means you separate church and state.
Okay, well, let's talk. We could even talk about that. That's a perfect example.
You're going to run out of your own time making your argument, which you haven't made so far.
I understand, but the separation of church and state is now completely differently understood than originally proposed. Thomas Jefferson, who talks about the wall of separation, which doesn't even exist in the Constitution, understood it in a different
Supreme
way.
Court precedent, as you well know.
Yeah, sure, but the precedent of the last 100 years, wherein the country has been completely different from its founding, should not overrule the original intent of the people who wrote the document that you and I are both citing.
Okay.
Which means,
but I'm not locked into what the people who wrote that. We've had amendments to the Constitution. You know that, right?
I understand that, and this is our fundamental disagreement:
yes.
is that I don't believe.
You think you can read the minds of people in the 1770s?
That's not true.
And I'm stuck.
I just believe this country ought to be more like the country we originally had, and I don't think
that's your opinion. You're entitled to it.
I understand that,
but there's a factual basis to it.
Well, let me try to see what you believe.
Okay.
If we are voting on these constitutional amendments, if we are interpreting them, and our interpretation becomes absolutely, let's say, a 180 from what the original intent of the authors of that document is, are you in favor of that?
I guess it depends on the issue.
Okay, I would say no matter what.
So, for example, take the Second Amendment, which we kind of danced around. It's not been come up here and there.
Yeah.
You know the debate about the Second Amendment is the fundamental debate is one side says it's unlimited, and the other side says no. What they meant was the militias.
Yeah.
They didn't, and they had muskets. They didn't mean AR-15s, right? So we can have that endless debate, which I really don't care for about that. But to come back to your point about the constitutional principles, the 14th Amendment comes along in the 1860s, so it's pretty old. It's not as old as America, but it comes along, and it's been around for 150 years. So if you want to get away with it,
it was around. It was around before 150 million Americans.
And I'm saying it was around before the United States was even created. It's part of ancient English common law. If you're born in a place, you're a citizen of that place, unless you're the child of a foreign diplomat or on a Native American reservation.
English common law did not exist simultaneously as millions of people coming across the border in a year.
Just to get to principles, your argument is numbers change everything.
Wait, it doesn't matter. The entire point of that was to literally, the entire point of that is the recognition that migration is not a problem. It adjusts to the population size. If you have 10 people and 5 people show up, that's a big population. If you have 100 million people and 100 million people show up, that adjusts to the same fucking rate. Or you have 100 million people and 50 million people show up, that adjusts to the same fucking rate. It doesn't matter. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, there were less people back then, but the immigration patterns adjusted to the lower population. That's also not true between 1890 and like 1910. We brought in nearly 30% of our entire population worth of immigrants. Our population was 60 million and 20 million people came. Yeah, it's even larger than it is now as well.
Everything because we've got so many more people.
Not solely.
The real problem here is that he is upset about who's coming in. That's it. That's it. And they can't say it openly. Well, some of them do, but they can't just like some of them are too shy about revealing their actual position, which is that ultimately they think like people from certain countries are inferior and they're brown, and that is a position of inferiority, and that white people are superior and they're being replaced.
Not solely, but absolutely.
Okay.
The
Fair.
the
That's
demographics
fair.
of your immigration
That's a fair
absolutely
position.
change it. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? If you got rid of the 14th Amendment, what would be in its place?
I think a citizenship test would be fantastic.
What age?
I wish.
What age?
I think we could administer it in high school.
To everyone?
Sure.
Or just the immigrants?
No, everybody.
And then if you fail it, you denaturalize white American
Maybe you
native
can't.
born?
Maybe you can't get a government job.
Denaturalize that dude?
I think there's plenty of benefits that the government offers people that you should not be able to receive.
I'll
Yeah,
tell you
absolutely.
this, right?
Wow, this solution is fucking stupid. Wow, all of a sudden, you ask, how would you go about this? And everything falls apart. So what do you do up until the point of going to high school? You just are statesless? Like, what are we talking about? You're just statesless. There's nothing you can do. No amenities. How do you go to public school? How do you even go to high school? You're statesless. Yeah, and Mehdi is right. It would unironically be a real replacement of all the whites and American soil.
This might sound bad,
and I think
don't think people care for me anyway. So let me say something you might not like.
Nobody would pass it.
If you have a high school immigration citizenship test for everyone,
I think people will take citizenship more seriously.
I'm guessing the immigrant kids are going to outperform the white kids, and you might actually
It's
end up
possible.
denaturalizing
It's
some of
possible.
the white kids, and then people here will be really upset.
And well, hold on. And I like to be consistent about this. That's possible. But what I think it would do is it would give everybody a larger sense of the importance of citizenship.
So you would say
And
no
it would-
one born in this country is a citizen? No one? Or just
Automatically no.
immigrants?
Automatically
Oh,
no.
wow.
I think we could.
This is so stupid. Oh my God. It's so fucking dumb. I mean, I don't know what I was expecting from this guy, but holy shit, I didn't think it would be that dumb.
Could extend that. You know, people who have a heritage in the country
What
of
are
like.
they until they pass the test? Undocumented?
I suppose, yeah. They are not able to
they get
receive government
deported?
benefits. They're not able to receive government benefits. They're not able to apply for these jobs.
But
that
their
that are
parents are
offered.
citizens.
Okay, well, hold on. We're talking here about the way that we would implement it.
Yeah,
But
it's pretty important. If you're trying to get rid of the 14th
True,
Amendment, I'm
true.
going to ask about the practicalities of it.
And we're not.
Trump's
and
doing it
hold on,
right
hold
now.
on. And I'm not going to be able to explain it to you in 10 minutes. But what I can explain to you is that right now in this country we have a crisis of people not
I don't accept that.
Hold on. We're not understanding what citizenship is.
Dude, no, like every person on U.S. soil is statesless until they reach high school and they take a citizenship test is so stupid because they literally can't take advantage of any of the amenities. Like they can't go to school. They can't travel. And also on top of that, that unironically would open up the floodgates of migration. Okay? That literally would be the great replacement. You would only have America would overnight turn into an Asian country. And it should. Take advantage of that. You know what I mean? Every white person would fail the citizenship test and dudes from Uttar Pradesh would be flying in here to just ace that test so goddamn hard for upward social mobility that it would make people's brains explode. Okay? Finally, America would be a Chinese Indian state. Okay? A collaborative, half Chinese, half Indian nation state. Yeah, I support this guy's idea. People should fight really hard for it. It's ironic because it literally, yeah, and then it would be a quarter Nigerian. And then I don't know what happens to the white Americans who failed the citizenship test. I don't know what we do with them.
The way that you've referred to citizenship makes everybody who hasn't come to the United States an undocumented American citizen until the time they come over here.
That's how a lot of countries are, right? You know that birthright citizenship is operated by multiple democracies around the world. I know Trump lies and says we're the only country that does it. He lies. That's not true. Multiple countries.
Do you
have
think it ought to be that way? Do you think everybody in the world is an undocumented American?
So, hold on. Well, or undocumented Canadian, or undocumented Brit, right? Or
Yeah,
undocumented.
Sure. Well, I'm an American, so I say America. But yeah,
but I'm saying, right? The principle is you immigrate. We have free movement of people. I support free movement of people around the world.
But do you believe they're all?
Are you Kim Jong-un? You think people should only stay in one country and never leave and be blocked from leaving their country?
I think
that's a very illiberal, unconservative position.
I think there's a big
libertarians.
There's big room to move between being Kim Jong-un and saying that.
Not really.
Hold on.
In practical terms, if you accept,
I gave one side.
Please.
I want to give the other. There's a big room to move between being Kim Jong-un and saying that everybody in the world is an American. They're just not on our soil yet. I think being an American
that's a ridiculous
citizen,
statement, right? Because everyone in the world is not heading for the United States of
yes,
America.
yeah, but
in fact, right now, numbers of people coming in is dropping a lot.
But the idea that you are supporting is that the moment you come to this soil and that you're born here, you become an American. And
so
I think,
I'm not saying at the moment you come to the soil, you become an American. I didn't. I had to do the test. Right?
Okay.
I had to do the naturalization process, which is guaranteed by the 14th Amendment.
But
the 14th Amendment also says if you're born here, then you automatically get it. And I'm not saying,
I think the problem we have,
it's a hill I'm going to die on.
The problem we have
All
is
I'm saying to you guys, what do you do instead?
we don't appreciate citizenship. The problem is that when you talk about immigration like we did
could
before,
agree on that.
when we talked about everything before, what were we talking about? We were talking about products. We weren't talking about practices or perceptions, which is really what immigration is about.
Can I agree with you? We don't in this country value citizenship enough.
I agree.
I think we should encourage people to have more civics lessons in schools, understand American history and Constitution much more. Here's what's the irony.
Okay, this debate is stupid. The rest of this is just dumb. This guy's playing 5D chess and needs a job, lol. Too much free time? Nah. It's just like, this is done. It's cooked. We saw the Israel stuff. All right, finally, let's get to Jeffrey Jedediah Epstein. Okay, I'm clapping at 2 minutes 2 minutes to the end.
We got a Fox News alert for you. We just learned that Attorney General Pam Bondi has ordered her deputy AG to go meet with Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's former associate, in prison.
Todd Pyro joins us now with the latest. Hey, Todd.
Hey, good morning again, guys. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche saying the following, quote, President Trump has told us to release all credible evidence. If Ghislaine Maxwell has information about anyone who has committed crimes against victims, the FBI and the DOJ will hear what she has to say. I have communicated with counsel for Ms. Maxwell to determine whether she would be willing to speak with prosecutors from the department. I anticipate meeting with Ms. Maxwell in the coming days, end quote. Blanche also saying, quote, justice demands courage. For the first time, the Department of Justice is reaching out to Ghislaine Maxwell to ask, what do you know? FBI Director Kash Patel also signaling his support for the move, reacting online earlier saying, get it. Ghislaine Maxwell is the only associate held criminally or civilly liable in connection with the allegations against Epstein. President Trump called for grand jury transcripts to be unsealed, and the DOJ filed the motion for that on Friday. Back over to you.
All right.
Thank you, Todd.
Epstein back in the headlines.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here.
Maxwell attorney says, we are grateful. Attorney for convicted sex trafficker of minors, Ghislaine Maxwell, we are grateful to President Trump for his commitment to uncovering the truth in this case. And says they're already in discussions with the administration. I can confirm that we are in discussions with the government and that Ghislaine will always testify truthfully. The fix is in. We are grateful to President Trump for his commitment to uncovering the truth in this case, David Oscar Marcus says. We have no other comment at this time. Oh my God. Oh, my Lord.
The Justice Department now putting out a new statement and saying it could meet with Ghislaine Maxwell in the coming days. She is the longtime associate to the late and notorious sex offender. Maxwell is currently serving a 20-year prison sentence.
She said 2 years ago that the Prince Andrew pic is fake. That's so crazy.
After she was convicted of conspiring with Epstein to sexually abuse minors. The Justice Department now saying, and it's a lengthy statement, but in the part of the statement saying this morning, if Ghislaine Maxwell has information about anyone who has committed crimes against victims, the FBI and the DOJ will hear what she has to say. President Trump, to this point and before this,
they cannot be trying to sell that our intelligence services are so fucking bad they didn't think until now to interview Maxwell. No one is buying this. It's so transparently an attempt to collaborate with her to cover all this up with her true testimony to the point as proved. They'll provide nothing else. Yeah, I don't think people will eat it though. I don't think people will believe it because there's going to be a lot of contradictory information that we know of in this situation, especially if you're trying to present Trump as like completely separate from Jeffrey Epstein. That either, I mean, I could see this going either way. Either they try to like fix it up, nip it in the bud by having Ghislaine come out and be like, all of this was lies. Jeffrey Epstein was like a vociferous, he had a major appetite for child molestation, and no one else, none of the people that were, on his jet ever had said appetite for child sex trafficking. And that I didn't even play a role in it personally. It was just him and him alone. And especially not Donald Trump. Another one could be only Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton did pedophilia with Jeffrey Epstein. No one else. Not Alan Dershowitz. Not Donald Trump. Certainly not Donald Trump. Just Hillary and Bill Clinton. They were just doing all the pedophilia with Jeffrey Epstein, nobody else. Or the third option, which is they just kill her. I mean, sorry, she gets really sad all of a sudden and does suicide by getting shot twice in the back of the head. By shooting herself twice in the back of the head.
Has made very clear that he is ready to move on from what he called just the last few days the Jeffrey Epstein hoax, though it's very clearly not.
She can't even point to Obama and Biden in this because they were just non-entities. They have no connection to Jeffrey Epstein beyond people that they've hired that were connected to Jeffrey Epstein. Whereas Donald Trump, Bill, and Hillary obviously have direct relationships with Jeffrey Epstein, like very direct relationships. Obama and Biden, they did not have that. Oh, I was going to talk about Mike Baker's timeline and then additional subsequent information on the Epstein connections, which is really interesting. It's interesting seeing like New York Times reporters like finally talk about this because it's not like a TrueAnon anymore. You know what I mean? It's not relegated to text. It's not relegated to like journalists, independent journalists, like piecing together details. Now you have like a fully fleshed out narrative coming from the paper of record. But yeah, amid all the noise, it can be hard to figure out the facts on the Epstein-Trump relationship, says Mike Baker, national correspondent for the New York Times. Here's year-by-year timeline thread summarizing the connections with sourcing and documentation from 1990 until present. In 1990, Jeffrey Epstein buys a property 2 miles north of Mar-a-Lago. 2 years later, in 1992, NBC video shows Epstein and Trump partying at Mar-a-Lago at an event featuring Buffalo Bills cheerleaders.
A tape in the NBC archives of a Mar-a-Lago party shows Trump giving Epstein his personal attention. The footage, shot in November of 1992, before Trump opened the resort as a club, shows the future president surrounded by cheerleaders for the Buffalo Bills and Miami Dolphins, capturing Trump's fun-loving bachelor lifestyle for an appearance on Faith Daniels' NBC talk show.
We're going to get great ratings in your show.
After a while, Trump goes to greet 3 new guests, among them the financier Jeffrey Epstein.
Come on in, go inside.
More than a decade before his guilty plea on state prostitution charges.
Donald Trump knew the cameras were there. In the video, he makes a point to draw Epstein's attention to them. And the video captures Donald Trump and Epstein chatting while watching a group of women at the party dance. It's not an image that matches Trump's declaration that he was not a fan of Epstein's.
Weeks later, still in 1992, another Mar-a-Lago party was for a calendar girl competition. Epstein and Trump were there. Jill Harth later accused Mr. Trump of sexually assaulting her that night. Trump denied the allegations. Reporting from the New York Times. In a lawsuit, Ms. Harth said that Mr. Trump took her into a bedroom and forcibly kissed her and fondled her and restrained her from leaving. She also said that a 22-year-old contestant told her that Mr. Trump later that night crawled into her bed uninvited. Real fucking demon Trump was. And it still is, but certainly was back then too. In 1993, Stacey Williams said that Epstein brought her to meet Trump at Trump Tower. She told the New York Times that Trump groped her in the meeting, touching her breasts and buttocks. Trump denies it. That year, he was listed as being on Epstein's jet 4 times. We saw an interview, a recent interview she conducted as well, recounting the incident. In 1994, he was listed as being on Epstein's plane on one day. In 1995, Maria Farmer said she encountered Trump at Epstein's office. She said Epstein entered and said, "She's not here for you." The White House says he was never in Epstein's office. Trump was listed on Epstein's plane once that year. Ms. Farmer said she recalled feeling scared as Mr. Trump stared at her bare legs. Then Mr. Epstein entered the room, and she recalled him saying to Mr. Trump, "No, she's not here for you." The two men left the room. Ms. Farmer said she could hear Mr. Trump commenting that he thought Ms. Farmer was 16 years old. After her encounter with Mr. Trump, Ms. Farmer said she had no other alarming interactions with him and did not seem engaged in inappropriate conduct with girls or women. In 1996, records show Farmer complained about Epstein to New York Police Department. She said she told the FBI to look at the powerful people in Epstein's world, including Clinton and Trump. She said she had no evidence of them doing anything criminally wrong. In 1997, Trump and Epstein are spotted at a Victoria's Secret Angels party in Manhattan, the left photo here, and also photographed together at Mar-a-Lago on the right photo here. Trump was listed on Epstein's jet once that year. In 2000, Trump and now wife Melania were at Mar-a-Lago with Epstein and Maxwell. Epstein victim Virginia Giuffre was working at Mar-a-Lago and said that Maxwell approached her that year, inviting the 16-year-old to be Epstein's traveling masseuse. Remember, as I told you, Epstein used Mar-a-Lago as a hunting ground for young girls. In 2002, Trump tells New York Magazine that Epstein is a terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. This was a positive article in New York Magazine. International money man of mystery, Jeffrey Epstein, and all of his wonderful friends. He's pals with a passel of Nobel Prize winning scientists, CEOs like Leslie Wexner of the Limited Socialite, Ghislaine Maxwell, even Donald Trump. But it wasn't until he flew Bill Clinton, Kevin Spacey, and Chris Tucker to Africa on his private Boeing 727 that the world began to wonder who he is. International money man of mystery. That's right, Chris Tucker. It's true. In 2003, according to the Wall Street Journal, Epstein received a 50th birthday message bearing Trump's name. The message, according to the Journal, included the outline of a naked woman and Donald written as the pubic hair. This is the letter where he was like, "Ooh, we have secrets, we have mysteries, I'll never tell a soul." In 2004, Trump and Epstein battled for control of a Palm Beach property. Trump won. Trump has since said he is not a fan of Epstein and that he kicked Epstein out of his club for being creepy. In 2006, records show that the FBI came to speak with Epstein victim Maria Farmer. She said that the conversation included her reiterating her 1995 encounter with Trump and concerns about all the powerful people around Epstein. The FBI notes released are so far heavily redacted. In 2020, during an Oval Office meeting a year after Epstein's death, Trump brought up an article that had been published about Maxwell. As Maggie Haberman from the New York Times reported in her book that Trump asked, "She say anything about me?" Trump raised Ghislaine Maxwell link with AIDS. Perhaps he was worried. Weeks later in 2020, Trump spoke about Maxwell publicly and said several times, "I wish her well." If you recall, this was the weird interview that he had.
Mr. President, the other day a reporter asked you about Ghislaine Maxwell. You said, quote, "I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, but I wish her well, whatever it is." Mr. President, Ghislaine Maxwell has been arrested on allegations of child sex trafficking. Why would you wish such a person well?
First of all, I don't know that, but I do know that
she has. She's been arrested for that. You know that.
Friend or boyfriend,
Epstein,
was either killed or committed suicide in jail. She's now in jail. Yeah, I wish her well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well. Good luck. Let them prove somebody was guilty. I mean, do you know that?
Oh, so you're saying you hope she doesn't die in jail? Is that what you mean by wish her well?
Her boyfriend died in jail, and people are still trying to figure out, how did it happen? Was it suicide? Was he killed? And I do wish her well. I'm not looking for anything bad for her. I'm not looking bad for anybody. And they took that and
she's a child sex alleged child sex trafficking.
Big deal. But all it is her boyfriend died. He died in jail. Was he killed? Was it suicide? I do. I wish her well.
Incredible. This year, Trump has called the Epstein files a hoax and a smear campaign by the Democrats. He has criticized those, including many who supported him, who have clamored for their release.
Intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney general...
Like you said before, whenever else do you hear him talk like that? That much charity? Never. Trump is notorious for never really offering any charity to anyone at all, especially a person that is like is going to harm him by association. It's alarming. It is one of, I think, the most shocking parts about this relationship that shows that invites a lot more scrutiny, that it shows that the connection between Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell is perhaps more important and goes deeper than we think.
Told you this was a hoax. What evidence have you seen?
It's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years. You had Christopher Wray and these characters and Comey before him. And it's a bad group. It started, actually, look at the Steele dossier that turned out to be a total hoax. The 51 agents, the intelligence, so-called intelligence agents, it was a hoax. It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats. And some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. And so they try and do the Democrats' work. The Democrats are good for nothing other than these hoaxes. They're bad for policy. They're bad for picking candidates that can get elected. Like in New York, we have a communist running. He may get elected too, actually, but he'll destroy the city. No, it's I call it the Epstein hoax. It takes a lot of time and effort. Instead of talking about the great achievements we've had, a great gentleman yesterday, as you know, went on CNBC and he made the statement that Trump may go down as the greatest president.
Okay, the rest is bullshit. This article takes a deeper look at the Trump-Epstein relationship over the years. It's on the New York Times. And here's Mike Baker once again. I spoke with Annie Farmer, who testified in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. She fears the prospect of leniency for Maxwell and said that Maxwell is not a reliable narrator of events. Hold on, let me fix the gray bars. Once again, gray bars again. She fears the prospect of leniency for Maxwell and said that Maxwell is not a reliable narrator of events. She called Maxwell the primary architect of the abuse in Epstein's orbit. Okay? Annie Farmer, who testified against Ms. Maxwell when she was convicted in her 2021 trial, said in an interview on Tuesday that she worried that Ms. Maxwell would try to secure a more lenient sentence. In interviews and testimony, Ms. Farmer has described how she visited him at his ranch in New Mexico under the impression that a number of students would be there, chaperoned by Ms. Maxwell. But Ms. Farmer, who was 16 years old at the time, found herself to be the only one and recalled troubling interactions with both of them. Ms. Maxwell was the primary architect of Mr. Epstein's abuse of girls, she said. It would be a terrible blow to all the women who she harmed and who found some measure of solace in the fact that she was held accountable for some of her many crimes, Ms. Farmer added. And this follows up with the rest of the reporting. DOJ wants to meet Ghislaine Maxwell. The request came from Todd Blanche, a former criminal defense lawyer for Trump, the one that we saw on CNN the other day saying, Jeffrey Epstein, I don't know, he might have been... Remember, Todd Blanche was a former criminal defense lawyer for Trump and also, most notably, the former defense lawyer that was 9 days into Jeffrey Epstein's case when Jeffrey Epstein died under mysterious circumstances. Maxwell lawyer says, we are grateful to President Trump and victims are fearing that Maxwell might get leniency. Maybe Ghislaine is the intelligence asset the entire time. I think so. I think she is a part of that puzzle for sure. Alan Dershowitz has also demanded that Maxwell be interviewed.
You think Ghislaine Maxwell is going to appear for a deposition before House Oversight and implicate herself in any way? Get out of here. Dumb. I mean, listen, I think it's great. Mike, kudos to you, Burchett, and others for voting on this. But you know what? She's not going to implicate herself. She's appealing her convictions and sentence. You think she's now going to roll into Congress and be like, I totally did all of this and then some, and let me tell you all the people that were doing it with me. Stop the insanity. Oh, wait, that's a Jillian Michaels thing, right? And we don't like her because she's fucking gone full MAGA. Stop the stupidity. I'll just say that. Stop the stupidity. It's just like the grand jury records unsealing. It's just like this Todd Blanche meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell. Look, we're never going to implicate ourselves in a way, if we're criminal defendants, that's going to sit there and just do the pylon. And we're going to have a whole other conversation on this channel about double jeopardy attaching because she's gone to trial, etc. But I think Ghislaine Maxwell is a wild card. And because she's not predictable in terms of what she's going to say and do, I think this administration is just going through these motions of acting like they're trying to aim for this transparency and to get this accountability when we all know it's just not going to happen.
I think, yeah, everyone is hating on Midas Touch. Okay, shut up. Everyone stop shitting on Midas Touch. They're the most loyal soldiers, okay? They are servants of they are the Fedayeen of a dying breed of Democrat. Okay? Everybody calm down. They're incredibly important. They are the spearheaders of the dark woke movement, okay? They are the remaining Bush era anti-conservative thought. They are the ones who are radicalizing your mothers, okay? You need to understand something. Your mom is watching Midas Touch on YouTube, and she is developing opinions about what the Democrats should and shouldn't do. They're the ones who are radicalizing the wine moms into saying Hakeem Jeffries should die to save America. Anyway. Let's get back to the Epstein case from CNN.
Going away. So the president has shifted to say he supports transparency and in a rare move seems to be handing off power, so to speak, saying it's up to the attorney general to release any credible information and evidence along with those grand jury transcripts. Now, 11 House Republicans have signaled support for the bipartisan move making its way through Congress to force the Epstein files to be released. But it's hit a bit of a brick wall right now. House Speaker Mike Johnson on Monday shut down any chance of a vote happening anytime before September. Let's get to the White House for the very latest on this. Elena Trine standing by for us. You brought us this new statement just as it was coming out. What does this new statement from the Justice Department mean?
I think it's still to be seen what exactly this could yield, Kate. But I think what is clear is that they are recognizing that this position that they have really stuck to over the last couple of weeks, this idea of trying to change the subject, to try to get the president's supporters and the broader American public to move on from it, isn't working. And so this is just the latest turn showing that, okay, they recognize they need to put out more information. Now, I want to read for you just more of that statement that we got this morning from the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche. He said, at the direction of Attorney General Bondi, this is a quote, I've communicated with counsel for Ms. Maxwell to determine whether she would be willing to speak with prosecutors from the department. I anticipate meeting with Ms. Maxwell in the coming days. And then, Kate, we also got a statement from Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney, David Oscar Marcus. This is what he told CNN. He said, quote, I can confirm that we are in discussions with the government and that Ghislaine will always testify truthfully. We are grateful to President Trump for his commitment to uncovering the truth in this case. So again, of course, a couple key questions now about all of this. One is, what exactly are they going to glean from this? Will Maxwell be truthful? Does she have ulterior motives? Of course, you mentioned she's in prison now for serving a 20-year sentence. You know, they have to determine what she says, whether it's credible and whether they can release it to the public. I'd remind you, the president has now repeatedly said that he's giving the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, it's up to her to decide if there's credible information to release. She can choose to do so. But all of this, again, is another question, really, is if this will be enough for the people who have been pushing for this administration to release the Epstein files. That has really been what people have been asking for. You mentioned those Republican members in Congress who are pushing this effort.
I really do think that they're just going to hit well, you guys said you wanted to You guys said you wanted to release the Epstein files. Well, who better to ask than the person who was directly involved, Ghislaine Maxwell? And then they'll just like use a horrible testimony. Wait, what the fuck is this? JD Vance meets with Tim Dillon to explain Epstein. Netanyahu meets with the NELKBOYS to explain Gaza. All we need now is Putin to explain Ukraine to Bert Kreischer. I mean, they did do that. It's Putin did that with Tucker Carlson. Clip of Tim Dillon saying JD Vance told him no compromising Epstein tapes exist. Jones, Trump's admin is heavily implicated. Dillon, I had dinner last week with the vice president.
Okay, I'm not going to name names. And so, but you nailed it when you brought up Netanyahu. So let me, if you've got time here.
We have all the time in the world. I just want to add, when Bondi said we have 10,000 hours of video, she said we have 10,000 hours of video. I had dinner last week with the vice president. He told me that was commercial pornography. They do not have videos of any.
Oh, if JD Vance said that, then okay. Well, you guys had dinner together and he said it during dinner. Oh, well. I guess pack it up. No need to question this any further, guys. JD Vance said so in a private dinner with Tim Pool. Yeah, this was also funny. RFK Jr. admits he twice flew on Jeffrey Epstein's jet and wife had a relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell. Or did I say Tim Pool? Sorry, Tim Dillon. Tim Dillon, my bad.
Powerful person in a compromising position. That's the party line that they're going with. If that's the case, why would Pam Bondi call it evidence? Why would she say it's evidence? She's not an idiot. She's the attorney general. Why would she say she has files on her desk if none of these implicated anybody? It just feels like they're covering something for sure.
The
Trump.
Are you right or left? Brother, I'm right wing, of course. I want the truth. I want truth to prosper. I want truth to prosper, brother. You don't understand. That's why I'm right wing. What's more right wing than wanting American workers to have better rights in their workplace? What's more right wing and patriotic than demanding that we earn our keep, that we make in return for our labor, we get more of the power. We get more of the finances. It shouldn't be faceless, lifeless global capitalists that take advantage of our work. I'm right wing, brother. And that means I'm apolitical. I'm apolitical, brother. Damn right. CNN pressed Mahmoud Khalil to condemn Hamas 3 times. Are you fucking insane? Oh my God. These guys are rabid sociopaths, dude. Guy who is literally a fucking guy who is straight up was taken political prisoner by an administration that they're supposed to be antagonistic towards for violating the First Amendment. The administration is criminal. Okay? And you decide to fucking attack the victim here? Holy fuck. These people are real fucking freaks. DHS is already using this clip. God damn, dude.
To force
we'll get to that in a second.
To have them release these Epstein files. We heard from many conservative Republicans, Trump allies, I should say, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Senator Josh Hawley, saying that they are getting calls, Kate, from their constituents about this, pressing this White House and this administration to be more transparent on the Epstein case. So what I think is very clear from the Attorney General and the DOJ more broadly is doing here is they recognize that their position thus far of trying to get everyone to move on from this, from releasing that memo over 2 weeks ago, ago now saying that Epstein died by suicide, that there was no so-called client list. They recognize that that is not enough, that enough people are now saying we need more in this story, and this desire to get more information is not going away. So now it's really up to seeing what will Maxwell say, what would this meeting with her glean, and whether or not that will be enough for the people who are, again, calling for far more transparency than this Trump administration has so far been willing to give.
Yeah, and how this actually works, because she's like fighting her conviction right now. There would have to be, as Alan Dershowitz pointed out, some level of immunity agreed to. I mean, there's a lot going on here, but fascinating that the Justice Department is opening the door to this now. It's good to see you, Elena. Thank you so much. John?
All right, with us now, CNN chief political analyst David Axelrod and CNN political commentator S.E. Cupp. What about this, S.E.?
Okay. Asking Ghislaine Maxwell to help bail you out is not the plot twist I saw coming, and that's really interesting. But, I mean, a lot of this has been raised. What's she going to say? Is there going to be a quid pro quo here that makes anything she says not believable? The only thing I do know is that the conspiracy theorist is never satisfied. And MAGA influencers, this administration, created a dependency on this drug that is a conspiracy theory. They did it.
Yeah, it's all fake. It's all fake bullshit. It's all fake bullshit, you guys. It's just Trump did this to himself.
For Epstein, but lots of other conspiracy theories. And telling them to quit cold turkey does not work. The conspiracy theorist isn't there for answers. They're there for the conspiracy. So whatever they give them, this particular sect inside of MAGA is never going to be satisfied, definitely not by something Ghislaine Maxwell says.
So it's interesting. I've been looking through this statement that came from the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, and it's the end of it where he says he's reaching out to Ghislaine Maxwell. But the first line, David, is the Department of Justice does not shy away from uncomfortable truths, nor from the responsibility to pursue justice wherever the facts may lead, which actually may tell you more than the fact that they're reaching out to Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah, but you know, not to feed conspiracy theories, the idea that someone who's in prison for 20 years is going to testify truthfully is really a stretch. I mean, she knows the president has the pardon power. She knows that the president has used it pretty liberally. I mean that in a different way. And so there is quite a bit of incentive for her to say what is useful and what is helpful. And, you know, the idea that this Justice Department wants her to say other than that is also strained by the things that we've seen. So I'm not sure. It's just the plot just keeps getting thicker all the time here.
You know, and it's also interesting because...
Who's this fossil? That's David Axelrod, former friend to Barack Obama, okay? Major figure in Barack Obama's admin who was uninvited from Barack Obama's COVID party because the list had severe limitations. David Axelrod was not allowed to attend Barack Obama's COVID birthday party because instead Beyonce and Jay-Z had to attend.
As for asking the Attorney General to go to a judge to release the grand jury testimony, as for going to Ghislaine Maxwell to ask her to say things.
To the Justice Department,
right,
not to Congress.
To the Justice Department, but these are things that the president doesn't control directly. The things that the Attorney General and the president do control are the files and the evidence, which she presumably
she could release
right now.
And suggested she would. Yeah, as
the fact that David Axelrod doesn't look as cool as his name is so disappointing is because he fucking he clipped his wings. He used to have a fat mustache. Permaban me loser. I'm not gonna do that, man. Keep spamming though, and you'll probably get auto modded by the bot. And then when you get untimed out, you can keep spamming it over and over again.
He suggested this is they are hoisted on their own petard or by their own petard, as Shakespeare would say. They created this environment in which, and now the environment is out of control.
And that environment in the House of Representatives, SC, it's possible they'll go home today without voting on anything for the week because House Republicans are in a bind right now. They don't want to vote against releasing Jeffrey Epstein files.
Right.
But they don't want to cross the president So they may just do nothing?
Yeah, but from a PR standpoint, I'm not really sure what Mike Johnson's thinking, Speaker Johnson's thinking, because why would you want to prolong this over an August recess? Get this done, then everyone goes away, and you hope that it maybe gets eaten up by another news cycle.
Isn't the answer to that, this is what the president wants him to do?
For sure. For sure.
Yeah, I mean,
For sure.
the
But
good
it's
news
done.
is they may get home earlier. The bad news is when they get home, they're going to see a bunch of angry people who have a lot of questions about this. So.
Yeah, we just know what we're hearing from
People they
members.
ginned up. I mean, the list of characters you put up from the House of Representatives is not a surprising connection to the constituents that want more of these conspiracies, and they're going to keep asking questions because they conditioned these people to demand it.
With us is Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis, a Republican from New York. Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us. What do you think of this move by the Department of Justice? And what do you think about calls from some Republican members of Congress, including Senator Josh Hawley, to actually get congressional testimony from Ghislaine Maxwell?
Look, I think both are good ideas. I think anything we can do to give transparency to the public is a positive thing here. President Trump ran on being the most transparent president administration. He's known for releasing transcripts and parts of phone calls that he's had with other world leaders. He has been very transparent, and when you all of a sudden don't want to be transparent anymore, it raises questions and curiosity. And so I think it's a good idea, but I also have to ask the question as to why at this moment has this become such a big issue. Remember, Biden administration was there for 4 years. We never heard from the Democrats or Republicans for that matter for calls for this information to be released. And I think it is really interesting that this is happening on the 6-month anniversary of the president being sworn in, where he has delivered significant wins from securing the border to attracting trillions of dollars in investment to providing the largest tax cut for working Americans, middle class and senior citizens, lower energy costs. I mean, it really begs the question as to what, they're just trying to distract. Now, with that said, I support these efforts to be transparent and to release this information to the public, but we do need to make sure that it's done in a responsible and cautious manner so we are protecting witnesses and we're protecting the victims as well.
Reporter to Trump, do you support Ghislaine Maxwell being interviewed by the DOJ? They got their new talking orders.
We have to do in any case, and certainly
While meeting with the Philippines president. Pinoy gang, rise up. Swagapinos, rise up.
Support the Justice Department seeking an interview with Ghislaine Maxwell. Did you urge the Attorney General to seek?
I don't know anything about it. They're going to.
Don't rise up too hard for your current leadership, but.
Attorney General has reached out to Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney asking for a new interview.
Yeah, I don't know about it, but I think it's something that would
Yeah, Pinoy L, don't mention us right now. Honestly, yeah. That's maybe not the best that Pinoy gang has to offer, okay? The Swagapinos have to offer, but, it is what it is.
Sounds appropriate to do, yeah.
Do you have any concern that your Deputy Attorney General, as your former attorney, would be conducting the interview, given...
No, I have no concern. He's a very talented person. He's very smart. I didn't know that they were going to do it. I don't really follow that too much. It's sort of a witch hunt, just a continuation of the witch hunt. The witch hunt that you should be talking about is they caught President Obama absolutely cold.
Look at him trying to redirect. That's right. It's the real witch hunt is President Obama. Please stop talking about Epstein. Start talking about President Obama.
Tulsi Gabbard, what they did to this country in 2016, starting in 2016, but going up to 2020 in the election. They tried to rig the election, and they got caught. And there should be very severe consequences for that. When we caught Hillary Clinton, I said, you know what? Let's not go too far here. It's the ex-wife of a president, and I thought it was sort of terrible. And I let her off the hook, and I'm very happy I did. But it's time to start, after what they did to me, and whether it's right or wrong, it's time to go after people. Obama's been caught directly. So people say, a group. It's not a group. It's Obama. His orders are on the paper. The papers are signed. The papers came right out of their office. They sent everything to be highly classified. Well, the highly classified's been released.
Damn, he's going to arrest Barack Obama.
And what they did in 2016 and in 2020 is very criminal. It's criminal at the highest level.
Lock him up.
Now to the latest on
House to begin August recess early amid dispute over Epstein files legislation. It's pretty funny that the House decided to call it quits quickly and expeditiously instead of having to deal with the Epstein stuff. Anyway, let's see what CNN's been doing. You are in the Philly D Thumbo for the Nelk Boys. Oh my God.
Scandals now exposing people for the dangerous clout-chasing grifters they are. Why Colbert and Stewart versus CBS and Trump matters more than many realize. We've got huge Trump Epstein scandal updates as Ghislaine Maxwell. Big stuff to talk about in the here and now, starting with this.
Someone said having Netanyahu on is like having modern day Hitler.
No, I saw that.
Which is, honestly, guys, I'll be honest, I'm here to... That's a good point.
So those podcast bro caricatures are the Nelk Boys, and they are now facing massive backlash after interviewing Benjamin Netanyahu. And these Nelk Boys, if you don't know, they got big with their prank vids and vlogs, with them then getting into the podcast and streaming space, dipping their toes into politics, and then actually becoming a kind of big fixture, especially in the lead up to the last election. They ended up joining this kind of larger group of influencers, podcasters, and streamers who seemingly gave Trump a huge boost in the last election, especially with young men. Right, and last year, just before the election, you had Trump appearing on their Full Send podcast for the second time and even inviting them on his plane. And then you fast forward to yesterday and they had Netanyahu on the show. Right? And he, of course, is the prime minister of Israel, which is a country that many rights groups and experts say is perpetrating a genocide in Gaza. Right? With many arguing that if it's not a genocide, why is it genocide shaped? And that, as Netanyahu himself is wanted by the International Criminal Court on allegations of war crimes and crimes against humanity, including the use of starvation as a method of war. Right? And one of the reasons I highlight that is because we actually talked about it again yesterday. And as the UN and rights groups have long warned would happen, we really are starting.
Like, I get the clout chasing aspect of things, okay? As a content creator, you just like don't really have a decent moral compass on stuff like that. But I just don't understand, like, there is some clout you don't chase. You know what I mean? Like, there's gotta be a limit. Like, if Benjamin Netanyahu's not the limit, who is? You know what I mean? And I think they basically miscalculated because they thought this would be like Andrew Tate or interviewing O.J. Simpson, you know? Do you hear yourself? No, I'm saying that, like, even from a content creator perspective with no fucking moral compass other than like constantly trying to get clicks, like there's got to be a limit for every single person. You know what I mean? This is this is literally, I can't think of anything worse than this. Like, I'm thinking of like Logan Paul's Suicide Forest. It's not as bad as this. You know what I mean? Like, this is perhaps one of the most evil, if not the most evil person on the planet. You know? Like, offering a non-contentious interview to someone like that is so crazy. Like, even with Trump, there is it's kind of like this. Trump is the American president. He's running for president. You have like a defensible position, right? Even though I think it's still indefensible to like offer him a platform to humanize himself and to not push back. Like, that's still, he's not just famous for doing a genocide with American money, okay? Whereas that's the only thing Benjamin Netanyahu is famous for. With Trump, you could say like he's telegenic, he's entertaining, he's the American president, right? It's like offering a positive interview to a school shooter, but instead of one school, this motherfucker shot all the schools. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing that comes of this other than pain and torment. Like, even by those standards, like, people, I assume if the Nelk Boys interviewed like Dylan Roof or something positively, right? People would lose their fucking minds. Okay, Benjamin Netanyahu has literally shot up every church. Not just one. Basically every fucking church, including the Catholic one, as recently as last week. In between the time that Benjamin Netanyahu conducted this interview with the Nelk Boys and then the video was released, he literally shot a fucking Catholic church, the only remaining Catholic church in Gaza. Like, what are we doing?
to see hunger and malnutrition take an even bigger toll in Gaza, with local officials saying today that 15 people had died of starvation in Gaza over the previous 24 hours. With that just adding to the ever-increasing number of people who are dying, including children. And again, that's on top of the nearly 60,000 people who have been directly killed so far, according to Gaza's health ministry, with more than reportedly half of them being women and children. And even that, it doesn't touch on all the destruction of most homes and buildings, mass displacement, and allegations and evidence of all sorts of other crimes. And then with all that, as far as this interview, it actually took place on July 8th, which is when Netanyahu was in the US meeting with Trump. And notably, you had outlets like Axios reporting at the time that the move seemed to echo Trump's campaign strategy of building support outside of traditional mainstream channels. With them reporting, it's a sign that Netanyahu recognizes the influence of the MAGA media universe and wants to build support for Israel and the prime minister's own policies within a key segment of Trump's base. And now that the interview has been released, you have many saying that it is clear why Netanyahu chose the NELKBOYS. They were completely out of their fucking depth. And at the beginning of their episode, they even seemed aware of it, but then they just continued through.
This is nuts. This is so crazy. We are so not qualified to do this. This is probably one of the most, if not the most controversial podcast we
for sure the most
have ever done.
Yeah, 100%.
And by the way, I want to say too, I'm not claiming to be an expert on this issue or anything like that. I see so much stuff about, you know, what's going on in Israel and, you know, Iran and Palestine. And to be honest, I just really don't know what is going on there.
And of course, as many others have already pointed out, that the big problem with interviewing someone about something you know almost nothing about, especially when that person has a vested interest in pushing a certain narrative, when that person says something that isn't true, you can't point that out. You don't even have a chance. And when you have a massive platform like the NELKBOYS, you're just giving them your megaphone and essentially co-signing. They're going to argue that they're not. That's essentially what you're doing. But we will get more into the criticism later. I first want to talk about what was actually said. Because the whole thing, it just started with Netanyahu just laying it on thick for old Donnie Trump.
I think there's never been a friend like Donald Trump in the White House for Israel. I think he's a remarkable leader. I think he's changing history. He said he'll...
Why hasn't it anyone says this? This is like if these chuckle fucks interviewed Hitler in the middle of World War II on God. What do you mean? I did say that to their faces. On numerous occasions. I assume that Philip DeFranco probably pulled some of those choice quotes and will mention me since he put me in the thumbo. Actually, a lot of people are saying it. It's not even just me. Virtually everyone has said that. Their own fans. Their own fan base is saying that. Their own fan base is like, dog, this is like interviewing modern day Hitler. Like, what the fuck?
Make America great again? He's already done it. You know, America is widely admired now around the world.
But of course, in reality, the opposite appears to be true, at least when talking about America being admired around the world. In fact, according to a recent Ipsos poll, the number of people saying the US will have a positive influence on world affairs, it fell in 26 out of 29 countries since Trump got elected. And a Pew Research poll last month similarly found that the number of people who view the US favorably has dropped in most of 24 measured countries. Then separate from that, in the interview, you also had the NELKBOYS asking what Americans think about Israel.
I think the broad segments of the American public support Israel, but I'm concerned that the young people in America, some of them are getting the wrong picture of Israel, vilification, demonization.
Yeah, it's like, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here on the NELKBOYS podcast.
You can feed them a lot of lies. So the only way you can fight lies is with the truth. To have young Americans march and support these mass rapists, these people who beheaded men, who burned babies alive. I'm talking about the Hamas monsters.
Hamas.
Is that their ideal? They know nothing. I mean, they don't know what they're talking about. And I want to bring that truth to them.
But then notably, they're like, at least just with what he's saying there, it wasn't exactly the truth. Right? Because for sure, Hamas massacred hundreds of civilians on October 7th and took 251 people hostage. And investigations by the ICC, rights groups, and media outlets, they have all uncovered evidence of war crimes and atrocities, including rape and sexual violence. However, those claims about beheading or burning babies, they've been discredited. And that is, on the flip side, you have investigators uncovering evidence of war crimes and atrocities committed by Israel, and those include rape and sexual violence. And overall, Israel's alleged crimes have taken place on a much bigger scale in terms of total casualty numbers, and you actually did have the NELKBOYS asking Netanyahu about that, though he said this.
The reason we have civilian casualties in Gaza is because Hamas embeds itself in the civilian population of Gaza. We tell the Palestinians, hey, leave. because after they butchered us and raped our women and beheaded our men and burned our babies, we have to remove this threat. So we come in to take care of the Hamas terrorists. But the Hamas terrorists don't leave the civilian neighborhoods. And we say to the civilians, we call them up because we have their telephone numbers. We say, leave, please leave. We send them leaflets, millions of leaflets, please leave. We do everything that is possible that no army has done. They want to leave. You know what Hamas does? They shoot them. You say, we want you to stay because we want to have civilian casualties, because then they can show it on CNN or all these other networks and so on and claim that Israel is deliberately doing this. We're not deliberately doing anything.
You then also had Netanyahu similarly trying to shift blame to Hamas when asked about accusations that Israel is starving the people of Gaza.
Well, because we're trying to get the food in, and we let food trucks.
This interview is way worse than I thought. Is so funny to say, because this is not any different than anything that is pro-Israeli envoys have said on mainstream media. Israel is one speed. There's only one way to defend the indefensible, which is just lying. And they lie in the exact same way over and over again. The only difference here is that he's trying to do this to an audience that is not receptive on independent circles that is predominantly right-wing. This is the most receptive, not immediately affiliated with Israel audience that Benjamin Netanyahu is ever going to get, which is why they hand-selected the NELKBOYS, who are perfect for this, okay? And yet, I still think it's a spectacular failure on behalf of Israel. Because not only did it not work, this didn't move the needle, in my opinion, by any serious margin, but it also caused people in the audience of the NELKBOYS to go, fuck you guys. You guys are fucking sellouts. If anything, I think guys like this, Benjamin Netanyahu and other Israeli envoys, they have an easier time doing this on like a reputable institution, which will offer a little bit of pushback on some of the claims every now and then, of course, but ultimately will take up a lot of that fucking propaganda and eat it. And that in and of itself, when they eat that propaganda, the elderly population, I mean, they're infinitely more receptive to this kind of pro-Israel nonsense. I think younger audiences, especially those who get their news from social media, are not receptive.
And guess what happens when we let them in? Hamas steals the food, takes the good chunk for itself.
It's crazy that your critique of AOC applies to Bibi and Israel law. What do you mean? What, Israel has a right to defend itself claim that AOC made when describing why there needs to be unlimited weapons transfers to Israel? It's ridiculous.
Then sells at inflated prices. They jack up the prices and then they sell the food to its population, to its hungry population, if they give them at all. And then use the money that they take from their own people to recruit more killers into their terror machine. That's what happens.
Except that's not what happens, or at least Israel, for some reason, hasn't provided proof that Hamas has systematically stolen aid. In the UN, the European Commission, and major international aid organizations have all said they also have no evidence that this is happening. And then, of course, something that we've talked about several times now, it's not been looting, but Israeli bullets that have stopped hundreds of Palestinians from getting aid over the past few months. Right? Ever since the implementation of a new aid system run by the US and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. And actually, speaking of the US and Israel working together, you had Netanyahu in the interview reiterating his support for relocating people out of Gaza, with him saying that they should have
Smokeless Arab. I know he's lying. You keep spamming the same link over and over again. It's on the docket, okay? We've already talked about the malnutrition. Stop spamming the same link over and over again.
Freedom of choice to do that. Of course, you have experts saying it really wouldn't be a choice at all. It would likely amount to being a forced population transfer that would be considered a crime against humanity. And then with all that, you had Netanyahu in the interview getting back on topic of support for Palestine in the US, with him equating it to support for Hamas, but then also calling it anti-American.
I come here and I see these protests. The people who are protesting for Hamas and against Israel, they burn American flags. They not only burn the flag of Israel, they burn American flags. They're anti-American. They're not.
I don't disagree that we shouldn't be giving any funding to Israel, but a pro-Pan civilians dying wasn't terrible from a moral standpoint. It makes sense. You know what I mean? I love your stuff, by the way. Yeah, no, it's bullshit. You can make that argument against any sort of action taken against Israel. You could say, well, we can't do sanctions because sanctions would inevitably harm its collective action against an entire population. You would inevitably be harming like Israeli children, for example. The entire point of this is pressure. Okay? The whole point is if Israel feels defenseless, then Israel can't continue doing a genocide. If Israel feels like a global pariah and that the number one top dog that is its backer is moving in a different direction, then Israel can no longer do the metric ton of crimes and the metric ton of evil that it's doing. It's not about fucking assassinating the Israeli civilian population. Anyone who says that is ridiculous. That's not the point at all. That's not what anyone's intention is. It's completely ridiculous. It is about deterrence. Israel gets to be as violent as it wants to because it knows that America will give unlimited funds in the form of defense to Israel. That's precisely the reason why it has bombed Lebanon into oblivion. It's currently bombing Syria and it's taken up more of just mean from an optics. Nah, fuck that. That's bullshit. The appropriate response in this circumstance is, of course, we have no more weapons transfers means no more defensive weapons as well. Because think about the optics of it. Would you make an argument to give anti-aircraft weaponry to Nazi Germany while they were conducting the Holocaust during World War II? Would that be an appropriate optical argument? There are civilians in Germany as well. There were plenty of civilians. No one would make that argument. Do you think that is anyone making an argument to give Russia anti-aircraft weaponry, anti-air defenses? Are we making this argument for Palestinians who deserve it more than anyone else on this planet right now? Anti-aircraft weaponry and anti-aircraft defenses? Are we making this argument for Iran? No, we're not. Are there no civilians in Iran? Are there no civilians in Palestine? Are there no civilians in Russia? Of course there are. It's not a good argument at all. There is no moral standing here.
MAGA, they're not supporters. You know, who do they support? You know who they support?
The stronger argument wasn't going to stop offensive weapons. This doesn't mean anything. It was an additional amendment. Okay? The additional amendment was to deny all weapons transfers, including defensive weapons to Israel, which is appropriate. That is the correct approach. AOC isn't going to vote to support bombing civilians. What do you mean? AOC is voting to support bombing civilians. So Israeli loves you're willing to gamble. We're not at war with Israel. Israel loves willing to get Israeli lives you're willing to gamble. No, Israel is willing to gamble with the lives of Israeli civilians. That much is clear, as they did by bombing Iran, by first striking Iran amidst denuclearization negotiations that were taking place. It is Israel that is at fault here. Not me. I'm an American citizen. If anything, I'm just giving too much of my tax dollars to Israel regardless. You can fucking cope all day, every day. There is nothing. There is no moral argument to offer Israel defenses. You can say, oh, they're our allies. We're not at war with Israel. Suck my dick. Are we at war with Palestine? Are we at war with the Palestinian civilian population? No. Why aren't we giving Hamas anti-aircraft weapons then? Why are we not giving Hamas an Iron Dome? A bill to defund the domestic without any concessions is a bad bill? No, it's not. You, as you already demonstrated right here, feel some type of way about this. Because deep down inside, you want Israel to not be defenseless. Because you want Israel, you're perfectly fine with Israel being belligerent. Because Israel, if the threat of weapons transfers was on the table, Israel would stop. Israel would never be able to conduct its affairs. You're only voting to add women and children into the bombing zone? No, I'm not. I'm voting to stop the bombing that Israel is conducting. There's only one party that is actually doing a bombing campaign right now, and it is not the fucking Palestinians. It is Israel that is conducting a genocide of the Palestinians. And the only way to stop that is by America withdrawing its support of Israel. It is the least violent intervention in this conflict. It is the least violent, most peaceful way to stop Israel. That's it. That's it. It's that simple. Israel cannot continue its belligerent and endless bloodshed, its genocidal war campaign, without American support. Okay? Defund the dome, Israel gets bombed, another October 7, more aggression to Palestine. It's Kenyan. Defund the dome, Israel gets bombed, another October 7. I didn't realize that October 7 actually was a Palestinian bombing campaign that took place. Also, Israel, once again, is this natural response. Is that what you're saying?